venue?
I can't tell. It was a lot. I couldn't tell how many people it was. There was a lot.
Okay. Well, like
Yeah.
100?
No, it must have been it.
Okay. Okay. So still intimate, but big enough to do
That place is small. But it be crowded. But yeah, it was
two
small.
shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, the outside, it might be in 100, but that place is small. Mm-hmm. I had a good time. And it has to be the engine to hype them up and stuff like that. So it's a good engine, especially when we in there. When her A1 and they when they A1 and they want to be in there, it'd be good. It'd be good because they get to be hyped up and they know I'm a scream. I'll be like, and all that, and all them screaming and going on. Yep, they'd be good. They have a good time.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you had a good time.
Mm-hmm. I did. How was your podcast?
Oh, it went really well. It was an hour, and it wasn't just
Okay.
me. I've been doing these panel things where they're like this one had like 8 people on it. So I don't talk that much, like as opposed to if it's just I'm being interviewed or something. But we talked about
Mm-hmm.
transhumanism, which is like extending a normal life, and
Mm-hmm.
we had some people there. Nobody there was like, "We have to do this." Nobody was like that. There were people who were like, "If it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it." There were some people who were like, "Absolutely not. I don't want to have anything to do with that." And then
Mm-hmm.
they had some people who were like, those people who kind of like live off grid. They like try to not keep connection to like, like they live on like a big bunch of land and they make their own clothes and food and stuff. There were some people like that, and that's cool. That's cool. Like that, I respect that life a lot. I don't know if I could do it. Seems like a lot of work, but they were there, and then it was like 8 people and a good eclectic group, a lot of different people, and then they were gonna do a part 2 in August. So that's
Mm-hmm.
always good when it's a good sign when it goes again or like the conversation they want to continue it as opposed to we're never doing that again. That was a mistake. So
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was good, and I knew 2 of the people there. I'd done podcasts with them before, and they're really nice. They're like 2 of the nicest people you're ever gonna meet. And then there were the other people were nice too. They and frankly, I haven't met anybody except that one lady was kind of mean in here, but like everybody else has been really really nice and really I didn't want to say inquisitive, but like respectful. That's the big word, respectful. And I think that's an important word to have in society. Just be respectful of yourself, of others, and hopefully everything works out.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, so it already published, which is good. So that means this week I did 3 podcasts I had 4 podcasts that published this week. So that's good. And then next week um, I've got at least two lined up, and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So um, happy about that. And I had some friends who came in here earlier today, and that was good to catch up with them. And
Okay.
sorry. Um, Probably gonna go to sleep pretty soon, which I'm sure you will too.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing,
Mm-hmm.
nothing major this weekend in terms of podcasts. So you never know; something can always pop up. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay to get a little bit of a break from them. Uh, there's some pressure on myself when I do them that you want to do well in everything, and I stress a little bit about them because uh, you want to make sure they don't cancel on you. You want to make sure you don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't look stupid. All of those things. So
Right. Yeah, you're right. Mm. No one man, no. Do you know what Tamagotchis are? The little bitty
Word, girl.
I don't
Absolute.
want one.
Everybody knows
I
what
want one.
Tamagotchis are. Yeah. I
I
remember
want one.
they were big in third grade.
Yeah.
So maybe fifth grade for you or something? Maybe
Yeah.
sixth grade, you said?
Well, a long time ago, I don't even know. Probably in middle school. By the time, yeah. Yeah.
I wanted one really badly, and I wasn't allowed to have one or something. But eventually I got one from somebody, and I fed that thing. I made sure it lived as long as I could get that thing to live. And I just thought that that was so cool. Like the future of pet ownership would be like digital. It was, and people loved them, and they kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got them too. But uh, I think my parents kind of thought it would probably be too much of a distraction, and they didn't really know too much about them, not knowing what they were. I remember you could feed them and walk them, and then they died. Like that was they had like three modes. That was it, and then they could be reborn again. Like they'd come out of an egg or something. I remember, but yeah, that was the ultimate. Like that was one of those uh, holiday or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gift of the year. They had like,
Yeah.
like at one time there was Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and Tamagotchis. That was a big one. Pogs.
They had nanos.
They have what?
Nanos. They had nano kitty and
Oh,
nano puppy.
oh yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
got both of them.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember
Yeah,
those.
yeah,
That
yeah. Like Tamagotchi, yeah. I love them. And
that
they Gigapet.
that was one
Gigapets
too.
too.
That was one too. I remember that
Yeah.
dog, Nano Dog. That was Nano Puppy. That was a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they had something like a Digimon or something. I never played it.
I was too old for that at that point. But yeah. Um, do you remember Pogs? Did they do Pogs where you were?
Who?
Pogs. They were like these little circular things. You had like a slammer. It was like a game kids played.
Oh, I think I do remember, yeah.
Yeah. Everything goes through such a phase too. Like it's so popular for like 3 months and then nobody does it again. It's like what happened? I thought we were all on board with Tamagotchis, and it's like no, there's the next thing, Digipets or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah, those was the days. Now they
Yes.
still got them. Don't got you picking that one, but they still got the Tamagotchis back out now.
Wow.
Yeah,
Do they do more stuff now?
I guess so. Yeah, they have little lives and stuff. I don't know. I didn't get one. I just seen the new ones and stuff. I was looking at YouTube and stuff like that. I guess they had that much life because the lady had to she restarted it, and I'm like, oh wow. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now so much better, but it doesn't have the
Yeah,
same nostalgia of that little keychain thing.
yeah, I did. The Tamagotchi like.
Did
But
did
it
you
just takes so long. I work, so I couldn't really like feed it and all that. So yeah,
did you have one or more than one?
I had one. You
Yeah.
talking about goddamn little
Yeah.
pants? Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about you could do it on the phone. I used to do it on the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got you. When you were like, I was working, I'm like, Tamagotchi,
Yeah,
you were working
yeah, I
then, but
used to
no.
say that on the weekend when I was a kid, but now when I'm working,
Yeah. I wonder what other things they have it doing nowadays.
I got the YouTube. Oh, they do got this thing. They still got Google Pets. They got the Google Pet puppy. Oh my God. So $13 for this on Amazon. Are you serious? Kidding me? They don't have no nano puppy. They don't have it. They don't have no. They got gigapets. They don't have no. That's the nano. They ain't got no nano. Oh, well. Yeah. So you ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, huh?
No, I'm okay with that. I'm kind of happy about it. I try to do these things during the week, and if somebody wants to do it on a different day, that's okay. But as I say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yeah, so I don't have anything till Tuesday, it looks like. And then I've got something Wednesday. I've got just two scheduled right now, but I might have a couple more that come up. So that's okay. Two more hopeful good events that I have where people can go on YouTube and see what I do. So that's neat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Right. Time to go and mute myself. Yes,
Alrighty, man.
Rabbi. Liver, and I'm going to bed. I am getting tired.
Sweet dreams to you, Mr. Curtis. God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing. I'll see you tomorrow,
God
God willing.
willing.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you, madam. You too.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Okie dokie.
Trade by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. You know what's a good thing about it? You never smoke a goddamn filthy fucking kid. What a great family. What a great family. My sister smoked. Yeah, and then I had to go play once with Adam Ferrara and a couple of people. I was supposed to play this thing, something that a bunch of comics wrote. I was supposed to play this like tortured liberal arts and smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we were doing it, and I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was like, oh my god, I'm so high. Wow, my arms don't move right. You never smoke cigarettes at all? You smoke 15 in a row during. Were you like an athlete too? Oh yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Oh, completely. Oh yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible. But I was like, this is great. My body responded. I don't know how. Like what you had is different normal experience. It was just too much. The one cigarette I actually liked. I was like, ooh, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. But we were doing this thing that I had to always be smoking. So we had to rehearse. We were doing it all day. I wanted to try to like feel normal with a cigarette in my hand. So I kept smoking them, and then I liked them. So I kept smoking them. Yeah, it's a tough thing because the thing about it, and I've been sober 15 years from alcohol and drugs. And I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see someone with a cigarette, it always looks good. It looks like, it always looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to lose, then you'll get sick and die, but you never know they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go, oh, yeah, they're having one, they're cool, it's fine. They're using it to help hang on. And I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone at like the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, something like that. Timothée Chalamet has one. He's the size of one, and he has one. And I go, that is fine. Probably in France or something. You know what I mean? They all do shit like that. So you'll see that, and you go, you get a cigarette holder, you go do something. papers.
Yeah.
That's your next move.
I just
Or
got a
long stems with a cigarette at the end of it.
like 1920s,
Yeah.
like 1920s, and it's the worst thing because the smell is terrible.
Right.
And it destroys your clothes. And it's very bad for your health, obviously.
Yeah.
But it is one of those things that it's just such a good product. What other product could they tell you it kills you and we're raising the price every year?
How in England, where they smoke like crazy, you have actual cancer on the fucking carton.
So when you buy them, I was in London and you bought one, there was like a dead baby on the photo. Well, they were like low birth weight.
Yeah.
I was like, this is terrible.
Okay. They smoke more over there than anywhere.
They smoke more of it. They don't eat the way we eat. Like, they don't understand the way we eat. Right. They don't get it. There's something called Toby Carvery, like where you can just ladle on Sunday roast and Yorkshire pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are smaller and people are more able in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke.
European World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell ranch and unlimited refills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's chemicals in our food.
Somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time and they just fucking couldn't believe it.
Of course.
Imagine that's one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
You're from Czechoslovakia or some shit.
It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of other shit that you could need.
Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO, and this is a gas station.
Yeah.
Well, do you see how big they are?
Yeah.
The first 24 million views. That's hilarious.
No, it's completely alien to their culture.
Yeah.
To have a place like that where you could go buy the Costco's are alien to them. You could buy mayonnaise in a bucket or jars and things that you would keep it's all they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week.
They have small refrigerators.
Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days.
They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same amount of preservatives in their food, which is why it's not poison.
Right. They also don't think, and they could be wrong about this, but they also don't think that they're going to lose access because of some race war.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid.
Oh yeah. Well, the news media over here ramps
Yeah.
you up.
Oh yeah.
Start thinking about stockpiling gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Listen, when I lived in LA, when my kids were young, I had an apocalypse truck built.
Right.
That Toyota Land Cruiser I got, I need a bug out truck. Like a truck where I could store a lot of shit in it and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I need. I need a car that's not just a road car.
Right.
I need a car that occasionally shit might go sideways and you gotta get the fuck out of here and you gotta drive through the desert.
Wow. And I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in an apocalypse car, but because of fires, because of riots. Like sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
I got evacuated 3 fucking times when I lived there.
Yeah.
And it got as close to like burning my fence down.
It's part of the LA experience to get in a car. David Spade called me once during the riots. He goes, "Your block is on fire." I thought he was kidding. But there was just overturned cop cars on fire. And it was like riots. This was 2020. So I just got in my car and I went, okay, and I drove to the desert. That's part of the LA experience is fleeing.
That's what Palm Beach is.
Yeah. Palm Springs.
Right?
Yeah, you flee.
Yeah, you
Flee go.
I mean, Palm Springs makes no sense. It's hot as fuck. There's no water.
You know when it started? It started because when Paramount Pictures was doing edits, if you were in a movie, you had to be within 200 miles until the movie was finished editing. It was in your contract. Palm Springs is like exactly 200 miles from LA.
Oh,
That's why.
interesting.
Yeah. That's why they started Hollywood. They were like, we own you. You can't go anywhere until the film was edited. So if you want to go on a vacation, you have to go there.
You know what's interesting is like Pasadena was where all the like producers lived.
Yeah.
There's beautiful houses in Pasadena, man.
Mid-century modern, beautiful.
Yeah, incredible places like estates that just seem completely got a place.
Totally beautiful and
From another time.
Well, that's the thing in LA now. You get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. Like, you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living in whatever the second version of the thing is.
Right. The second of the thing is the second version is TikTok.
Yeah, whatever it is. It's not what it was, and every place seems a little bit like a museum, or like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago. You know?
Somebody recently said this, and it's perfect. They said LA is slowly becoming Detroit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The only thing that might save it is the weather.
The weather will help. Right. The industry dried up. Right. So the big industry in Hollywood, regardless of whether or not it's the biggest economic industry, the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value and getting people to move there, was always show business.
Yeah.
And they barely make movies anymore.
They overtaxed and overregulated their biggest industry to other states and other countries.
Yeah.
And most people are making things all over the world, and very few. I think at one time it was like 80 to 90%. Now it's 25, 30% shot in LA.
Wow.
It's a big difference.
It's a giant difference. Well, that arrogance of like, this is the best place in the world, everyone's going to come here no matter what. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude whenever he defends California. Talks about how great the GDP is. We're the fifth largest economic. He starts rattling off all these wonderful statistics. And this is like, instead of acknowledging, we got fucking real problems. People are moving for the first time ever more than they're coming here.
Right.
We're losing all these giant corporations that are leaving. Instead of that, it's just this, we're the shit. No one's, doesn't matter. I'm very big on California. I'm bullish on California.
Right.
It's always going to be amazing here.
Well, it's what every empire said until they fell. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
We are the thing.
But people don't want to ever believe that things can fall. It's so weird. We'll walk right through the Coliseum. Well, listen, never happened again.
Right. When we landed in LA, I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire with 85 billion or 85 million tons of chemicals in a warehouse. It was on fire. It was like a multi-day blaze. And you're landing, and you're looking at the window, and you're just seeing the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405. Like, I sold my house, I have an apartment there now, but like, as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire, and as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire, and you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like, somebody wants us out. Like, it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature.
By nature?
Well, by nature.
Human nature.
By bad decisions, by everything.
Which is nature.
Yeah.
Human nature is nature. And the stupidity of humans it's no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct.
Do you think it comes back? Any shot? Any chance?
Something has to happen.
Right.
Something big has to happen. I mean, there has to be something that completely shifts the way LA looks at itself. It has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits.
Right.
So a big part of LA's problem is there's a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry.
Yeah.
And they're in the, we're working for this and we're working for that. And a giant chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit.
I did a great show at Oceans in Atlantic City, which was a casino there. And the owner of that casino was talking to me. And I said, what would fix Atlantic City? Because Atlantic City has some similar problems to LA, but vastly worse. And he was telling me, he goes, we have just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs in one area. You have a lot of people that are not, for whatever reason, productive, and they're living in one area, and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is vandalism, which is disorder to varying degrees. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses can thrive. 100%. Which is what happened in New York in the 90s. People hated it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses that felt better about investing. 100%. That's what Giuliani did. That's what he did, yeah. And he's demonized. He's demonized. He hasn't. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. He's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, had he just cleaned up New York City and then left public life, it would have been like that guy. Right. But he hung around a little bit, got involved. They always have that. They always hang around. You're going to do shows. That's what he's going to do. Stand-up. That's right. He's always going to do shows. But he did such a good thing, and it was like, just exit. But he's also, it's easy to make fun of when the time when he was sweating his diet. Well, that's what I mean. He's melting, he's doing a press conference in a parking lot. Yeah, 100 years old. It's okay, I'm pretty good. It's just these guys. There's so much silliness on both sides. There's silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are a little goofy, right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City. Not the job. A lot of people that want power and they want influence. I think a lot of that. The AI stuff, which is very interesting, is starting to. I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially unite people because I think it's going to be the next fight seems to be about surveillance, privacy, your own rights, what rights you'll have. Like I feel like that will be. It might take precedent instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while. It might be like people might be demanding autonomy, from artificial intelligence.
The problem is going to be if you can't demand, if you don't have a voice anymore. And this is the potential nightmare scenario that we're seeing play out slowly in England. Right? In England, their freedom of speech has been suppressed to an alarming point where people are not freaking out about it. The amount of arrests that people get over there for fucking retweets and likes. Retweets and likes.
That's so crazy to me that you could get arrested for liking a tweet.
Arrested?
Not even retweeting, because we all know if you like, you're a piece of shit. You should retweet. We all know that. Retweet it. So, and if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyway. You're going to get locked out.
What just extra years for a retweet versus a like?
I'm sure. Your Honor, my client just like this. They were confused. They hit a button.
So as soon as you have people that feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online, because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration primarily. Right. But that could change.
Well, it does seem to be that they feel that there was a decision made by somebody that the public can only discuss issues in a very rigid way. They can only offer not everyone who's talking about immigration is doing it the most articulate way, but it's their right to do it. It's their country. They should be able to say, I'm worried about increased levels of immigration. And they should be able to say that in an eloquent way, right? So what they're doing now is they're policing certain words and I think certain ways of speaking, and they're calling a lot of things an incitement to violence. Now, some things clearly are an incitement to violence. But the internet, people speak in a colorful way. People talk using irony. Some people try to be funny. Some people are. So I think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and going, this person is inciting violence and threatening the public good by what they're saying.
Right. And then there's also people who are getting arrested for saying that they were rape gangs. And there were. And so this new report, who released this new report that said a quarter of a million people? It says the UK scraps police probes of legal social media posts after review says response went too far. So this is April 1st, 2026. But I just saw a thing about a guy getting arrested for 50 days ago.
And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more successful.
I think that's legal social media posts is what's weird. So legal social media posts. Right. Their law is different than our law. They don't have freedom of speech over there. So incitement to violence is a violation of their law. Right. So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things like cartoons or something like that. It's not clearly not incitement to violence. But we did find out, Jamie, what that report was about the rape gangs.
I was just there for 21 days. I was in London. I went to Paris for a couple of days, but I was in London primarily for 21 days. And you talk to different groups of people, and London's a global city, it's a cosmopolitan city, it's like New York. And, I think one of the things that, they're used to diversity there. And so they're not full on panicked about different types of people coming in. But there is undeniably a real problem outside of London, also in London, but outside of London because a lot of the economy is stagnated. So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, immigrants, migrants coming in, and this very established society has been around for a very long time.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild and also kind of obvious at the same time? So why is feeding big scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one, the Farmer's Dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human-grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out the meals to your dog's nutritional needs, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. It isn't getting more time with our four-legged best friend something every dog owner wants. The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. But we were talking right before the show. This is about Dearborn. So we're in
Dearborn, Michigan, yeah.
So we're a bunch of really progressive people. Thought it's amazing. Sure. Bring everyone in. Everyone's welcome. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they can vote in a mayor. And then this guy says, no more pride flags.
No more pride flags.
Yeah. They're inching towards what they would like,
Yes.
which is Sharia law. If you ask most people who live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you're asking them, they're probably under duress. They're probably terrified of saying the wrong thing.
Right.
So you've got to factor that in. But at least a percentage of them think Sharia law would be a great idea.
I think there's certainly and this was covered up to a lot of the grooming gang scandal there.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right now. It says this is on National Review, UK's horrific rape gangs. So is this the rape gang inquiry report, right? So who put this report out? Members of Parliament and Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe. And so the investigators had limited powers such as inability to compel witnesses or require sort of document production that could corroborate some of the most heinous victims. Viewed with those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously,
I think they said it was 250,000 girls.
And this was covered up because the media didn't want to inflame anger against, population of migrants, most of whom I'm sure were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something that, in a free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in their country and who's operating.
Isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressiveness, even able to rape gangs?
Well, 100%. It's crazy. But it's also incredibly it's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now. Whereas basically, if the goal is to just eliminate, whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal white male dominated society, and if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens in the middle. Like, a lot of people aren't super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process, because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of people they disagree with, So, I mean, it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see a design, and I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance, because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now, they're having lots of issues over this. They're part of the EU, and the EU would set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supranational organization that would basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics. Because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in. They're looking more about how do we grow this economy, how do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers. And a lot of it is you're getting third world migrants. Some of it's genuine refugees for sure. But a lot of it's economic migration. People are coming for better life. Hard to blame them. But do the people that live in those countries get to have a better life? That's the question. If you lived in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having.
Well, it's really interesting to watch, because if there is a plan, it's not interesting, it's kind of horrific, but it's interesting in that both, sure, if there is a plan, like, whose plan? Whose plan and who's benefiting from this? Why would you do this?
I think it's a small group of people that concern themselves primarily with economic matters, don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much. And their basic response is to just deal with it and to call everyone a racist who questions it, or to say everyone's jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe more in a global world, and they don't believe in a world of nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country will look, here's the economic policy of every country, and if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express, that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire water cannons at them or shut them down or use gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time. So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, and that's what I am and how I make my living. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries, sponsor coups, steal resources, and then like drench our communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and you have to deal with it. None of that has to happen. That's a strategy of a group of people that want to keep perpetuating this.
Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to pay attention to what the government's doing.
Well, 100%. I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely you're going to be willing to accept
New laws,
new technologies, and you're going to just say, I want peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it. And I think that's very possible. But it does feel like it's on the road a little bit to where people want a uniform standard across. But as you said earlier this, it's very interesting because this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students in Vermont and religious Muslims from North Africa. Good luck. But
it's amazing that the people that would be most opposed, the people that, like, if you do bring those people, the people that are going to hate them most are the people that want them in the most. They're the ones who are most likely to say we should have some border that keeps some person from coming here. No person's illegal.
And the people that want them in the most, I think, are not even the people bringing them in. They're being used.
Right. They're being suicidal empathy.
Their empathy is being weaponized. It's being used. People, right? So people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people who really don't care if people in the state over have health care.
Right.
These are people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years.
Right.
And they care a ton about people in the Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria, whatever. But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be in ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi. There's slave markets in Libya.
Right.
So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the U.S. and Britain, France, and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and sent these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Yeah, fun.
It's going to be a fun next 50 years.
It's kind of crazy when you see images of France. There's a video of France from 1998 from Paris versus today. Like 1998. It's just
Different. It's a
different world.
different thing. And, listen, some of that's inevitable. The world changes. Different groups of people. But then you look at in Ireland, this guy just got beheaded in the street, which I'm against, and I think is wrong. And he beheaded some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, had beheaded, or damn near beheaded, tried to. And there's a video of it. And now Belfast, it's probably quieted down now, but there were tremendous riots. They were burning things down because they're we're never going to vote on this. We're never going to vote on bringing the people in. We're never going to vote on that. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly and what we were prepared to do. No one ever asked that.
People don't like to get it, but in our population, it's much more difficult to pull things off.
100%.
100%. That's another part of the problem with the UK, with Ireland, all these places.
Diversity also relies on a very productive economy. So New York City works to the degree it does because people can go out and get jobs, because the economic reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. But when you have a stagnant economy, like many parts of the UK, that's a lot harder. It's a harder sell. assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like the people that have lived there forever are not thriving. They don't feel great. Their prospects economically aren't great. And now you're bringing all these new people who also are struggling to find work. So that's part of the problem.
Do you think that this is being done with a strategy, knowing that AI is about to completely disrupt society?
Yes. I believe this is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country to own a house. People pay lip service to the idea. So there's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my age, who have never owned a home. They never will. And no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine and smoke a cigar and watch a game. And they live in a little apartment. They type, run a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has really even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where people they're basically saying, like, no, you don't need a house, and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a house was. Like, forget that doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because they know, same with healthcare, there's no real movement to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So on the positive side, they know that AI is coming, and AI is going to do a lot of stuff with health, and it's going to help extend lifespans. But also on the negative side, they go, AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital. We're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness. So for sure, I think that they're preparing for that. I mean, there's no way you can look at the landscape because they're selling the country off for parts. And this is both parties, and this is like, they're selling it off for parts. So, I mean, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming, for sure. And I don't know what it is. I'm sure the AI thing's overblown to an extent. And I think so much more GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are like Anthropics are creepy. These are creepy companies. I mean, they're just creepy.
The amount of power that tech companies have in general is unprecedented. There's never been corporations. I mean, unless you go back like significant corporations. You go back to the day where they had like an enormous army. Right. Totally. They took over Afghanistan. But if you look at what they're doing, it's very different than that. Other than the army part, what they have is robot armies. And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be like 1 million times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived.
Right.
Like, this is the goal. The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by selecting a group of people. That's weird. Like, and we're just trusting them.
Well, that's why you're not getting a vote on immigration levels, or you're not going to get a vote on, I think the reality is that eventually you're going to go, you want safe streets, you want food, you want a little bit of money, you got to do X, Y, and Z, you got to believe X, Y, and Z. And I mean, that seems to be coming.
And it seems like if you put people in a corner and get them scared, they'll will back down. They'll go along with a lot of stupid shit.
They'll try to find comfort, and they will listen to people that they need to be worthy.
Yeah. They'll trust the government, which is wild. The left is the people that trust the government.
Well, you have all these studies that come out. The thing that I love watching it. The people there are great. It's fun people and everything like that. But they have because they get healthcare. They get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in their government than we have in our government. And there's positives to that, there's negatives. But they they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a bit different. So I think they are more likely to go along with the grand plan of the government, more so than the United States, where we really do question more what's happening than people in Europe or the UK overall.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right? They have socialized healthcare. They have, isn't their education paid for completely? University?
Yeah, they have good stuff. They have a good life.
Yeah. There's benefits to that.
Totally.
There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that, like, in this country, it's foolish that we don't pay for higher education. Like, the more educated people, the better. Like, the less losers, the better.
Part of our country is you know, we manufacture a lot of geniuses. We also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's what our culture is.
A lot of sociopaths.
A lot of sociopaths.
A lot of people that don't give a fuck about anything.
A lot of people that don't give a
And that's the thing that comes along with the gluttony too, right? It's celebrating. And they don't even realize that outward gluttony just inspires all these rich people.
The whole thing is out of balance. That's what I would describe America. If you had to describe it in 3 words, it's just out of balance. It's out of balance. It's hard because we've got 350 million people. It's hard to, and it's like one of the people in Menlo Park have to do with the people in Baton Rouge, have to do with the people in Canarsie. Like, I get it. It's a weird place. We have all these different climates, habitats, people have different interests. But I think AI might unite people because, like, the idea of this as such a powerful force, if people don't start getting cognizant of it eventually and start, talking about regulating it or anything, I just think it is going to be, a very strange time if people, just ignore it forever.
It's got to do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not going to be normal. It's like whatever's coming over the next 20 years, no one is predicting.
I get the feeling you see a lot of these tech guys starting about Christianity.
Remember Peter Thiel's, like, the whole Antichrist thing?
Yeah, it doesn't
What is he doing? You ever get a lecture on the Antichrist?
A bunch of lectures on the Antichrist is fascinated with it, and a lot of those guys are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. Like J.D. Vance, who's not the worst person, obviously, and I think he's the sanest voice in that administration about the Iran war, for sure. I think he is, by far, one of the only people in there going, let's calm it down, which is why a lot of the big donors are slinging money at him, But again, it's just, he just released a book about faith and reconnecting with his faith. I'm sure it's a lovely book. Haven't read it. Fun Beach read. J.D. Vance is reconnecting with his faith. Great. Inspiring. Amazing. We'll get to it. Haven't read it. We'll get to it. Top tier. But, it's also interesting because, like, some of his donors are huge tech guys. And it's all of these worlds existing together, where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god, and the world of people who already believe in a god, and trying to get all of those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
What up, Pleasure?
That's where God comes from. This is a natural
Yo,
process.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot.
What happens
Zoot,
Hello.
how you living, big dog?
Then what happens?
Good.
That's great to hear. Where's your boy?
Braza?
Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
She said that she's going to watch my favorite movie tomorrow. And then I said Monday.
All right. Is she gonna masturbate on Sunday?
What?
You never know. I mean, it's a question. It's not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy?
Braza?
Yeah, let's tell him about it.
Come on.
No. Call him. Please. Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call you.
So do you think she loves me?
Yep.
Why do you think that?
Because why else is she going to spend some 2 or 3 hours of her life watching some shitty ass movie that you like, that may or may not be an amazing movie, if she doesn't like you.
What?
Now, here's my question. Did you call Riser?
I'm waiting.
Okay. We're going to wait 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick up?
I'm calling again because it disconnected.
Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here.
He was online 12 minutes ago.
Oh, then he's definitely here.
I mean, he doesn't do anything else.
I agree with you. I was on his ass the other day about stuff. I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, I give Nigerians this challenge every day, and they get it done, and he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog, I need him to move faster. Did he pick up?
No.
Why don't you think he picked up? Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Riser, Zoot, I just asked you a question. Why don't you think he picked up?
Probably walking his dog around the bathroom.
Dog, that's all that motherfucker does. I love him a lot, but it's difficult to light a fire under his ass to get anything done. It's always got to be on his time, which I understand. He's got to do his own thing. I'm not forcing him, but he certainly is not the go-getter that I'd like him to be. But that's okay. Everybody does their own thing. My question to you is this, Zoot. Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to win.
Zoot, you're going to lose. I know it. Riser knows it. Miranda Cosgrove knows it. Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Zoot doesn't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Here, I'm gonna send him an invite, and we'll see if he gets the message. Is he gonna be a little douche? So it goes Riser, Zoot, sending. What are the odds that he comes? What are the odds that he plays? 7%. I think those are good odds. Hey, did you know Australia made it to the second round?
Yeah, everyone told you that.
I know. Are you proud of them?
Yeah, sure.
Did you know Canada made it to the second round?
What did you ask?
Here, I went to the loss yesterday. Where the fuck is Riser? Garbage. All right, I'm gonna send you a real one now.
I don't know. Who do you think the favourites for winning the Cup are?
France, easily. They're dominating.
France.
Yeah, frauds. All right, I sent you an invite. Are you ready to see one of the best shots in the history of the game? Dog, are you watching this? Zoot, are you watching this? Zoot, are you watching this shot? That's such a good shot. Some people may consider it one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. And now you need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm going to tell you why. because it's going in the water. Psych. But you have a very difficult shot. In difficulty, I give your shot an 8. You're gonna hit the roof right here. I'm telling oh Zoot, oh Zoot, that was so almost perfect. That was beautiful. I can't believe it went through so smoothly. Too bad you, my friend, are down one hole to none, and I'm gonna show dominance. Hit that fucking tree. There's a chance I could make it in 2. I don't think I can. No. That's not good. That's not good at all.
9 out of 10.
Let's see it. I'm waiting for it. That's bad. 9 out of 10. Incorrect on that. My man, you need to make this shot. Your entire career relies upon it. Zoo just tied
I
one.
told you it's a 9 out of 10 shot. It was a good shot.
It was a good shot.
Now is this going to be a good shot?
This is one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
That was perfect.
No, it wasn't. It could
But I
have.
like it.
It could have gone in the green
I
part.
like it.
It could have gone in the green part. It would have been better. I've never
I
been.
mean, you're better than my shot.
I've never been good at this second shot here. That was not good.
Did I? No, I got it in the first shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
Well, the good news is we're kind of even now. The bad news is this is going to be a 9 shot.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. We are.
Okay, that wasn't bad.
That was good, dude.
You can get it in. The shape wasn't in the way. You get a harder shot because the shape's in the way.
Oh,
Are you
Zoot.
fucking serious?
Dude, that was devastating. That was a devastating miss. And I made it with that sheep in the way. And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh no, that was devastating. I took the shot too quickly. That was devastating. Oh, hit the wall. Short. Short. Devastating. Usually one of the best shots in your career. Wow, what a great shot. That was one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in your entire life. That was not good. Zoot, you did not do a good job there. Zoot, you got spanked in this round. Just absolutely, I hate this hole. Zoot, you've seen me do well on every single hole except this one. I'm so bad at this one. No way that's a good shot. I don't even care what you're trying to do. That's garbage. Terrible shot. 0 to 10, that's a 0. Did you watch Tim Dillon on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I didn't even know he was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I don't even know who that is.
You don't know who Tim Dillon is? He's like arguably the funniest comedian in all of comedy. You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
No. I mean, he's never met Henry Wilson.
He made Henry Wilson. Tim Dillon is this chubby Long Island comic who is gay, but you'd never know he was gay except for the fact that he talks about sucking the D. But he looks like a fratty American, and he's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, aside from maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really fear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking fear Joe Rogan so much. And they want to get on his good side, and they want to make sure that they do really well at the Comedy Mothership and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the Comedy Mothership? It's literally like the most judgmental place you've ever been in your entire life. Like, you could be from anywhere. You could be from London, and they're like, so where you from? And you'll be like, oh, I'm from London. And like, oh, London, well, la-di-da. Well, guess what? Welcome to Austin. You're going to love it. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. And they're like, you're like, okay, oh, I mean, I don't know if I love it that much. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. And he tells this story about this opener that he had from New York who was not as experienced as he is. And so he's like, yeah, so I brought my opener from New York City, and he performs on the Comedy Mothership, at the Comedy Mothership, and he wasn't having a good stand-up session. And all of a sudden I'm watching him from the balcony, and I can tell he's not having the best set of his life. It's unfortunate, but it's not going his way. And I have this feeling in the back of my head like somebody's watching me. And I turn around and it's Joe Rogan, and he's like, he's bombing Tim. And Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. If he's going to perform here, he can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This isn't how he normally is. And Joe's like, well, he can't bomb. It's like something that he absolutely just cannot do. And are you serious? And Tim's like, I know, Joe, I know. So he gets his opener and tells him to get off the stage, basically. And the opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like, it could have gone better. And Tim's like, no, it went absolutely terribly. Are you serious, dude? You need to leave. And the opener's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, let me just get my stuff out of the green room. And the opener's like, no, you don't understand. Tim's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get the fuck out of here right now. You're going to have Navy SEALs who are chasing you down because you bombed here. You're not allowed to, like, embarrass me like this. You need to go right now. And the opener's like, okay, well, like 6th Street seems kind of dangerous. Like, I don't know if I should just be going right onto the street. And Tim's like, no. You don't understand. I don't care where you go, but you just cannot be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you bombed. Anyway, Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. I would say if there's one comedian, in my opinion, really, of all the comedians in the world right now, there is a world where Dave Chappelle's number one, Shane Gillis is number two, and Tim Dillon is number three. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that, but if you told me that, I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I've never seen Tim Dillon do stand up live though, and I've never seen Shane Gillis do stand up live, or I haven't seen their specials. But I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and
Rabbi,
they're some of the best podcasters in the game. What up?
would you say that Bill Cosby was once the biggest comedian of all time?
Well, not of all time, but in the United States, yeah, he was at one time. Not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was.
So you're not going to put Seinfeld on? You're not putting Seinfeld on your list?
I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand up.
He's the richest comedian.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand up or heard one of his specials in almost 20 years. So, it's hard for me to say he still has it. There was a period of time where he, after Seinfeld, where he didn't tour or anything for a while, but then he came back. Once he had kids, he started doing stand-up comedy again. And I'm not saying he's not funny, but as a like somebody who I could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, at least.
Yeah, like it's kind of Seinfeld's kind of like Robin Williams, where people get more as an actor than a comedian.
Yeah, I mean he's both. You know that. Come on, baby. You know that.
People know Adam Sandler more for being for acting than commit comedy.
Yeah, oh for sure. I don't even really know if
There was a time where like I was watching this thing where that Dave was just go on stage and do comedy, and someone was just like comes up after him, and I was just like, I didn't know he stayed the stage as a comedian. I thought he was an actor. It's like he's.
That's definitely true, dude. How did I miss that shot?
All those people, they all started as comedians, but no one knows they're like they go figure as comedic actors.
They didn't start all of them as stand-up comedians. I would say Adam Sandler was a comedic actor because he was on Cosby Show and he was on television shows before Saturday Night Live. And then he did Saturday Night Live. And frankly, on Saturday Night Live, he wasn't the funniest person on there. And he wasn't really even the top, like, 5 funniest people on Saturday Night Live, even in his prime. There were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night Live when he was there. But in my opinion, he was there during some of the strongest Saturday Night Live bits or times when they had Saturday Night Live. While he was there, they had Chris Farley, David Spade, they had Tim Meadows, they had Chris Rock, they had Zook. Good job. We're gonna leave it at that.
Is Saturday Night Live still big or not really?
It's still the biggest show on Saturdays in the United States. But
I mean, they did have Sabrina Carpenter on it, so it was pretty big.
Oh yeah, in terms of who they get, they'll get everybody big. I mean, the people who have been on it are like Elon Musk has done it. You name it, everybody's basically done it. The only people I think haven't done it are like I don't think Tom Cruise has ever done it. But I mean, they had like Prince on there. They had Michael Jackson never did it. He was too big. But they had Britney.
Too big.
Yeah, but they had Britney Spears in her heyday. They had Christina Aguilera. Britney Spears hosted though. Um, they had I don't know, like Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney was on there. Um, I'm gonna look this up. Who are the biggest celebrities not to do Saturday Night Live? Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have. Biggest celebrities to never do Saturday Night Live. All right, here we go, big dog. Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, and Julia Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted a Saturday Night Live. But the thing is, they're like another level. They're like really really big. Um, Despite their massive global fame, those actors and musicians have not taken to the role as host, with some never appearing on the show at all. So some people have, but they haven't. They weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and some like Sacha Baron Cohen have made brief appearances or monologue spots. They've not come in to do a full hosting gig, but everybody else has done it. Um, Several celebrities have explicitly turned it down. Um, Kevin Hart, Lisa Kudrow, and Jim Carrey auditioned for parts but were not hired, though Carrey and Hart have since hosted multiple times. But aside from that list that I just said, Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen. Well, he did. Like, everybody else has done it. Will Ferrell's done it. Tom Green's done it. Uh, yeah. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is, Zoot? Zoot, do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is? Zoot. Zoot, you motherfucker. Zoot fucking left like a douche. Like a fucking douche. Zoot literally is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. Who's the best communicator? Brandon. Really? No, I am. But aside from everybody's favorite, yeah. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Do you really think that Tim Dillon could be the top 3 funniest comedian in the He's so funny? Check it out. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. What a good fucking yawn. That's one of the best yawns in the history of yawning. Check it out.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. I was smoking their phone. They said, he goes, you know what's a good thing about you? You never smoked them down to the filter. What a good kid. What a great family. What a great family. My sister smoked in high school. So I was like, God, why are you smoking? It's so stupid. Yeah. And I had to do a play once with Adam Ferrara and a couple of people. And I was supposed to play this. Something that a bunch of comics wrote. It's a fun little sketch thing. And I was supposed to play this like tortured liberal arts student. I was like smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we were doing it. And I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was like, oh my God, I'm so high. Wow. Like, my arms don't move right. If you've never smoked cigarettes at all, you smoked 15 in a row. Were you like an athlete too? Oh yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Oh, completely fucked me up. Yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible, but I was like, this is great. My body responded. I don't know how, like, what you had is the very normal experience. It was just too much. The one cigarette I actually liked. I was like, ooh, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. But we were doing this thing, and I had to always be smoking. So we had to rehearse. We were doing it all day, and I wanted to try to, like, feel normal with a cigarette in my hand. So I kept smoking them, and then I liked them. So I kept smoking them. Yeah, it's a tough thing, because the thing about it, and I've been sober 15 years from alcohol and drugs, and I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see somebody with a cigarette, it always looks good. It looks like, it always looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to lose, you'll get sick and die, but you never go, they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go, oh, yeah, they're having one, they're cool, it's fine. They're using it to help hang on. You know, I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone at like the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Timothy Chalamet has one. He's the size of one, and he has one. And I go, that is fine. Probably in France or something. You know what I mean? They all do shit like that. So you'll see that and you go, you should get a cigarette holder to go with your sunglasses. Yeah, just cigarette.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is really unprecedented footwork.
With the cigarette at the end of it? Like 1920s. Yeah. Like 1920s. And no, it's the worst thing because the smell is terrible. Right. And it destroys your clothes. Yeah. And it's very bad for your health, obviously. Yeah. But it is one of those things that it's just such a good product. What other product could they tell you? It kills you, and we're raising the price every year. How about in England, where they smoke like crazy? You have actual cancer on the fucking cartons. When you buy them, I was in London, and you bought one, there was like a dead baby on the photo. They were like low birth weight. Yeah. I was like, this is terrible. And no one cares. They smoke more over there than anywhere. They smoke more over there. They don't eat the way we eat. Like, they don't understand the way we eat. They don't get it. There's something called Toby Carvery, like where you can just ladle on Sunday roast and Yorkshire pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are smaller and people are more behaved in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke. This is it. European World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell ranch and unlimited refills. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's chemicals in our food.
somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time and they just fucking couldn't believe it.
Of course.
Imagine that's one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
You're from Czechoslovakia or some shit.
It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but that's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of other shit that you could need.
Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO this is a gas station.
Yeah.
Well, do you see how big they are?
Yeah.
The first 24 million views. That's hilarious.
No, it's completely alien to their culture.
Yeah.
To have a place like that where you could go buy. The Costco's are alien to them. The idea that you could buy mayonnaise in a bucket or jars and things that you would keep, like, you know, like they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week.
They have small refrigerators.
Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days.
They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same amount of preservatives in their food, which is why it's not poison.
Right. They also don't think, and they could be wrong about this, but they also don't think that like they're going to lose access because of some race war. You know what I mean? Like there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid.
Oh yeah. Well, the news media over here ramps
Yeah.
you up.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Start thinking about stockpiling gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Listen, when I lived in LA, when my kids were young, I had an apartment.
Bye-bye.
Right.
That Toyota Land Cruiser I got, I need a bug out truck. Like a truck where I can store a lot of shit in it and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I need. I need a car that's not just a road car.
Right.
I need a car that occasionally shit might go sideways and you gotta get the fuck out of here and you gotta drive through the desert.
Wow. And I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in an apocalypse car, but because of fires, because of riots. Like sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
I got 3 fucking times when I lived there.
Yeah.
And it got as close to like burning my fence down.
It's part of the LA experience to get in a car. David Spade called me once during the riots. He goes, "Your block is on fire." I thought he was kidding. But there was just overturned cop cars on fire. And it was like riots.
Rabbi, your thing is frozen.
What happened?
Experience
You're
is
frozen.
fleeting.
I'm frozen?
Yes,
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but there you go. Now you're moving.
What are you talking
My
about?
legs hurt right now.
What are you talking about, Miss Aquarius?
It was frozen. I'm not.
No, it wasn't.
Screenshot.
No, I wasn't. I was just getting water. I wasn't in my bed.
No, but it was frozen. You had your hand on your ear or something, and you stayed there for a minute.
Okie dokie. I believe you. Miss Aquarius, it's 3:21 in the morning where you are.
My leg hurt right now, everybody, and I don't want to take that muscle relaxer this time.
Take the muscle relaxer. You have nothing.
No, it's too late.
No, it's not. Take half of it. Take half of it. You got all day today to sleep.
No,
Miss Aquarius, take a quarter of it.
it's too small.
Then take half of it.
No, do you want to see? It's small.
Sure.
Okay, I'll take it.
Do it, and then you'll be in bed, and you can sleep all day today. You don't have to go to work. You don't have any friends with whom to hang out for tomorrow. You don't have a hair appointment. You don't have a nail appointment. You don't have a dermatologist. You don't have anything but the whole day to relax.
Take that thing.
The whole day you can relax. I mean, from sun up to sundown, you can rest that leg of yours.
It is 3-something in the morning.
3:23 where you are.
I just don't want to take it at this time.
You need to, though.
You know what? I don't know why they trying to take it at this time. It's too early. You don't think it's gonna do anything if I take it at this?
Take half of it, and you'll sleep till 10, and you'll be rested. Your leg will feel better.
I can't take this. I gotta take the whole thing. This thing is too small.
Then take the whole thing.
You don't think I'm not gonna do nothing to me if I take it at this time?
Mr. Parrish, you're gonna be in pain for the next 5 hours if you don't take it. You already woke up in you already awoke in the middle of the night, and you're having trouble sleeping.
Okay, here I go. Look.
I'm watching.
See?
I'm
It's right
watching.
here.
I see it in your hand. There you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the hatch. Good job. Good job. You did it. You did it, Mr. Aquarius. Good job.
I'm gonna stay back at the well.
All right, well, you go to bed now.
I can't go to bed till I go to sleep. It makes it because my leg hurt.
All right, well, it won't hurt. It won't hurt in a little bit.
Oversleep nothing. Okay, come on, bye. I'm gonna do it, bye. Bye about 8:30. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Zoot was in here.
Yeah, he's doing whatever. You know how Zoot is.
I know you have to make him tell him that you gotta go to sleep, huh? He'll talk to you. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
He won't let you. Yeah, you gotta put your foot down sometimes. Whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna go back
Sweet
to sleep.
dreams,
And
madam.
maybe sleep after. I better.
Shout out to
That's
Mr.
it.
Aquarius. Shout out to Mr. Aquarius, everybody.
Yay. Okay, thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam. Sweet dreams.
All right, sweet dreams.
Shout out to Mr. Aquarius, everybody. All right, folks. Time to go to bed.
That's what Palm Beach is. Yeah. Palm Springs. Right? Yeah. Flee. Yeah, you flee out. I mean, Palm Springs makes no sense. It's hot as fuck. There's no water.
You know when it started? It started because when Paramount Pictures was doing edits, if you were in a movie, you had to be within 200 miles until the movie was finished editing. It was in your contract. Palm Springs is like exactly 200 miles from LA.
Oh,
That's why.
interesting.
Yeah, that's where they started. Hollywood, that, they were like, we own you. You can't go anywhere until the film is edited. So if you want to go on a vacation, you have to go there.
You know what's interesting is like Pasadena was where all the like producers lived.
Yeah.
There's beautiful houses in Pasadena, man.
Mid-century modern.
Yeah, incredible places like estates that just seem completely out of place.
Totally beautiful and
From another time.
Well, that's the thing in LA now. You get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. Like, you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living in whatever the second version of the thing is.
Right. The second version is TikTok.
Yeah, whatever it is. It's not what it was, and every place seems a little bit like a museum, or like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago.
Somebody recently said this, and it's perfect. They said LA is slowly becoming Detroit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The only thing that might save it is the weather.
The weather will help, but the industry dried up. So the big industry in Hollywood, regardless of whether or not it's the biggest economic industry, the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value and getting people to move there, was always show business.
Yeah.
And they barely make movies anymore.
They overtaxed and overregulated their biggest industry to other states and other countries.
Yeah.
And most people are making things all over the world. And very few, I think at one time it was like 80 to 90%. Now it's 25, 30% shot in LA. Wow. It's a big difference.
It's a giant difference. Well, that arrogance of like, this is the best place in the world, everyone's going to come here no matter what. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude whenever he defends California. Talks about how great the GDP is. We're the fifth largest economic. He starts rattling off all these wonderful statistics, and this is like, instead of acknowledging if we got fucking real problems, people are moving for the first time ever more than they're coming here.
Right.
We're losing all these giant corporations that are leaving. Instead of that, it's just this, we're the shit. No one's, it doesn't matter. I'm very big on California. I'm bullish on California.
Right.
It's always going to be amazing here.
Well, it's what every empire said until they fell. Right? Like, we are the thing.
But people don't want to ever believe that things can fall. It's so weird. We'll walk right through the Coliseum. Well, this will never happen again.
Right. When we landed in LA, I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire with 85 billion or 85 million tons of chemicals in a warehouse that was on fire. It was like a multi-day blaze. And you're landing, and you're looking out the window, and you're just seeing the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405. Like, I sold my house, I have an apartment there now, but like, as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire, and as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like, somebody wants us out. Like, it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature.
By nature?
Well, by nature.
Human nature.
By bad decisions, by everything.
Which is nature.
Yeah.
Human nature is nature. And the stupidity of humans is it's no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct.
Do you think it comes back? Any shot? Any chance?
Something has to happen.
Right.
Something big has to happen. I mean, there has to be something that completely shifts the way LA looks at itself. It has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits.
Right.
So a big part of LA's problem is there's a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry.
Yeah.
And they're in the, we're working for this and we're working for that. And a giant chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit.
I did a great show at Oceans in Atlantic City, which was a casino there, and the owner of that casino was talking to me, and I said, what would fix Atlantic City? Because Atlantic City has some similar problems to LA, but vastly worse. And he was telling me, he goes, we have just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs in one area. You have a lot of people that are not, for whatever reason, productive, and they are living in one area, and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is vandalism, which is disorder to varying degrees. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses can thrive. 100%, which is what happened in New York in the 90s. People hate it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses that felt better about investing.
100%. That's what Giuliani did.
That's what he did. Yeah.
And he's demonized.
He's demonized. He's demonized. He hasn't. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. But he's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, had he just cleaned up New York City and then left public life, it would have been like that guy.
Right.
But he hung around a little bit, got involved.
They always have to hang around.
They always hang around.
It's like, you're going to do shows. You're
That's
always
right.
going to do stand-up.
That's right.
You're always going to do shows.
But he did such a good thing, and then it was like, just exit.
It was also, it was easy to make fun of, like the time where he was sweating in his dive.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know what I mean?
He's melting. He's doing a press conference in a parking
Don't
lot.
dye your hair.
Yeah,
You're 100 years old. It's okay to have gray hair. it's just these guys. There's so much silliness on both sides. There's silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are a little goofy, right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City. It's not the
You
job.
get a lot of people that want power and they want influence, and they, I think a lot of that, the AI stuff, which is very interesting, is starting to. I think I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially unite people because I think it's going to be the next fight seems to be about surveillance, privacy, your own rights, what rights you all have. Like I feel like that will be. It might take precedent instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while. It might be like people might be demanding autonomy, from artificial intelligence.
The problem is going to be if you can't demand, if you don't have a voice anymore. And this is the potential nightmare scenario that we're seeing play out slowly in England. So in England, their freedom of speech has been suppressed to an alarming point where people are not freaking out nearly enough about it. The amount of arrests that people get over there for fucking retweets and likes.
That's so crazy to me that you could get arrested for liking a tweet.
Arrested?
Not even retweeting, because we all know if you like, you're a piece of shit. You should retweet. We all know that. Retweet it. So, and if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyway. You're going to get locked up.
What if you get extra years for a retweet versus a like?
I'm sure. Your Honor, my client just like this. They were confused. They hit a button.
So as soon as you have people that feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online, because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. Right. So right now it's for immigration primarily. This is the right one. But that can change.
Well, it does seem to be that they feel that there was a decision made by somebody that the public can only discuss issues in a very rigid way. They can only offer their if not everyone who's talking about immigration is doing it in the most articulate way, but it's their right to do it. It's their country. They should be able to say, I'm worried about increased levels of immigration. And they should be able to say that in an ineloquent way, right? So what they're doing now is they're policing certain words and I think certain ways of speaking, and they're calling a lot of things an incitement to violence. Now, some things clearly are an incitement to violence, but the internet, people speak in a colorful way. People talk using irony. Some people are trying to be funny. Some people are. So I think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and going, this person is inciting violence and threatening the public good by what they're saying.
Right. And then there's also people were getting arrested for saying that there were rape gangs. And there were. And so this new report, who released this new report that said 250,000 people? It says UK scraps police probes of legal social media posts after review says response went too far. So this is April 1st, 2026. But I just saw a thing about a guy getting arrested like a few days ago.
And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more successful.
I think that's a legal social media post is which is weird. So legal social media posts.
Right.
Their law is different than our law. They don't have freedom of speech over there. So incitement to violence is a violation of the law.
Right.
So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things like cartoons or something like that. That's clearly not an incitement to violence. But would it find out, Jamie, what that report was about the rape gangs?
I was just there for 21 days. I was in London. I went to Paris for a couple of days, but I was in London primarily for 21 days. And talked to different groups of people. And London's a global city. It's a cosmopolitan city. It's like New York. And, I think one of the things that, they're used to diversity there, and so they're not full on panicked about different types of people coming in. But there is undeniably a real problem outside of London, also in London, but outside of London because a lot of the economy is stagnated. So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, immigrants, migrants coming in at this very established society that's been around for a very long time.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild and also kind of obvious at the same time? So why is feeding big scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one, the Farmer's Dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human-grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out the meals to your dog's nutritional needs, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. And isn't getting more time with our four-legged best friend something every dog owner wants? The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. But we were talking right before the show.
Yeah.
Is it about Dearborn? Is that where it is?
Dearborn, Michigan, yeah.
So we're a bunch of really progressive people. Thought it's amazing. Sure. Bring everyone in. Everyone's welcome. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they could vote in a mayor. And then this guy says, no more pride flags.
No more pride flags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're inching towards what they would like,
Yes.
which is Sharia law. If you ask
For sure.
most people
Yeah.
who live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you're asking them, they're probably under duress. They're
Yeah.
probably terrified of saying the wrong thing.
Right.
So you've got to factor that in. But
Yeah.
at least a percentage of them
There's,
think Sharia law would be a great idea.
I think there's certainly I mean, and this was covered up to a lot of the grooming gang scandal there.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right now. It says this is on National Review, the UK's horrific rape gangs. So is this the Rape Gang Inquiry Report, right? So who put this report out? Members of Parliament and Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe. And so the investigators had limited powers such as inability to compel witnesses or require sort of document production that could corroborate some of the most heinous victims. Viewed with those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously. I mean,
I think they said it was 250,000 girls.
and this was covered up because the media didn't want to inflame anger against, population of migrants,
Right.
most of whom I'm sure were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something that, in a free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in their country and who's operating.
But isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressiveness,
Yeah.
you enable rape gangs?
Well, 100%. It's crazy. But it's
That's
also
crazy.
incredibly, it's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now. Whereas basically, if the goal is to just eliminate, whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal, white, male-dominated society, and if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens in the middle. Like, a lot of people aren't super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process, because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of people they disagree with. You know, so I mean, it's like, you know, it's hard to look at this and not see a design, and I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now that are having lots of issues over this, it's, they're part of the EU, and the EU would set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supranational organization that would basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your, monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics, because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in. They're looking more about how do we grow this economy, how do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers? And a lot of it is you're getting third world migrants. Some of it's genuine refugees for sure, but a lot of it's economic migration. People are coming for better life. Hard to blame them. But do the people that live in those countries get to have a better life? That's a question. If you lived in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having there.
Well, it's really interesting to watch, because if there is a plan, I mean, it's not interesting, it's kind of horrific, but it's interesting in that it can be both.
Sure.
If there is a plan, like whose plan? Whose plan and who's benefiting from this? Like, why would you do this?
I think it's a small group of people that concern themselves primarily with economic matters. They don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much. And their basic response is to just deal with it, and to call everyone a racist who questions it, or to say everyone's jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe more in a global world, and they don't believe in a world of nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country will look, here's the economic policy of every country, and if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express, that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire water cannons at them or shut it down or use gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time.
Right.
So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, but that's what I am and how I've made my living. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries, sponsor coups, steal resources, and then drench our communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and you have to deal with it. None of that has to happen. That's a strategy. of a group of people that want to keep perpetuating this.
Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to pay attention to what the government's doing.
Well, 100%. I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely you're going to be willing to accept
New laws,
new technologies, and you're going to just say, I want peace,
Yeah.
and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it,
Yeah.
and I think that's very possible. But it does feel like it's on the road a little bit to where people want a uniform standard across. But as you've said earlier in this, it's very interesting because this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students in Vermont and religious Muslims from North Africa.
Yeah.
Good luck. But I mean,
But it's amazing that the people that would be most opposed, the people that, like, if you do bring those people in, the people that are going to hate the most are the people that want them in the most. They're the ones who are most likely to say we shouldn't have some border that keeps some person from coming here and no person's illegal.
And the people that want them in the most, I think, are not even the people bringing them in. They're being used.
Right. They'll be suicidal empathy.
Their empathy is being weaponized. It's being used. People, right. So people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people who really don't care if people in this state over have health care.
Right.
These are people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years.
Right.
And they care a ton about people in the Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria, whatever. But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be in ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi. There's slave markets in Libya.
Right.
So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you know, you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the U.S. and Britain and France and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and sent these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Yeah, fun.
It's going to be a fun next 50 years.
It's kind of crazy when you see images of France. There's a video of France from 1998 from Paris.
Yeah.
Versus today. They showed like 1998 and then they showed
It's a
2026.
different thing, and you know, listen, some of that's inevitable. The world changes, different groups of people, you know. But then you look at in Ireland, this guy just got beheaded in the street, which I'm against, and I think is wrong. And he beheaded some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, had beheaded or damn near beheaded, tried to. And there's a video of it, and now Belfast, like, you know, it's probably quieted down now, but they were like tremendous riots. They were like burning things down because they're like, we never got to vote on this. We never got to vote on bringing the people in. We never got to vote on that. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly and what we were prepared to do. No one ever asked that.
People don't like to admit it, but in our population, it's much more difficult to pull things off.
100%.
Under our population.
100%.
And that's another part of the problem with the UK, with Ireland, all those places. It's very difficult to help.
Diversity also relies on a very productive economy. So New York City works to the degree it does because people can go out and get jobs, because the economic reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. But when you have a stagnant economy, like many parts of the UK, that's a lot harder. It's a harder sell. Harder to assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like, the people that have lived there forever are not thriving. They don't feel great. Their prospects economically aren't great. And now you're bringing all these new people who also are struggling to find work. So that's part of the problem.
Do you think that this is being done with a strategy, knowing that AI is about to completely disrupt society?
Yes. I believe this is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country to own a house. No, people pay lip service to the idea, but there's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my age, who have never owned a home and never will. And no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to like have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine and smoke a cigar and watch a game. And they live in a little apartment. They type, they're on a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has really even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where people they're basically saying like, no, you don't need a house and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a house was. Like, forget that doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because they know, same thing with healthcare. There's no real movement to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So on the positive side, you might go, well, they know that AI is coming and that AI is going to do a lot of stuff with health, and it's going to help extend lifespans. But also on the negative side, they go, AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital, and we're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness. So for sure, I think that they're preparing for that. I mean, there's no way you can look at the landscape, because they're selling the country off for parts. And this is both parties, and this is like, they're selling it off for parts. So, I mean, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming for sure. And I don't know when it is, and I'm sure the AI thing's overblown to an extent. And I think so much of our GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are but Anthropics are creepy. These are creepy companies, I mean, they're just creepy.
Well, the amount of power that tech companies have in general is unprecedented. There's never been corporations. I mean, unless you go back to like the East India Corporation. You go back to the day where they had like an enormous army.
Right.
Totally. They took over India, Pakistan. But if you look at what they're doing, it's very different than that. Other than the army part, what they have is robot armies. And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be like 1 million times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived.
Right.
Like, this is the goal. The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by select few group of people. And that's weird. And we're just trusting them.
Well, that's why you're not getting a vote on immigration levels. You're not going to get a vote on, I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, do you want safe streets? Do you want food? Do you want a little bit of money? You got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to believe X, Y, and Z. And, I mean, that seems to be coming.
And it seems like if you put people in a corner, you get them scared. This will learn their code. They will back down. They'll go along with a lot of stupid shit.
They'll try to find comfort, and they will listen to people that they deem to be worthy.
Yeah. They'll trust the government, which is wild. The left is the people that can trust the government.
Well, you have all these studies that come out. This is the thing that I like. I love London, and the people there are great. They're fun people and everything like that. But they have because they get healthcare. They get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in their government than we have in our government. And there's positives to that and there's negatives. But they are a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a big difference. So I think they are more likely to go along with the grand plan of the government more so than the United States, where we really do question more what's happening than people in Europe or the UK overall.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right? They have socialized healthcare. They have, isn't their education paid for completely?
Yeah, they have good stuff. They have a good life.
Yeah. There's benefits to that.
Totally.
There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that, like, in this country, it's foolish that we don't pay for higher education. Like, the more educated people, the better. Like, the less losers, the better.
Part of our country is you know, where we manufacture a lot of geniuses. We also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's what our culture is.
A lot of sociopaths.
A lot of sociopaths.
A lot of people that don't give a fuck about anything.
A lot of people that don't care about anything.
And that's the thing that comes along with the gluttony too, right? It's celebrated, and they don't even realize that outward gluttony just inspires all these eat the rich people.
The whole thing is out of balance. That's what I would describe America. If you had to describe it in 3 words, it's just out of balance. It's out of balance. It's hard because we've got 350 million people. It's hard to and it's like, what do the people at Menlo Park have to do with the people in Baton Rouge, have to do with the people in Canarsie? Like, yeah, I get it. It's a weird place. Because you have all these different climates, habitats, people with different interests. But I think AI might unite people because, like, the idea of this as such a powerful force, if people don't start getting cognizant of it eventually and start, talking about regulating it or anything, I do think it is going to be, a very strange time if people, just ignore it forever.
It's gonna do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not gonna be like whatever is coming over the next 20 years. No one is predicting.
I get the feeling you see a lot of these tech guys start adopting Christianity.
How about Peter Thiel's like the whole Antichrist thing?
Yeah, he does
Like,
a whole thing.
what is he doing? He gave a fucking lecture on the
There's
Antichrist.
a bunch of lectures on the Antichrist. He's fascinated with it, and a lot of those guys are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. Like J.D. Vance, who's not the worst person, obviously, and I think he's the sanest voice in that administration about the Iran war, for sure. I think he's by far one of the only people in there going, let's calm it down, which is why a lot of the big donors are slinging mud at him, But again, it's just he just released a book about faith and reconnecting with his faith. I'm sure it's a lovely book. Haven't read it. Fun beach read. J.D. Vance is reconnecting with his faith. Great. Inspiring. Amazing. We'll get to it. Haven't read it. We'll get to it. Top tier. But it's also interesting because like some of his donors are huge tech guys. And it's all of these worlds existing together where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god and the world of people who already believe in a god and trying to get all of those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
It is.
You know?
Imagine if that's where God comes from. If this is a natural process where human beings, their curiosity and insatiable need for technological
But then
innovation.
what happens once we get God? Like once let's say we bring this God in, then what happens? Nirvana.
Yeah, we all merge. Becomes perfect.
Interesting. So we all merge and that's perfect.
Fine. We're going to merge with the machine.
Interesting. Because people do believe that.
At one point in time, cavemen had to be looking at the wheel, going, "Man, I see where this is gonna go.
Right.
This is gonna fuck my whole gig up. My whole gig is making weapons out of stone and tying them to a stick with tendons,
Right.
and then chasing an animal and spearing them. And now these motherfuckers invented guns.
Right.
These motherfuckers invented arrows. And
Yeah.
with every progression of technology, like bow and arrows technology changed everything. Horse riding, figuring out how to ride a horse. Well, that's like a new innovation.
Right.
You ride a horse now. Now you can move a lot faster. You get a lot of things done. Some guy figured out a wheel. All right, drag the wheel, put a cart on it. Now we can carry stuff with us.
Right.
More than the stuff that you can put on a horse.
Right.
Get a couple horses, they pull a wagon. Oh,
Right.
great. Hey, this guy figured out a fucking engine. We don't need horses anymore.
Right.
All right, let's make the whole ground everywhere hard so we can roll around with these machines with internal combustion engines. And then it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And then one day it's unrecognizable, just like it is now. If you show Australopithecus Manhattan in 2026, they would freak out. They'd probably start screaming. They wouldn't know what to do. They'd be horrified.
But do you think, like, if we showed Peter Thiel 2050, he'd go, no, that's it. Like, that's what I want. Like, whatever 20, like, do you think the guys now have a real idea of what it's going to be?
No. I think
Interesting.
I think there's a lot of guesswork. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to know what these things are going to do when they become sentient. I don't think it's possible. If Elon is correct, and there's something that's a million times smarter than human beings, and somehow or another, why would we let people govern? Why would we let people build that stupid fucking rail station in California that's cost how much money and it's produced what? How much traffic is done? Why would they let people do that when you could have AI do that?
But if something's a billion times smarter than human beings, it's going to go, we're not building a rail station for these fat fucks. You know? I mean,
Right.
seriously, it's going to go, why would we build a rail station for these people so they can get drunk and go fight each other? How about we get rid of them?
Well, maybe we don't even need to do that because we can make you travel instantaneously from here to there.
Right.
Create little mini wormholes all over the country. You don't need a car anymore. You
Yeah.
just press a button and all of a sudden you're at Starbucks. You know, we'll do something.
Yeah,
Very
there's gotta be
strange.
something. I just look at technology and I go, it's made the world better in many ways, but in a lot of ways it hasn't. And it did stop around 2014, 2015. A lot of the new things started that came in, made the world, to me, very impersonal, corporate, sterile, and cold.
Yeah.
And the experiences that you get now, like, there was like, I went with a friend of mine, we were in a McDonald's, and like you order on a touchscreen, there's nobody there. There's a 9-year-old kid going, hey, I ordered a McFlurry, some woman screaming at him, where's the receipt? What's the receipt? He's like, 9. He's like, what? There's a weirdness when you take people out of everything.
You take people out of everything and then they have no purpose.
Right.
Especially consider the high number of unemployed people, checked out people, and then people that have whatever their job is has nothing to do with what they enjoy. So if they just do the job and then afterwards they're just watching television all day, that's a lot of people. Just watching their phone, playing video games. There's a lot of people that don't have any purpose. Right. They don't have a feeling of purpose. They don't have a thing that they're connected to.
But some experiences are much worse now than they were, before they were digitized. Like, I do think there was just pressing a button and getting something on Amazon is much easier, but there was something nice about going out in December during the Christmas season and, like, going to different places and seeing people, like, the struggle of like getting the thing you want. There was something, I bet you were expending energy, you're walking around, you get a cup of coffee, you see people. If we destroy all of that, what happens to the human psyche? That's my question.
Well, if we had an anxiety meter, if we could see like an anxiety, like levels of measurable anxiety over time, I guarantee you from like whatever the age of the internet kicked in. So it's like, what, 94 or something like that? I think it probably slowly ramped up until social media came up, and then it's probably significantly higher than it's ever been before without real threats. Totally. Like just regular anxiety from reading things on your phone and interacting with things online.
Well, people are very, attached to this idea that they have to weigh in on everything, that they have to have a fully formed opinion on everything, and the horrors of the world are on full display in front of them all the time.
Yeah.
And they need to then not only view them, which is scarring in and of itself, but then they need to contextualize them in a way that makes sense, which I think is also another level of stress. Am I a good person? Do I have the right thoughts about this thing? Am I being, so that to me is also another level of stress where like, you would have never had to. There were people when I grew up that just were really good at one thing. And they didn't need to have an opinion on something that was happening, worldwide, because they didn't have the knowledge.
And they weren't forced into
expressing that opinion.
Yeah.
And they were able to live in a much simpler way, in a much happier way, with real, genuine connections to people. And I think the fact that nobody feels like they're able to do that, like the generation that's coming up, the younger people, they seem better off, like the Zoomers or whatever they are. They seem to be they have a dose of nihilism, but I think it's appropriate. They're a little, they have a good sense of humor. They're skeptical. They're a little cynical. They've seen all of these institutions, churn out a lot of garbage, and I think they're into, some of the crypto stuff. They're into they're self-starters. They're not institutionalists. Everyone I grew up with, and the generation directly under me, they're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given through an approved whether you're at NYU, or whether it's the State Department, or whether it's a board, or whether it's a nonprofit that commissioned a study that proved the thing. A lot of these kids do not think for themselves. And they're not kids; they're in their 30s, by the way. They're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves is bad. It's racist, or it can lead you down a road that you don't want to go on. It's whatever. It's misogynist. It's homophobic. Like, whatever questions you're asking, like, why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, as a gay person, I never said why I need the Padres to be gay. Why are the Padres gay?
What does the Padres uniform look like?
They're making them wear like gay things on the uniform.
Like pride stuff?
It's like pride stuff. I don't think it's like a dildo on their head, but I think it's like pride stuff.
They play in Dearborn.
It's not gonna go well. But it's like, why is Citibank gay? Why is Chase gay? What is it? Why does this help anyone? That a corporation is trans? Why is Chobani Yogurt trans? What's the point of this? I don't understand. Does this get people health care? Does this make people happy? Does this satisfy?
It makes some people happy.
It makes some people happy that I worry about because I just don't understand, and it makes more people angry. That's why Keith Barrett just lost 11 points in support. More people are annoyed. They're like, we're all cool with however people want to live their lives. Most people are. But they're like, why is my bank gay? When did my bank come out as gay? And, like, I'm okay with it, but could somebody have told me, like, what are we doing? This doesn't make anybody's life better. It is just virtue signaling horseshit that ends up doing the exact opposite of what they want. They think it increases acceptance, it decreases it. Because you're shoving a worldview down someone's throat. And at the end of the day, it's like, if I went to a restaurant, for example, I have no problem with Scientology. On record. By the way, I like it. I like cults. Children have too many rights. Put them on that boat. Whatever you do, Sea Org, make them work. Don't rape them, but make them swap the deck. Whatever they do on that boat. And I don't have a problem with Scientology. And I don't like the people who leave Scientology and then rat on it after it got them all these moving parts. I think that's fucked up, too. I think it's fucked up. I think they're rats. And I know you've had some of them on. Sorry. But I think they're rats. If you do something for 30 goddamn years and get rich and famous, shut your mouth. Have the dignity to go to your house and shut your mouth about it. Don't then try to go on. Your new era is that you're going to dime on everybody in this thing that made you rich. Anyway, but if I went, so that's just an aside. It's just an aside. It's truly. But that's the way I feel.
Shout out to Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Hangs in there.
Hangs in. Can you imagine how gross that would be?
In there.
How disgusting would it be if Tom Cruise went out and he's like, Scientology is really good. Shut the fuck up. You're Top Gun. You're Top Gun. This worked. Whether you're gay or not, they covered it up. You said you did something wrong. They said, we'll audit you. We'll put you in the box. You're fine. Give us some money. Live on this mansion. It's all fine. But if I went to my bank and it was just all Scientology for the month of June, I would go, this is a lot. Do you know what I mean? So to me, I think it's like this weird aesthetic politics that people have where they need to pin ribbons on themselves and go, I'm a good person. I have no problem with the polyamorous orgy happening at Chase or whatever. Just shut up. This whole country right now is being torn apart by people who need to feel like they're good people. And they need to project their life onto other people just live and let live. People disagree with you. I have good friends I disagree with. Like on fundamental things, foundational things. And I don't care. I don't care. Because I think they're funny. I think their lives are funny. They're bad people. Many of my friends are not good people. I wouldn't even introduce them to other people I care about. But they entertain me. And that used to be okay. You used to be able to go, I like that guy. He's entertaining. People go, he's crazy. He was in jail. You go, you always minimize. You minimize that. You go, sure he was, maybe. I don't know what happened between him and her. Someone fell down the stairs. He's fun sometimes. And you should be able to do that. Not everyone's going to agree with you. Not everyone's going to agree with you. It's okay. Life is too short.
Now that you want that, you don't want everybody to agree with you.
No.
You want to live in a world of texture.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to live in a world. You want to have the Joey Diaz's of the world.
Totally.
You want to have some wild people out there. They're fun.
And the problem with the generation under me is they're all very like this, and they all went to the same liberal arts schools that have taught them like this orderly way of processing information, and they're all afraid to they say things. They say them in a very the rape gang, their gangs that are raping. Well, that's bad, but there's a lot of, I don't know what's been proven, and there's a lot of racism. They're so afraid of having an independent thought because they've been programmed their entire lives. They don't realize it. They've been programmed their entire lives to believe a certain set of things, and their self-worth depends on those things mattering.
Yeah.
The school you went to, the internship you got, the corporation whose dick you have to suck, sometimes literally, to stay in it. That is where they derive their self-worth from. So their entire world crumbles if you challenge any of their ideas.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. With Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan. An exclusive offer for podcast listeners. Yeah, and it's very confusing for young people. Because the whole thing acts like a religion. It acts like a cult. And you have to kind of go along with every aspect of it or you'll be excommunicated.
Yeah.
You'll be kicked out, just like you get kicked out of Scientology.
You get kicked out, and if your life is, and it's sterile, and it's corporate, and it's boring, and that to me is one of my biggest problems with a lot of people that I speak to is that they seem genuinely afraid to use their mind for more than what the allotted functions were.
I mean, afraid to express themselves?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of that.
Entertain thoughts in their own head.
They want to avoid the punishment.
Yeah.
It's a scary punishment. Have you seen this new Armie Hammer movie that is out now?
No, but
Some vigilante movie?
he's great. Fan of him. Big fan of him. Think he's great. Love everything he's doing. And I like it. I like that you can't get canceled. People come right back.
Well, I don't know if he's necessarily coming back. I mean, this movie is going to bring him back, I should say. What did he say? He said he wanted to eat girls.
He was
texting you.
I wanted to eat a couple of people. Is that a problem?
But is it real? Is it just crazy talk?
Even if it
Text
was,
messaging?
is it consensual or not?
I mean, is it just saying wild things? What is it?
Listen,
What is it?
his fantasy was that he wanted to be a cowboy. That was his fantasy. That was his kink. Now it was fake, but if it was in a situation where it could have been real, yeah, he would have tried a heart. If Armie Hammer had the money to arrange this, and some people in our country do, if he had the money to arrange it, he's trying hard. 1,000%. And by the way, does it make me hate him? Does it make me hate him? As long as the person was dead already. I'm against it. I would never do it. But if you told me, this is how open I am to different people. If you told me Armie Hammer, there was somebody died, and there was a heart, and Armie Hammer tried a little bit of the heart, I'd go, hey, fine, live and let live.
Do you know the story of General Buck Bacon?
No.
General Butt Naked is a guy in Liberia. So Liberia is a part of Africa. I don't want to fuck this up, so let's check on this. I think what happened in Liberia is they released a bunch of slaves from the United States and sent them to Liberia, like after slavery was abolished.
Right.
And I think Liberia has had a series of civil wars, like really crazy, brutal ones. And in one of them, there's this guy named General Butt Naked, and Vice covered this guy. They interviewed him, and essentially now he's a priest, he's a preacher, and he gave his love to Jesus Christ, and now he's saved. But back then,
Well, good for him.
he would talk about how he would go into war completely naked, and then they would kidnap children of the opposing army, cut their heart out, and eat it for protection.
That's certainly an extreme way to do it.
So he did that, but then he found Jesus, so it's okay.
Well, it is certainly better, and that's wouldn't the Mayans kind of do that, or was that human sacrifice?
They did a lot of human sacrifice, along with the Aztecs. What happened with Liberia? Is that an accurate depiction? I don't want to fuck this up. So, Liberia was established in 1822 by the American Colonization Society as a refuge for formerly enslaved and freeborn black Africans to relocate to Africa. Yeah, there it is. Over several decades, roughly 16,000 freed slaves, known as Americo-Liberians, migrated there. While envisioned as a sanctuary, the nation later faced its own internal scandals regarding forced labor and human exploitation. Yeah.
Interesting.
See if you can find that General Butt Naked guy, though. This whole story is fucking crazy. Is this it? Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah. Formed his own militia of several dozen fighters known as the Naked Base Commandos or Butt Naked Brigade, most of whom were children as young as 9, operating under the Monrovia area with his unit. How do you say his name? Blahi. I'm not sure how to say his name. Became known as wearing only shoes and magic charms, and eventually adopted the nom de guerre General Butt Naked. His fighters followed his patterns, dress, which in line with his distorted emulation of animist tradition, believed could make one immune to bullets. To fund his wartime activities and secure a steady supply of drugs for his fighters, Balahi allegedly traded locally mined diamonds and gold to Mexican drug cartels in exchange for guns and cocaine. Let's fucking go. He conscripted many of his fighters, and according to some accounts, laced the food. He fed them with cocaine, along with showing them Jean-Claude Van Damme films, and explaining to them that killing people was a game in an effort to uproot the fear of death. He and his fighters perpetrated numerous atrocities, although the exact extent of the crimes they committed have been subject to dispute. Frequently discussed the alleged atrocities he perpetrated, which, according to Balahi, including murders, cannibalism, and human sacrifice. He has repeatedly estimated that the Naked Base Commandos were ultimately responsible for 20,000 deaths, a claim which has come under criticism.
He's alive now, and he's religious.
Now. Yeah.
Have him on, and I bet he's a lovely person. That's the thing. By the way, he has an open invitation. He's an open invitation.
He's got Jesus on his
He's
shirt.
led a full life, and there's something about someone who has led a full life. This man has led a full life. There he is. Looks like Beetlejuice.
General Butt Naked. Crazy. Imagine seeing a dude naked, his dong flopping, running around with an AK-47 with kids' blood all over his face.
I mean, that's disturbing, but I imagine that there are very rich people in our country seeing that and paying good money to see it.
One of the things that we were talking about with before the show started, we were out in the hallway. We were talking about how there's a giant chunk of the world that's fucked. Yeah, and what's coming into England, it's not unusual for other parts of the world. You know, if you go to Karachi, that's what life is, chaos. Yeah, like just chaos is making its way into these protected bubbles, and that's what's freaking people out.
We live in a very privileged, even the poorest, the worst, which is obviously, it's not to minimize their struggles. But if you go to any of those third world countries, you're very aware of how privileged you are to live in a Western country. And, it also makes a lot of sense why the people in those third world countries would want to leave them and go to other places for opportunity. And I think immigration's had a lot of positive impacts on America, and it's had a lot of positive impacts on Britain and other countries. And it's not the idea that immigration is all bad or all good. It's the idea that you have to do things a certain way because societies are fragile. This is what we're learning. We're learning that societies are more fragile. When I grew up, that wasn't a common thought, that our society was very fragile. We thought it was very strong. We actually thought nothing could break us. And then you look at a couple of years of a pandemic, and most of the downtowns of the American cities don't look the same. Commerce has changed in a dramatic way. The Iran war proved that, militarily, our military is obviously brave. Men and women are amazing, but the changing nature of warfare has made military campaigns very difficult. It's hard to look at this Iran war as a victory. It's almost impossible unless you're completely dishonest. I don't think anyone is looking at it as a victory. So I think our vulnerability, to threats foreign and domestic, we're more aware of that now than we have ever been, how fragile societies are. So when you demographically change a society very quickly, which has never happened historically, it took wars, long periods of immigration. Now it's overnight. People have to adjust to a new cultural and sometimes economic reality. That's a very disruptive thing, and societies are very fragile, and you've got to be very careful about how you alter, change a society, because if you do it too quickly, there's a tremendous backlash, and you have to make sure that people want it changed, that people are on board with it. Not everyone, no one's on board with everything, but if you went to a lot of people in these countries that live in the bigger cities, they would probably be very pro immigration, and because immigration has a lot of clear benefits to them. They get food delivered all the time. They have access to a wide variety of goods and services that immigrants bring. A lot of them are awesome. A lot of great food, So obviously, but again, if you went out to the suburbs and you went out to areas where the economies have stagnated, areas where maybe you've had scandals like this, grooming scandal and things like that, Sweden, whose crime rate has skyrocketed because you've brought in a lot of people from other places that are selling drugs, and not all of them, obviously, but if you look at that, and those people have a much more negative view of it because they don't connect the benefits of it, because they don't feel them in their life.
Right, they were living pretty sweet.
They were living good. They were living pretty sweet. They're riding fucking bicycles and eating herring.
Safe out there.
Pretty safe and doing what they wanted to do. And then, you have this influx of people. You now have real poverty. You now have a lot of
They
people.
also brought in people that came from a
war-torn country.
Yeah.
And not everyone's going to be General Butt Naked who becomes a Christian pastor and is probably lovely now. You probably see him in HEB, you're like, sweetheart. Ate a few people, children maybe, but now it's better. That guy, not everyone's going to convert. Not everyone's going to be, you're going to bring people in that are people and products to an extent of their environment. That we all are. So the idea that women have less rights in these countries. So the courtship rituals in these countries are different. The familial relations are different. That's just the way it is. So, and a lot of people there like that. So, why would those beliefs and systems change just because you happen to be living in Ireland?
Right.
Why would you think Irish women or British women would necessarily or inherently get more respect than your wives, daughters, sisters, whatever? And I'm not saying that it's all throughout the entire Islamic world. I think there's a lot of diversity in the Muslim world. And there are lots of countries where there's arguments that women are safer than they are in America. But there's a lot of countries where that's not the case. And women have far fewer rights, and it's pretty barbaric. And I don't know why those attitudes would change when they are just in a different physical location.
The spectacular bizarreness of it is that the really kind left-wing people who oppose toxic masculinity,
Right.
oppose this sort of society that we're talking about, this male-dominated society. Like, you're inviting in something that literally has that as its doctrine.
Well, they think it can be tamed. So here's the thing with those people. They love a challenge. This is the I can fix him version of it. And to an extent, cultural attitudes do change over time. People do assimilate to certain practices. That's not a completely ridiculous thing to think. But they really believe that once all these people come to these countries and see how great it is to be a childless 40-year-old woman working in data entry at a large faceless corporation that's gay on Pride Month, the corporation goes gay. And when they see how happy she or he or they is living in a society where you don't own anything. You know what's interesting about family? I just spoke to a comedian who went on a world tour. He was in India and he was talking about how poor people in India don't live on the street, they live in slums, which it's better. It's better to live in slums than the street because a lot of poor people are with their families and they won't cast their family out. Family in America almost means like nothing. Like we've everything's such an individual pursuit that family means nothing. And like that's reinforced. Like I am in an argument with my father's wife that's different political views on certain things. So we haven't spoken in a little bit. My cousin's getting married. And I have a therapist now that I've had for 6 months who I don't know if it's good or I don't know if you ever know if a therapist is good or not. And I told my therapist, you know, my dad and his wife are going to be there and I haven't spoken to them, but I love my cousin and I want to support her marriage. I want to go. And my therapist goes, well, you don't have to go. My therapist goes, if you feel like it's going to make you happy, go. So therapy in our country has become a way to kind of enable like sick people to just become selfish psychopaths. And family in America means almost nothing. And it is reinforced how little family means because like doctors will tell you, yeah, fuck it, it's your father, who cares? So it's basically a thing where like I think when you go to these other countries and you realize how deeply rooted a lot of things are in family and culture and tradition, and then we come from a country where like almost very little is. I'm not saying people don't have great families here, but like you know, America is about you, and it's not about if you don't agree with your sister, fuck her. If your mother disagrees with you, block her. That's our country, and in other countries, that's unheard of. Like that's unheard of. Like it doesn't happen, and. You know, the comedian was explaining to me, like in India, there's like a lot less of a drug problem in certain areas, and he was wondering why. And he goes, well, people that want to do drugs to like disgrace their family, even poor people will be like, I don't want to be a drug addict, so my family's gonna think bad about that. Whereas here, there's people that'll shoot up in front of their parents. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just a different like. It's culturally we've gotten to this point where people are having less children. Family means very little. So then what has replaced that? It's clearly the state and corporations
And
ideology. So they've replaced families and communities.
well, the ideology is your community because you're online most of the time.
Yes.
A giant percentage of the interactions you have with people on social media.
So I think that like that world, we have a pretty secular world. Wait, what is that? That is so interesting. Interesting. I thought it was something that. I thought it was somebody gave you something that's like you're about to transcend or something.
Oh no!
I thought you're like it's DMT.
Imagine.
I'm bored with you. I'm going somewhere. I'm going to
Spark up.
When's the last time you've done DMT?
It's been a while.
Interesting. Should I do it? Should we all do it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a cigarette.
Are you thinking about it?
I'm thinking about maybe doing it.
A lot of people have asked me about it.
It's because
Recently.
that spirit molecule thing years ago was an awesome documentary.
You know this Andrew Gallimore guy? Do you know what he's doing? So he's what is his exact discipline? Is he a psychologist? He's doing these things in a country where it's legal, where you fly there and you do a 5-hour DMT experience, like intravenous. He's a chemical pharmacologist, neurobiologist, and a writer. One of the world's leading experts in psychedelics. Very interesting guy. And he's creating this place. I forget what it's called. Remember the name of the place?
People I know do ayahuasca.
That's an orally active version of DMT. This thing seems a little crazier because they can kind of regulate the dose much better and they can keep you there for a long period of time. Eleusis, okay, so like the Eleusinian mysteries from ancient Greece. So this place is in Baquia, am I saying that right? In the Caribbean, in March of 2026, and the aim is to study DMTX and DMT entities and attempt to communicate with these entities. So one of the things that he's saying, so he was just on someone's podcast, maybe Danny Jones. He's been on this podcast as well. But one of the things that he was saying was that they keep going to the same place. That you can act like they're actually trying to create a map of whatever this experience is. So instead of doing it like an ayahuasca ceremony or doing it like you're smoking DMT and some sort of a psychedelic ceremony with your friends and it's a 15-minute experience, instead of that, they're having repeated experiences in the same environments. Like there's actually a place that you can go, and by regulating the dose somehow or another over a prolonged period of time, it allows you to maintain this state and keep entering deeper and deeper into whatever the fuck this is. But it seems to be mappable. Okay, it was the basement. That's what it was. So it is AJ from the Y Files, which is an awesome YouTube show if you've never seen it before. And so he's talking about it doesn't take you to somewhere new. It unlocked what's always there. These guys they're trying to develop like maps of what this is. So they keep experiencing. They're charting out different entities that you experience, and there's a bunch of different ones that you experience. And one of them I've seen multiple times is jesters.
Interesting.
And these bizarre-looking psychedelic jesters.
Interesting.
I wonder if they were the original jesters. I wonder if, like, the reason why jesters dress the way they do with these dangling things off their heads, because this is what you experience in the psychedelic state, and they're trying to recreate it. But what they've done, when I've done it, is mock me and make me realize that I'm taking myself seriously. Like, one time, there was, like Fractal, there's millions of them. I don't know how many, and they were all giving me the finger like this.
Wow.
And I was like, and it was, and I said, I go, oh, I took myself too seriously. And they go, they're going like that. That's it. It's like there's little corrections of your psyche that take place during these experiences.
Interesting.
It's very weird.
I'm
And
scared to do it. Well, I'm scared I'll go in and it'll be fractals of JD Vance yelling
It's all
at me.
George
No,
Soros.
Yeah, it's all JD Vance going, you need to learn about AI. No, I don't know. I mean, I find it fascinating.
Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase Hughes is just in the podcast, and he did it somewhere in the United States where they did some 5-hour DMT experience. And he was, it's like changes. Whatever you are now is a totally different version of who you were before you had that experience.
Interesting.
Which is like life overall, over, day after day, month after month, week after week, year after year. You become a different thing. You're a different person than you used to be. Sure. And sometimes an experience like a psychedelic experience can make it abrupt. You instantaneously become a different person.
It's so fascinating because we are having all these conversations about aliens and entities and
I think it's connected.
Whatever.
I think it's connected.
Yeah.
I think what these psychedelic things allow you to do is experiencing things. You're experiencing things that are already there, that have been there all the time. You just lack the ability to see them. You're tuning into it pharmacologically. Like they're changing the chemistry of your brain. And it's not an alien chemical. That's the nutty part about it. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the brain. It's produced in the liver.
What do you think the releases when you die?
Or maybe it's very poorly understood. There's been some work done on it. One of the big ones was Rick Strassman. He wrote a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule, and he did this. It was really kind of brilliant. He had an FDA study that he got. This is all like government-approved study on psychedelics under the guise he wants to find out how bad they are for you.
Interesting.
So he told them, we want to study the dangers of these
Wow.
drugs.
And that's where he got all the money.
Yeah, and so he writes his book like, this shit's amazing.
Smart.
And by doing that and then studying, they studied the Cottonwood Research Foundation. They're studying where DMT is coming from. So like the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is like literally a third eye in the middle of your head. Now they think it's coming from the whole brain. They don't really. The human body produces. That's the most important part. So the human body produces this the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you into another world. Like, how weird is it that the body produces a gateway to some other place? Now, whether it's perceived or a hallucination, the experience is the same. So you can get hung up all the time on you're just seeing things that aren't there. These are visions. Okay, maybe what you're doing is experiencing something that's real. Like, it might not be something that you can put on a scale. It might not be something that you can measure with a ruler, but it doesn't mean it's not real. And I think we are very arrogant in our assumptions that we have an understanding of all that exists, with all that we know about bacteria, molecules, and cells, and the mitochondria, and then subatomic particles. Like, well, just the reality that we've observed is so fucking bizarre. The idea that we know what's real and what's not real, it's like, it's just a hallucination. This is the reality is you go to Tim Hortons, you get yourself a donut, you go to work.
Right.
No, I have a feeling that what that experience is you being able to see something that exists around you.
Well, a lot of people are very hopeful. I wasn't one of them per se, but this idea that like we were on the edge of some disclosure, that the government was going to start telling us things about extraterrestrials, and like, remember that?
Well, the creepiest one
It's
that
like
kept going around was that they had brought together a bunch of pastors to talk to them about disclosure, because disclosure is going to disrupt the fabric of society so greatly. And the question was, what were they going to tell them? And so what I have been hearing from people that supposedly know things about UFOs was that they were told that religion was created by aliens to keep people in line, and that humans are the product of accelerated evolution, and they needed some sort of an origin story that made sense with rules and morals and ethics and guidelines to follow and something to worship, because without that, people are lost. So that these aliens have created that.
Well, please let Trump say that in a press conference. He's the president to say that.
Yeah, I got to talk to him. I'll have dinner with him.
To get on there and go, guys, listen, we don't know what's going on. The Straits of Hormuz, they're open, they're closed, they're open, they're closed. Who gives a fuck anymore? Anyway, there is no God. You were all created by aliens, and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck. Keep going to work. Markets up. Straits open, markets up.
It's not even that there is no God. It's that the God story that you've been told is it's formulated in a way for your tribal primate brain to accept and understand.
Right.
And that there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, and if you got the actual events that they were trying to lay out, there's too much of stuff that's in the Bible that is historically verifiable.
Totally. But do you think they didn't tell people that because they thought it would be too disruptive?
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that, when you talk about the Bible, right, you're talking about a series of stories.
Sure.
Right? Especially when you get to the Old Testament. It's a series of stories. And some of these stories aren't in the Bible that were a part of the religious canon of the day. And one of them is the Book of Enoch. So Anna Paulina Luna told me about it. She's like, you really have to read that. And I was like, okay. Like, she was so adamant about it. I'm like, okay, let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I'm listening to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. Okay. I'm sweating my balls off. I'm dying in there. And I'm listening to this fucking crazy account that is in the same Dead Sea Scrolls as they found the Book of Isaiah, the same collection of these religious texts. And it's all about how the Watchers came down and mated with the daughters of man and chose them as wives and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim. In the Bible, they talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible.
Right.
But the book of Enoch, the stories that are in the book of Enoch are fucking bananas. Like, completely bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible, a bunch of rabbis decided that it didn't align with the Torah. The Torah or the Talmud, I forget which one. But they decided, like, this contradicts some of these stories that are in other religious texts. So we're going to keep that one out.
Interesting.
Because it was a collection of these things that's all together.
Who are these rabbis?
Exactly.
Right.
Well, I mean, who are all these people that wrote these things down? You know, I have this bit where I read out of the book of Ezekiel. There's like the hilarious parts of the book of Ezekiel. And then there's also parts that sound like they're talking about a UFO, like these profound experiences. Then other things we're talking about a prostitute. It's very funny.
Right.
But this whole thing is a bunch of people's interpretations of stories written down, passed down generation to generation, written largely intact once it was an original piece. So, like, they found the book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's identical to the book of Isaiah that is 1,000 years newer. So that was older than the book of Isaiah that they had by 1,000 years, the oldest one they ever found, and it was verbatim.
Right.
So once they got these stories down, they wrote them over and over and over again, and like priests would learn to do that, and monks would learn to do that with their religious texts. They would rewrite things over and over again as part of the practice.
And someone knows in some subterranean part of the government, they know something or many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing or
disruptive. This was a story about Jimmy Carter. The story about Jimmy Carter was Jimmy Carter, I believe in 1969, he had some sort of a very strange UFO experience that was very real to him. Very bizarre, saw something.
Yeah.
And part of his thing was once he gets into office, he wants to tell me. The story is that he was briefed. They explained to him something about the reality of the UFO experience, like what it really is. And he was crying, that he wept openly. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean?
Well, he was kind of
interesting.
He was a bit of a bitch. And this Habitat for Humanity, I never understood. I thought it was.
I think he's a genuinely good person.
Of course he was. He built houses for people. Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Never enriched himself.
But he was also, if you read books about him, he was kind of an operator too. He was kind of he was into the peanut stuff, right? He was a peanut farmer or something. Yeah. You know, he was, nobody gets to do that, but yeah, he was sweetest.
Like, one of the sweetest of all the presidents. He was
still the president, but so who is doing this explain? It's just the men in black people from the depths of Raven Rock or Cheyenne military or wherever the hell they are.
What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they can get out of jail is because if they go and tell the government, oh yeah, by the way, we lied to Congress for 50 years. There's no solid, verifiable evidence that Jimmy Carter cried. Of course there's no solid evidence.
Jamie, stop being a narc.
He's a narc.
He's a narc.
He's out of control. The Carter cried of a UFO story is based on second or third-hand anecdotes. Those are my favorite. And is not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think it's true.
I think it's true, too.
About his 1969 sighting, Carter described seeing a strange light, but did not mention crying or be emotionally shattered by it. Yeah, but I don't think that's what they're saying. They're saying he was emotionally shattered by the disclosure. Right after the UFO briefing.
You've got to live with that knowledge, so he's just got to go around now.
Richard Dolan, who's by far one of the best guys to read about UFOs and UAPs, very balanced guy and like very evidence-based guy. He includes a lot of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them.
Yeah.
But Richard Dolan's really good. He's got a bunch of books. So I don't know if it's true.
Is the Jake Barber guy real?
He's the guy that said that he actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter?
Yes.
I haven't talked to him.
I was just watching it, but it's too long. These UFO guys, it's all 3 or 4 out. Like, it's not.
Jesse Michaels does a lot of very in-depth ones with these guys.
Yeah.
It's long. But the good thing about that is, if someone's like really full of shit, after a couple of hours, you kind of say, you see tendencies that maybe they exaggerate, or
Right.
they make things up, or they leave stuff out, or whatever it is. But something's going on, right? There's something that people keep seeing. There's enough radar information. There's enough video that doesn't make any sense.
We never found out what those drones were. Remember
No.
that? They were all around the bases in New Jersey and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. People were scared to fly.
People say it's a domestic. It was domestic. It was us. That's what I've heard. But then,
Could be China. Could be China flexing and pulling their dick out. Saying,
Right.
check out what we have, motherfuckers. Who knows?
Who knows?
But there was a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for hours at a time. And so what's the fuel source? Because it's not batteries. Downed U.S. pilot reported seeing Iranian drones swarm in jellyfish formation. Whoa. Well, they're probably getting drones from, who
Totally.
knows, China,
Russia,
Yeah, of course.
Of
They're getting-
course.
So the highest end of high-end government drones that we don't know about, who knows what those fucking things can do? Multiple drones interconnected and moving as one with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN, real alien shit. Another source told CNN the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air. Holy shit. When did this happen?
13 hours ago.
So 13 hours ago, this F-15 got down? Bro, how nuts is that? They got taken out by alien drones in April. Whoa. So he ejected from the aircraft. Iranian drones hovering in the air, moving as one, in a formation that resembled a jellyfish. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I mean, so there is a chance that it's DARPA, and it's all of these countries that are, you have these black projects, they have these secret defense projects, and they're saying it's extraterrestrial.
I think if I was running an undercover operation for as many years as these people probably have been doing, and with Eric Weinstein he thinks it's like a separate branch of physics. He thinks there's a bunch of physicists.
So where did they
hired.
get? So
This is the story of who ended the crazy invasion to get these guys back.
Oh, this is
The
those
two
guys?
pilots, yeah.
Oh, this is how they got taken out. Oh, wow.
This opens up a lot more questions.
Wow. Right. Yeah.
They used the heartbeat thing. That was the whole, right?
That's what they said.
What
yeah.
was it?
So the heartbeat thing was the thing that they said that they were able to locate this guy's heartbeat, his very unique heartbeat in the mountains where he's hiding.
Wow.
And everybody was like, well, that's bullshit. They're like, I don't know. I don't know. And it's based on some sort of quantum something or another. What is it called again?
And then the fucking White House said, did you see that today?
What is that?
What? They posted something on their
Oh, Christ.
Do you think that?
God's about
they
to
were
get born.
making a joke about Q with it. That's sort of why I think you guys had seen that.
What's the joke about Q? Okay. I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure.
Where are they getting this technology?
I don't know.
Do you think it's possible extraterrestrials are giving us technology?
It is possible. So the recent White House will be Q posting today.
They're just trolling and having
Quantum
fun.
posting. Yeah. Stay tuned.
See, here's the thing.
Look how much they're trolling.
The QAnon
There's a lot of
people
space.
they're the
between
most
us.
committed people I've ever encountered.
Yeah, they're fun.
I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything.
The UFO people are close.
Sure. I mean, the Q people are 10 years in going, trust the plan, it's coming. And you go, guys, it's unbelievable how dedicated they are to the plan, and that it's still morphing and going in different directions. And the data centers are actually prisons for people who did the vaccine. They're not data centers. They're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone in that movement, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality is not good. Stay in that movement. Take it as far as you can.
What would the government possibly have to announce about quantum computing?
No idea.
What was the quantum heartbeat thing? What was that thing called? How did they locate that gentleman?
I don't remember him never coming out and saying because people were speculating that like how could you even do it? I think someone
Right.
on the podcast the next day I was like, that's not how stuff works.
Right, but I don't know if they know that for sure. So they don't really know what the technology is. But what was the technology that the government described? Because they described it as very bizarre, and there was a name for it that involved something quantum. And they said that somehow or another they were able to detect this guy's heartbeat, right? Unique heartbeat from I think it was like, was it 70 or 700 miles away?
7 this was supposed to be closed.
Secret, never before used CIA tool that helps find airmen downed in Iran. If your heart is beating, we will find you. Wow. So this is it. Long-range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic signal of a human heartbeat that pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise. And so what is the range on this stuff? Because they were saying
40 miles and they found this guy's
but didn't they say the range is up to like 70 miles, something along those lines? So I don't know.
How long have they had this?
Right. Is it even real?
Yeah.
But this is the thing. It's like, is it real? Like, so this is a post that's in the New York Post, and I think it was from, did someone release this as a statement? Like, what did they do to say they did it? The confirmation? Okay, so. Okay.
That's Trump saying that. Not is it 2 different or 3 different speeches on one video? I guess maybe they spoke at the same time.
So here's the other thing. If that technology doesn't exist, right, and they just made that up to cover for technology that does exist. So maybe there's technology that does exist. That's some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to like a grain of sand. And they can find anybody anywhere. They can just find out where the plane is, scan the area, bam, there he is.
There he is.
Okay, we don't want to say we have this.
Right.
What are we going to say? Let's say we have quantum heart rate magnetometry.
Yeah.
We can find
Go just find Ghislaine Maxwell in New Hampshire.
When that came out, people were asking, why couldn't you?
She was in New Hampshire. Yeah, where is, whatever.
Well, it could be that technology just recently got invented. That's
right.
also possible.
Well, there's still missing people. Guthrie's missing still, right? I don't think we shouldn't have missing people then if that technology exists.
That's a weird thing, and my heart goes out to her, but that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Didn't they looked at family members as suspects?
I think they looked at family members and said, is she back? And I think she's back to work.
The story, I don't know.
And isn't she back to work?
What did you say? There's a break in the story?
No, I think the story got updated recently. Yeah, there's an ransom note claim Nancy Guthrie died after abduction.
Well, you're not going to get ransom then.
Ransom note claim she died.
Well, that's a horrible ransom note.
So someone posted a note saying that she died. I want money. It's a ransom note that says she died.
What if it's she died? Just give us.
Reading headlines.
What if we're sorry she died? Just give us what you want. It's not a specific amount of money. It's just give what you feel is. It's like church. Give what you can. We're sorry she passed away. Give what you can. We're not going to say a specific amount of money.
So the note sent days after the disappearance. Oh, so this is not new.
Oh.
Indicated she had died, but contained no request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter said, though the existence of the note was known, the specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the contents were disclosed that they knew that she was dead.
It seems like it's an inside thing. It seems like if someone's involved that knew them. I mean, I hate to think that, but it does feel like it's.
What was there a request for money? What was the first request?
Originally, yeah.
Let's find out what it was.
It's a horrible thing, obviously.
I'd like to know.
But it does seem like this is a inside job.
Well, someone certainly. Okay, the ransom
Like the
note.
family's involved. Maybe not. I don't know.
Ask AI. Press AI mode. Can't do it? Okay, put it in there. Put it in Perplexity. How much do you think they asked for? I bet 10 million.
10 million?
For mom? 5?
5?
Let's see.
That's a lot.
Multi-million-dollar payments,
cryptocurrency, mostly Bitcoin, with amounts ranging from about 4 to 6 million and set deadlines, sometimes with escalating or else consequences.
Terrible. This is insane, but think about it. Is that random? I guess it could be.
It could be, but there was some concern that it was
There
a
was
family member.
concern that
Yeah.
it was something that a family member did this.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's sick.
Yeah. The Bitcoin thing's weird too. Like you can transfer money in Bitcoin.
There was a group of people that wanted me to advertise on my podcast. It was like a meme coin thing, and that was like a platform, whatever. And then I was like, but their like identities were shrouded, and people knew who they were, but they were also very secretive because they didn't want to get kidnapped. And they split their time between Dubai and London. And CAA, came to me and they were like, hey, they want to give you a bunch of money. And I go, what are they? And CAA is like, well, it's crypto. They don't, I mean, demons from hell. No offense, love my people. But I was like, I got to meet them. I got to meet them and sit down and talk to them as human beings, like ask them what their company does and everything like that. And then immediately once I requested that, they said, okay, we'll meet you in Dubai and talk to you about the company. I said, I can't, I need to know, whatever. They pulled the offer and wouldn't meet.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's all this shit, because by the way, here's a great way to fuck someone is to advertise on their show and then go, by the way, the money came from Russia.
Yeah.
And you didn't even know that.
Well, didn't that happen to a bunch of right-wing
I'm sure it happened.
They're part of some...
It's hard to know who knew what,
Right.
but it's great. What a great way to just make people appear compromised. So when you go, where's this money coming from? Maybe
Right.
it's an intelligence agency.
Right.
Maybe it's ours. Maybe it's someone else. You start going all right, I need to sit down with you, have dinner with you. It doesn't mean that I would necessarily be able to know who, if these guys were legit or not. But the fact that they wouldn't even meet for a dinner tells me that something was up. Also, a friend of mine who's working at a company that's producing young shows, long-form shows for YouTube creators, told me that a lot of the money is coming from Democrat super PACs because they want a captive audience to be programmed politically. And not only Democrat super PACs, but super PACs that are associated with certain issues and things like that. So what they're going to start doing is getting behind content and, funding longer form things on social media platforms and things like YouTube or whatever. And then those companies that are kind of in the background of this will then say, oh, we have an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this. We can put political ads on it and whatever else. So, I mean, this is kind of, I think, the future is going to be many things like this.
And when you can do it through something like crypto, if you can hide your identity, who knows if it's even a real company? It could be a company designed entirely just for influence.
It's very questionable. You have the intelligence world, you have the crypto world, and you have the world of international crime syndicates. They all live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously, they're not. But there is a lot of fuckery going on with the intelligence stuff and the crypto. It's obvious.
Clear. Whenever there's money, the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking bananas. It doesn't make any sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? This is Iran-Contra. Yeah. Whenever there's money in anything, they find a way to get a part of that money.
I think what concerns people partially about this administration is some of the crypto stuff. I think people are concerned with some of the coins and some of the crypto.
Well, Melania coin's legit.
That one I love, but the rest I worry. No, but I think it's a fair concern.
It is, because
it's a fair
legal.
concern.
It's legal, but it's should it be?
Is it? Should it be? Should it be? It should it be? For sure.
I mean, there's some freedom to you being able to make your own coin and you back it with money, I guess. But it's also a way that you can launder money. And it's also a way you can pay people off for stuff.
And dupe people into spending their money. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people. I mean, that poor girl, huh?
That poor girl. They got her.
They got her.
They got her.
I hope she did well on that.
I bet she didn't.
Really?
Probably not. There's certainly in terms of what she could be doing.
Sad.
Right?
No,
because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that, they don't like you anymore.
She did the wrong thing, and it's sad.
No.
I also,
She's like 22 or something.
I also don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep, but it
Listen,
could have
Cash
gone
Me
on longer.
Outside girl makes more money than anybody.
It's true. But I think it could have gone on longer than it. What a society we live in. I mean, that just hit me. That just like hit my brain that she makes more money than anybody. It's true.
I was listening to your take on the White House UFC card.
Yeah.
The end of MAGA.
Yeah.
And at the moment when that guy said Michelle Obama's a man.
Yeah. Well, it's just the greatest thing for if you're deep hardcore. And I don't even mean the America First principles. I just mean like you're along for the ride. You're here for the party. There's a lot of MAGA people that I'm friends with. They're deep. They're not political. They're along for the party. They like the party.
Right.
They want fun.
Right.
Florida, it's 4 p.m.
Yeah.
They're drunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're in for the fun. And
That's
it's
smart.
fun. They have like boat shows and regattas where like a bunch of boats will go out with Trump flags. When they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is, and that guy stands up and goes, Michelle Obama is a man. It's the culmination of things that they're not going to beat that. It's hard to beat that. There were houses that cheered when that happened. It was 100%.
How many do you think? Over the whole country.
It was audible in Florida. Florida, I know for sure, was audible. For sure, people cheered, and it was like, listen,
Like outside bars.
yeah,
Like,
it was a party. The fights were good.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, to me, it's like there's this. Every cultural thing has a moment where it just explodes, and it's over after that. You know, it's like Hunter Thompson has that famous quote about it, where he was part of this thing, and then it just, you know, we saw it happen with. Like celebrity culture, a lot of it, like that Imagine video during COVID was kind of the end of it. Like people are like, shut up.
Yeah.
Like it was like they did that video and they didn't know it at the time. But people really started to turn on them. They're like, just shut up.
But there was the other one, the BLM one.
Totally, all of them.
Same kind of thing.
Sorry to be white or
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Same shit.
Same kind of thing. People
Yeah.
just said, okay, enough of this.
Right.
And I do think that every movement just gets to a point where you've done all you can do. You've done all you can do. And when you are standing in the octagon of a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and you're asked if you have anything to say, and you scream, Michelle Obama's a man, that is the clock has struck midnight. That's that. I mean, I don't know what else you could do.
That guy, Josh Hogan,
Yeah.
you know, that's like, he's got a shtick. Like, he's got a character.
Oh,
He
it's
does.
fun.
The Incredible Hulk. And so he's basically like a pro wrestling bad guy who also is a really good fighter.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there's a real problem there.
What
This
should
guy
have
keeps
happened?
winning.
Yeah, and he says crazy stuff.
Well, they probably, in retrospect,
Yeah.
if they wanted to avoid this,
Yeah.
probably shouldn't have had him fight on the White House lawn.
Sure.
Because if he said that at the T-Mobile Arena or in Madison Square Garden,
Totally.
outrageous,
Sure.
but not that big a deal.
But But here's what should have happened afterwards. Michelle Obama should have made an Undertaker-like entrance. Let's go in.
All of a sudden, the lights go out,
Lights dim.
and then the light goes on the balcony,
If Michelle
and she
Obama-
comes on a cord, then she flies
Yes.
over.
If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker-like entrance and got in the stage and then body slammed, like, can you imagine? Unbelievable.
That would have been amazing.
The country just exists for ratings now anyway. It's all it exists for. It's just that's all we're doing anymore. That would have been unbelievable. Here it is.
This is what you guys are thinking.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
She's in the ceiling the entire time.
Michelle Obama comes down. You see Trump starts doing his dance. He's doing his Trump dance. Michelle Obama comes down. She's got a cape.
Bro, that would be the end.
It would have been unfucking believable, and she would have been president next. She would have been president next with no election. No election. Vance is going to stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, you know, choreographed.
Yeah,
little
just
fake.
body slam him.
It's fun, fake, and then she does an uppercut, and then he's on a cord, and he sails out. Unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun?
Yeah, why not?
Why not have a little fun?
WrestleMania there, they said, or some wrestling event there.
They could do it. And if she's smart, she hears this, and she's on her phone with her people. Don't sue them. They were going to sue them. They thought about suing them. It's like, stop with the suing all the time in this country. Do something fun.
I agree.
Too much suing.
Well, there is this moment where the UFC thing was going on, where like the planes flew overhead, where it just like I'm like, is this even real?
It was wild. It's such an amazing spectacle. It's hard to top. It was pretty amazing. That's what I mean.
Like as a
totally.
piece of entertainment,
Of course.
it was also the only UFC card in the history of the sport where every fight was a knockout.
Yeah. This is senior prom. Everyone's got to go to college next year, and wherever they go, this is it. This is the party. There's a moment after senior prom, or some party that you have senior, the summer. So you're looking around at all your friends who are high and drunk, and you're looking around, and if you're smart, most people, a lot of them have this thought. They go, "This is never going to be like this again. This will never be like this again. We'll never be able to get together on the White House lawn and do motocross and watch UFC and call Michelle Obama a man." It started when he walked down the escalator. We went through a lot of things. The guy almost got shot. Who knows who did it? No one knows. No one seems to care. Whatever. Fine. Moving on. But he's gone through many iterations. He's been out. He's been in. It's the most interesting story, really, in recent human history. And this is the party to throw. And it's wild because we're not going to win the Iran war. We're not going to win the Iran war. It seems very clear that it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we come out with like a decisive victory. So instead of that, we did this.
How is there no more open investigation into the assassination attempt? What happened there? Because that's where Kent said that he was told to
do you
stop
want it honestly
investigating.
done? Do you know who you put in charge of it if you want it? Truly, and I'm being very serious. If you want an honest investigation, put Israel in charge. Joe, if you want it done right, have them do it. That's all I'm saying. Just have them do it. Just have them do it. I would
Do you
trust
think they should look at the Charlie Kirk assassination as well?
I would trust their conclusions. Have them do it. That would be my thought. Just a fun thought.
There's a lot of people that think it was a hoax, that it was a setup.
And if it was, I've said on my show, just tell us how you did it, because that's fun too. It's fun.
Pennsylvania men shot during Trump rally in Butler sued the United States. 2 men who were wounded in the shooting. They're suing. James Copenhaver and David Dutch were shot during an attempted assassination of Trump. Their attorneys filed federal lawsuits against the United States for their life-altering physical and emotional injuries, claiming those injuries were the direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was shot in the stomach, while Copenhaver was shot twice. Yeah,
Does the suing ever end in this country?
but there's an argument that that was negligence.
Remember that woman, Kim Cheadle, who was in charge, and then they put her back in a bunker? She was in charge of the Secret Service. Kim
That's
Cheadle.
right. That's right.
She was like Dick Cheney's assistant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she said
we
that the roof was too slope to
But
get
they shot the
officers
guy
up there.
that didn't even fall. He didn't roll off the roof. Like the whole thing
Well,
was.
the slope of the roof that they were on was steeper.
If it's a faked assassination attempt, I don't care. I want to know how it was done, and so does the rest of America. Produce a special where Barry Weiss interviews Donald Trump about how they faked the assassination attempt. Put it on CBS, where she's doing, and she's taking over CNN now. So I think, and she's now isolated herself on the 6th floor of CBS, where she can no longer see the staff, and they cannot approach her. And
Is that true?
That is correct. And she's guarded by guards. What? Yes.
Where did you hear this?
This is in the news. She's in a bunker like Dick Cheney in the Piat during 9/11, except it's Barry Weiss at CNN, surrounded by guards, and no one can. And it's like a militarized zone. She's in a militarized zone.
Barry in the bunker and Ellison at the gates.
Yeah.
Is this real?
She's unbelievable. By the way, I like her more now, and she hates me, and that's sad.
Why'd she hate you?
Well, I've said things, but here's the thing. I like her more now than ever.
Did she start hating you after your hilarious impression?
She's turned on me. She turned on me a while ago.
It turned on you how?
She texted me and was like, "You're part of a world in which people are anti-Semitic," and I'm like, "Well, am I? What am I? What am I doing?" And she's like, "You're part of this thing," and I was like, "Well, that's like, what am I? Why am I? What is this guilt by association? I don't like this."
Part of a thing that's anti-Semitic.
She's like, "You're part of a cultural space of anti-Semitism," and I'm like,
So is she connecting you to anti-Semites?
she's connected me to all these different people because the thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against was this whole idea that, like, she is applying the same principles that she supposedly didn't like, which is like, if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, you endorse every one of their views. Or if you question something like Israel, you hate Israel. Or you hate Jewish people, which is insane.
Right.
And that was, I thought she was the one who was like, we should have nuance on the trans issue. What happened to that?
Right.
What happened to being able to question gender ideology and all these things? Like, why aren't we, where's the nuance? Why aren't we holding space for nuance? There.
CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations. Yeah, this is what you just said, right? Yeah, I saw that.
But she's living her best life, as people would say. This is what she was meant to do. And when someone steps into their truth, I support them. And she has stepped into her truth. She was exactly where she should be, in a bunker guarded by the military, while she systematically destroys CBS. She's stepping into her truth. This is what she was there. She was put there to destroy it. She was obviously put there to destroy it. She wasn't put there to make it work. She was put there to just destroy it. And she's doing it.
Do you think they understood the amount of pushback that they were going to get?
I don't think I think they said, listen, let's just put her in there and see what happens. Because who cares? Like, it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. They're not turning around. No one's going back to watching the evening news. And they know that. These are billionaires. They're not idiots. The listeners are not dumb. They said, let's have a little fun while this thing goes.
It says she took the helm of the struggling organization last month with a mandate to shake it up following David Ellison-led Skydance takeover of CBS parent company Paramount in 2024. Paramount Skydance bought Weiss' online outlet, The Free Press, for a cool $150 million as she became editor-in-chief of CBS News.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money for The Free Press.
Well, no, because if you look at the podcast ratings, it was you, and then she was number 2. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. And it seems high. It certainly seems like a lot. But, when you take into account her cultural impact.
It's interesting because, like, when it came to her, like, pushing against woke ideology that had infected the New York Times, she seemed really reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter, where she talks about the world gone crazy. Remember that? The world gone mad?
Yes.
Where she's, like, very brilliantly lays out why, if this is what you're saying, when people are saying that silence is violence,
right,
and not actual violence is violence, the world's gone mad.
Right.
And she lays these all out. It's so brilliant.
Well, there's got to be room for nuance. Like, October 7th was horrible. Hamas is not good. We all know this. However, you also cannot look at what's gone on the last few years and think that Israel is not, number one, perpetrating. You can call it, I call it a genocide. People can call it anything they want. Doesn't matter. It's a campaign of mass murder where a lot of people have died. Civilians have died. Many children have died. People that are innocent have died. And they're starting to do something similar in southern Lebanon. And they're now talking about Turkey. Going, by the way, Turkey also is Turkey's a NATO fucking country. So the idea that any criticism of Netanyahu or the Israeli government or Israel or our relationship with Israel or the money makes you anti-Semitic is an insane thing. It's the exact thing that she fought against in race and gender. She fought against that Manichaean good and evil, black and white. She fought against it, and she was right. She was correct to say you should be able to have conversations about when is it appropriate for a child to be exposed to certain ideas, and when should they be able to make a determination about how they want to live their life, and like when is it appropriate for people to call, to designate between a protest and a riot, and the silence is violence, and all of that stuff. She had really pretty logical opinions on all that stuff, but when it came to that one issue, she seems very incapable of understanding any nuance or gray area or complexity regarding this particular issue.
No, she is all in for Israel.
And that's fine. That's her choice, and I get it. But it's so obvious when a Mark Levin goes, the president's great because we're going into Iran, because the president's great, he's the greatest leader of all time. And then he goes, well, this didn't work out like we thought. We're going to make a deal, and we're going to try to, And then Mark Levin goes, this is a failure, this is a blunder, this is a strategic thing. And it's like, for who? Is it for us? It's not a failure for, it's clearly a failure for us, but it seems like the bigger failure would be for Israel that wants Iran neutered because they have aspirations regionally, globally, but certainly regionally. So who's it a failure for? And that's a fair question. And I think it's like, you've got to be able to have that conversation without being tarred and feathered as someone who's like a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is like there's a group of people that are, but a lot of people just want sanity, and this is not sane.
And just like you were talking about with the banks forcing that shit down people's throats, that they make them,
Yes.
same thing.
Nobody understands blowback. Like the CIA term blowback, when you go into a country, kill everyone, and they go, "You like us, right?" And they go, "No, not really. We killed your mother, but we're sorry. But you want the mall? We're gonna build the mall." They go, "No, we're gonna bomb you and try to kill you." This is blowback. There's blowback when you shut down conversations, and in order to shut people up, you got to pay them or kill them. That's the only way to do it. If you don't pay people a lot of money or kill them, they're gonna talk. And if you limit that, they're going to get angrier, and the blowback is going to be intense.
Well said. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely accurate.
CBS News, I'll go on. That's the thing. I have no beef with her. I like her. I like that she's in a bunker. I will go on to that show. I'm there.
The things that I thought was hilarious, it was some fake story, was that they were going to bring me on for 60 minutes.
Everyone keeps saying that. I texted you about it. I'm like, are you doing 60 minutes? I thought that was wild, but why not? I mean, what if, half the staff is left. That guy Bill Pelly, just got out.
Yeah.
She got out, and then she's got that Dokapol, whatever his name is, in the Evening News, crying like a psychopath.
Who's that?
He's the guy who does the CBS Evening News, and his first episode, he's in Miami, and he's crying. Can you get that up? It's unbelievable. He's the anchor of the news.
Why's he crying?
He's crying because he started talking about his family and how he grew up in Miami. It's unbelievable. This is the guy who was selected to run the CBS Evening News, to be the anchor of the CBS Evening News. And he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because they want to start shaking it up. Barry's shaking it up. So instead of sitting at a desk and doing the thing, they bring him to Miami to visit his childhood places, and he starts sobbing in I forget, it was like a restaurant or something. Jamie, you can find it. He's crying in a restaurant, or he gets choked up. And it's deeply uncomfortable, and it's really weird. And he starts talking about how he had a hard childhood. It's unbelievable.
This is the guy. Embarrassing first day's CBS Evening News savaged by staff. It's state TV. Whoa. Conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break. Pete Hegseth said during his interview with Tony, how do you say his name? Dokapol. We did it at Barry's request, and because CBS News did something right on this.
I wish you had him crying. I wish you had him in that restaurant.
So is Marco Rubio's welfare? Is what he's talking about? No.
He's in Miami, and Dokapol, this is psychotic. You have to watch him.
So he just keeps crying? Maybe that's his thing. You know, like George Hamilton was tan all the time.
He's crying. He's talking about. Yeah, look at this. Look at it. This is the anchor of the CBS Evening News.
So he's being interviewed?
Yeah, can we listen to this? Damn it.
Take it from the beginning so I know what he's crying about.
Oh, it makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't mean anything to catch it. You know,
this is your favorite place in the world. Why? Why South Florida and Miami?
oh, it makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't mean anything to catch it. You know, because you only have one childhood, right? So, we get a second here.
I can relate. This is home.
People, to help people understand why I have such a reaction. Florida is where I grew up. Waiting it on sleep sounds. My grandmother's here, my father, my mother, my aunts and uncles, cousins. And it's where I would have spent all of my childhood when we left. Because my father got into trouble with business. It's like, we laugh about it now, but he was a drug dealer. But he was a drug dealer, he went to jail. It's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now. But the reason it's so emotional for me is because I feel like I'm robbed.
It's kind of a ha-ha thing. He's the head of the CBS Evening News. He's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. This is what drives everyone so crazy about the world, how fake everything is. That's the guy? That's the best guy for the job? This is cool. When I grew up, you would go see Whitney Houston and go, fuck, she's good. I can't sing like that. Who cares if she smokes crack? She deserves it. You watch this, and it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's going to have to report on like murder, war, famine, whatever. And he's crying in some Cuban restaurant about his drug dealer father. So they had to leave Miami. And no one believes anything's real anymore. This is a huge problem in our world. People go, that's the guy? That's the anchor of the CBS Evening News? It's crazy.
Well, the other guy who was on, a bunch of people attacked him after he left. Right, so he left, and apparently he made it very public.
Yes, Scott Pelley or something.
Big public outburst.
Yeah.
So what was he pissed about? He was saying something about they were going against science, or some of it had to do, I believe, with climate change. Some of it had to do with a bunch of other things that he disagreed with where the news organization. Let's find out what his exact complaints were.
Yeah, let's find out. I don't know what they were, but Barry chairs the meetings there and really goes on and embarrasses herself, and on the calls and stuff has no idea what she's talking about. And
so here it is. Following his criticism, news editor Barry Weiss, 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Bilton at a staff meeting. Pelley was fired by CBS News. What did he say? When CBS fired Pelley, Bilton wrote a cover letter which obtained by the New York Times. Bilton stated as follows: "Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. Therefore, write on behalf of CBS News Inc. to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for cause effective immediately." Next day, Weiss said, "I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect." Okay. So what did he say? Pelley accused the new CBS leadership of instructing him to insert falsehoods into a political story and to include assertions that were not verified, instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I wonder what exactly they meant, though, by the falsehoods in a political story and including assertions that were not verified.
Well,
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
It says the story CBS intervened on was a report of the 2026 protests in Minnesota, and the falsehood CBS asked for was to describe protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelley said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn the car away from him,
yes.
but it did brush up against the guy, which is enough for him to decide to kill her.
Well,
But it was not. She was trying to run him over.
no, and I think it.
But however, that guy had been dragged by a car
Right.
very recently, so he's probably filled with PTSD. He almost
For sure.
died. I think he got dragged like 300 yards rather.
I think it's fair to ask at
Or
this point.
300 feet.
Yeah, but I think it's also fair to ask at this point, like, what is the media? Like, what is the media? Like,
Right.
all due respect to Barry Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated price for her blog that she sold and YouTube channel, whatever. There's clearly a political agenda to this. You have billionaires that own all of these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job, even though she's never ran a newsroom. She didn't like work her way up the ranks. She's an op-ed columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she hires this guy who's crying in a restaurant in Miami about his dad, and it's like, who the hell's that guy? So I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left? And like, people that work there are leaving and saying, I'm being asked to insert things into this that isn't true.
Well, just that alone, like driving the car towards the officer, that's just not technically correct.
Right.
It seems like she was steering it away. Why would they want to say something that's not correct when you can just see it in a video? Like, if you were running a newsroom, that would be the last thing you would want to do, is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So that would, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's such a short-term play.
Yes, but I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because their main demographic is 70-year-olds who are having strokes on their couch. They're not verifying this. They have a very old audience that is not online savvy. They're not looking at many angles. They have cataracts, and they're hearing this, and it allows them to dismiss it as, well, she did the wrong thing. She drove justifiable shooting. Yeah, I don't think
But somebody's motivating them to do that for those people.
for sure. Yeah,
Why?
Yeah, well, because she's in the tank for Trump, because Trump promised, or maybe didn't promise, but like whatever, he's useful in the sense that he's going to go in and topple the regime in Iran. He's going to sue all these, or he's going to bring Harvard College to heel for whatever the hell they did. And, she believes that, and again, a lot of this is just connected to her view that, Israel's interests are always 100% concurrent with America's, and Trump gets that, and he understands that. So she's in the tank for Trump, which, by the way, if Biden would have invaded Iran, she would have started protecting him. It doesn't seem like she doesn't care that much about a ton of issues. It seems to be that this is her big issue.
That's a disturbing thing to a lot of people. Like, how much influence do they really have on this country? That's what creeps people out, because I think no one even really considered it before October 7th. It wasn't, I'm sure people considered it. Nick Fuentes considered it. But it wasn't like it was an openly discussed thing amongst young people.
Right.
It wasn't until we started realizing, first of all, it was AIPAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City mayoral race.
Yeah, of course.
Very weird. Where they were all like, we're going to visit Israel. Like, what?
Well, it's also in direct opposition to the stated goal of the Trump administration, which was to repair the United States and to make it great and to elevate it and to focus on the United States and to not go into Middle Eastern wars, which was a huge, very popular plank of this platform, and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and mire ourselves in these unwinnable wars. And there was such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out after the Iran war and goes, well, Israel's going to attack them anyway, and our bases were going to be vulnerable, so we had to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. We're partners, and we both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war with Iran. Tons of Jewish people don't believe it is. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it, but there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful, and they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops and they're pushing nukes. They're like, we're not, unconventional weapons, like crazy bombing campaigns. They're pushing troops on the ground. They don't care what it takes. Iran has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. But for the regional ambitions of Israel, it can't exist. So, again, and not in a paranoid conspiratorial way, because I don't like the victim stuff either. There's a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it when gay people do it, or anyone, any group of people. I hate when they drench themselves in victimhood. I think when you become a victim, you lose autonomy over your life. It's insane. But I do think there's a fair question to ask about what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question.
Yeah. And, what about the rest of the world? How much are we putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world?
Indescribably the worst PR ever. And, people cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. It's just starting to feel like this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. You can't go out with them. They're a problem. They have a fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know you share values. I know they enjoy each other. You've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not coming to the house. And they can't be around the kids. Because, that's what it's coming down to.
Well, it's even worse than that. The thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. When they get negotiators, and they want to whacking them.
They kill all the negotiators.
And then Trump tells them to stop killing the negotiators.
Yeah. And
stop bombing Lebanon.
Is this Iran deal going to work? Is it going to work? Stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years. We're at odds with Israel for the first time, where Trump is really at odds with them, and he's had enough. I think he is starting to understand that his legacy will be permanently tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. And I think on the other side, and Vance, again, for all the disagreements I might have with Vance about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those neoconservative donors try to destroy him. Because of that. I don't love his tech alliances. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. But there's a lot of things I think are good about it. I think and it's not like I don't like about him per se. I worry about, some of his relationships.
How many of these relationships do you think are like necessary for survival?
I'm sure all of them are, and that doesn't mean, but they still need to be criticized and looked at, and it's 100%.
Not justifying it at all, but I'm
totally.
saying I have a no completely autonomous person is ever going to make it through that maze.
Never. But I think the job is you turn the heat up enough where maybe if everyone's going to do 10 horrible things, they do 2.
Right.
So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, what is going on? What is happening? But I will say, for all of the tech, things that I find a little, it's a little like, what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there, and you can tell. And it's not that I have some inside knowledge. He's being attacked the most by the people that want the war to continue.
Yeah.
And I think he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by a continuation of this war. So I look at all these people not as human beings, even though they are human beings, but I look at them as like they're running the show, they're running the country, so they all have ambitions, and it's hard to know their hearts or heads or how they feel from one day to the next. It's very difficult. So I think when you look at them and you go, yeah, he's calculated and ambitious, but he also is the one being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, who again, I have agreements with Tucker, I have disagreements with Tucker. The attacks on him are insane. The attacks on Megyn Kelly are wild because of this issue. It's not a myriad of issues. It's this issue.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And it's weird. It's weird because it's so transparent. It's so transparent, and the whole world is seeing it play out. And it's like the amount of gaslighting that you have to keep pumping.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable.
Well, to say that this was not in the interest, this was in America's interest, you have to jump around logically so much.
Well, this is also the problem with the justification of what happened in Gaza. When people will try to say Israel, like Gad was saying, they're doing the best they can. Like, look at the drone footage. Fly over there. That's the best you can do. That's crazy. Like, it's better. Is that better than a nuke? Because I don't think it is. It's
It's inhumane.
It looks like the damage of a nuke just spread out over 2 years instead of one blast.
It's inhumane. It's evil. It's children being killed. It's mothers being killed in front of their children. And by the way, October 7th was inhumane, but I shouldn't have to keep doing that.
Of
Do you know
course,
what
you
I
shouldn't
mean?
have to do that. But it's also
Yeah.
October 7th. You know, the people that got killed, those are the ravers, right?
Right.
So those are the people that were anti-Netanyahu.
Totally.
Those are not the people that were.
They also killed, I think, probably a lot of they dragged people out of their houses.
Oh, they killed a ton of people that
it's a
were
bad
like,
situation there.
like. It's also like, why did it take so long to respond to that?
Well, this is another very interesting, very important question.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that say it's a state the size of New Jersey, and the security failures are they're pretty wild, and there hasn't been a real investigation into them, and Netanyahu's kind of prevented that, and they kind of made it illegal to question that in Israel. Like, people were like writing about that and going, "What the hell's going on?" But like,
It's illegal.
well, they've made a law, and you can look this up, about things like this in Israel, because during wartime, they haven't had an election. They had an election?
No.
Since October 7th?
No. Right.
Right. They haven't had an
Suspended because
election.
of the war, right?
Right. And Ukraine hasn't had an election. Nobody's had an election. So if I'm living in a country, the leader of my country just wants to be in a war forever, there's no democracy?
Well, you know, Clinton said that. Clinton said that about Netanyahu. He said he wants to maintain war. He said it openly in an interview.
Right. And
So
then
he
an
can maintain
intern.
power.
And then a nice chubby intern showed up.
Oh, I wish.
And a
I wish I could go back in
chubby
time.
intern
Before
showed
the
up.
internet and all these busy bodies was around. He was the first guy to go viral.
So I mean, that's the thing. You don't have elections. You don't have people looking into things. And by the way, that's not the only thing that should be looked into. Look into everything.
Right.
Where are the 9/11 docs? What happened?
Right.
Do we know? Why can't we know anything? Why can't we know anything?
Yeah.
You know,
That's all of it. It's like,
release all. We're all adults. Release it. Let's see what happened.
but
I'm
don't you
sure
think
it's
that this-
fine. I'm sure no one did anything naughty.
I think this is all kind of breaking, though. And I think that's one of the things that's happening with AI. Is like all these things that they are protecting us from. We're gonna find out that stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I met you in 2019. The first time I met you was 2018. Big J. Okerson was opening for you in Toronto.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But then I met you in 2019. And that's what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? There were cracks of it breaking then, but almost invisible. Like you couldn't see them. Now you have full on, like, huge sinkholes opening into the reality that most people have accepted for their entire life.
Yes.
Big,
Yeah. Big.
big.
And you see, like this Tulsi Gabbard, this press release that she did, this
Yeah.
conference where she's talking about Fauci.
Sure.
Didn't all,
Yeah.
all that. I mean, we're getting information now that
Getting information.
that let us know that the entire system has been completely corrupted for a long fucking
For a
time.
very long time.
For a very long
it won't survive. It clearly can't survive the way we're in. Is it $40 trillion worth of debt?
It's close.
Right?
It was at 39.
No one thinks that's getting paid back.
Yeah, who will? Tell them to go fuck off.
Right? So we have a lot of it's China. But like no one thinks that's getting paid back. The dollar as the world reserve currency seems to have a limited amount of time. I don't know, but this is what's discussed. No, I mean, how does the system survive this level of information? People are not gonna.
Do you think that this whole race to AI, this like Manhattan Project style race that's going on right now, like the future of whatever the United States is, kind of depends on us getting there first? Right?
I think part of
If we don't get there first, then it's probably a wrap. If you really thought about it, like if China gets there first, if control of resources, everything's shut off,
Sure.
like whatever, if it's weaponized,
My
like,
worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're going to become China. You know, so I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, you know, potentially having like saying Palantir should merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that? Palantir. So you go, and then they go, well, China's got a credit score. Well, what the hell is that?
Right.
What the hell's this? What?
Right.
So Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. It's like, okay, hey, buddy, me too. What the hell's this? So it's a little bit of gaslighting in that sense, too. They're like, if China gets all this stuff, you're all going to, you know, we lose. And you go, okay. So it's almost like China will enslave you. Let us do it first.
everyone's going to be on their best behavior.
That's right. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. We're going to be watching them. You heard that quote.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. This is what the World Economic Forum, people like that, they don't have an interest in you owning a house or farming land or starting a business, or they don't have any interest in that. It does not serve them at all. It did for a while, but their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible for you. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're, you know, heavily invested in all this AI. And one of the reasons I think that we have to strike a deal with Iran is all this UAE money props up Hollywood, all these startups, it props up all the AI, a lot of that money is coming from Qatar and the UAE. And our bases getting blown off the earth in those countries. Those countries are getting attacked because of this war. And they're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, like, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about the future and what is and isn't possible. But the only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives...
The Romanian people are really excited.
They're really excited.
I see how they were celebrating in the streets.
I believe they burned the prime minister's house, the president, or whoever. They would just start lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. People starting to light things on fire is coming. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's good, but it's coming because voting's become fake. No one cares. You know, people on threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and you know what? Again, I'm not calling for it. It's bad, but fire is real. If you ask the people in Palisades or Malibu, whatever, RIP, I like the Palisades, that stupid mall, I liked it, but this is real. People are going to start realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some effect, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine.
Have you got any invites to any bunkers?
No, they're
I
not.
think you'd feel differently if you did.
I I don't know.
I know you've had invites to do interesting things.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, no, I think if they were going to invite me, someone goes, this is the guy who dressed up as Christy Noam's husband with fake tits. And then we can't have a meeting. But absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies, and I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance and his wife? I mean, is that the fun with Peter Thiel, me and Usha, and just
Pete and steak?
Yeah, I mean, is that what we want? I don't know. Probably not.
What's the best case scenario?
The best case scenario is a new era of enlightened people and enlightened thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and a healthy attachment to technology and religion and people's a common kind of a sense of morality and togetherness and love for community that's not enforced by governments, corporations, and armies. I'm not betting on that, but that would be good.
Well, there's a battle, right?
Yeah, there is.
It's not like one side is clearly going to win. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty, but humans today are way better at being people, way kinder and nicer, despite all our problems, than we have ever been in the past.
Yeah.
Society is generally, at least first world countries, safer than it's ever been in the past.
Yeah.
And it's also, there's more opportunity to do things now because of technology that's ever existed before. So it's not worse, but it's not moving in the best direction possible. Like if you had to choose between living today, the way we're living now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. I don't want shitty breaks and live with these fucking people that don't know anything because now there's the internet. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You're better off living today. The communication
then
now is better.
you would go see Janis Joplin,
Right.
and you'd be smoking weed, and a burrito would be 50 cents, and then you would go into a park and fuck, and then die. And it might not be as bad as one thinks. And who knows? I didn't live during that time, so I'm sure there was a lot of pitfalls. You could get stabbed, whatever. Like New York was more culturally interesting when there was crime. I'm against there being crime because New York couldn't have existed. It can't be 1983 in New York now.
Times Square is a mall. Times Square right now is a TGI Fridays.
But sure,
It used to be chaos.
It used to be chaos, but it can't be chaos forever. But again, in that city, do you get the Ramones? Do you get
Right.
all of that stuff?
Right.
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No, you need some chaos for art, for sure.
You need a little chaos.
You don't get chaos from TGI Fridays. You don't get
No.
that kind of chaos.
But I do think that there's a time for certain things, and there's an inertia that moves certain things forward. Meaning, like, it would be crazy to think about New York in the 80s today. Like, no one's built for that life today.
Right.
No one's even built for that. Like, one of the reasons that wars don't work anymore is we're just not built for it. We're not built. We used to be built for war. People used to be built for war, and they were built to just be like, somebody calls me and I just go die. There's like a petition on the door, and it's like, report here, we're going to war. People are built for. Nobody's built for that now. People file complaints with DoorDash. I file complaints.
1981 Rolling Stone magazine called West 42nd Street, located in the heart of Times Square, as the sleaziest block in America.
Yeah.
Now it's probably prime real estate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's parts of it that are, it's all prime real estate there. Whether people like it or not, it's not necessarily, it's better because it's safer, but it's worse because it's safer. Nothing's all one thing. Nothing's all one thing. There's still great art there. There's still great music and comedy and theater and all that stuff. Is it as good as it was? No. But again, it's just because the people that are doing it are amazing, and they're talented. But culture is so decentralized now and fractious. Nothing can stay cool. Everything that what's depressing me about New York is it's become like It's a cool place where people just go on Instagram and post them. You know, when you used to go to dinner in New York City, you would eat French food or food you could never make at home, you've never even seen, you didn't hear, they would treat you like shit. It was fun. Now you go to these places because Taylor Swift went there. You have like they just do like a high-end version of like a Totino's pizza roll. They put truffle oil on it. Here's a French dip. Here's a burger. People their burger. It's just a basic bitch mall city now. That's really what it's become. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of psychopaths here making lots of money, and good for them. But it's becoming a suburban city. It's a city where people talk about chicken salad. It's a city where people go to Wegmans. It's just a different city. It's Pilates and toddlers. It's all great. It's fine. I don't want to see people getting shanked. But it's not what it was. It's just not what it was. It doesn't have that same magic. And nothing does. LA does. Nothing really does. And it won't come back.
No, I don't think it's coming back. I don't know if that's good or bad. I live there. I mean, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen now with Mom Donnie as mayor? Like that weirdness where what's that guy's name? Ken Griffin, the guy, the billionaire guy who's in front of his apartment. Yeah, billionaire guy lives here. He's got so much money, we're gonna take it.
Well,
Tax him.
well, here's the thing. It's all fake. It's all fake. Mom Donnie's Trump. He's smart. He's sharp. He's good looking and young. It's just all crap. It's YouTube. It's like, look, billionaire guy. Ken Griffin's in Palm Beach, building a house worth $1 billion. You're not gonna do anything to Ken Griffin. You're a city employee. The mayor is fake. Like, it's like he'll raise taxes maybe if he can get it done, but he can't. It'll get dirtier, crime will go up, or it won't. It's kind of whatever. It's just not, you know, I think it's not, it's more just the corporations rule, and guys like him, it's like Bernie Sanders, he's the version of the socialist you get. What does it even mean? He has a bunch of military-industrial complex jobs in Vermont, sweetheart of a man, but has not gotten one goddamn thing for 30 years.
Worth billions, has three homes.
The Clintons sandbag him because they're working for God only knows who, the Goldman Sachs and the devil, and he goes and says Hillary's great, they're all great, it's all great, the system's fine, I lost. He got sandbagged like twice, and he doesn't burn it to the ground. He won't burn it to the ground because that's the version of a socialist you get in America. I'm not even like a socialist, but I'm saying like that's clearly this is you throw the bone to placate someone.
It's also they're playing a game, and his game is to stay relevant,
Totally.
keep being a politician, keep being a senator from Vermont, stay there forever. Everybody loves you. Ben and Jerry's, yeah.
Vermont is a lily white state of frozen people, and it's just a bunch of lesbians, and I think Alec Baldwin now because he shot someone.
Does he live there now?
I think he does, but I don't know. And I like him. Shout out to him. We've all moved on. But I think, you know, Sanders is doing what he has to do to please that demographic of people.
What do you think happens in 2028?
I think the donors want Rubio, but Rubio's kind of a buffoon.
Why do they want Rubio?
Because Vance is more isolationist than Rubio. And I think Vance is more in league with the tech people, whereas Rubio, maybe the central banking cartels of intergenerational pools of capital that are more invested in the war industry and might be slightly more aligned with Israel, like Rubio. Like, there are different fiefdoms of the super rich. I think the tech guys are relatively new. Not that they don't get involved in war, of course they do. But it's not all hunky-dory. You know, if you had a banking empire for years and centuries, and you're like, now all these new tech fucks are here, and you're like, what is this? And you're like, we make our money with war. And so do the tech people, by the way, but they have other ways to make money. So I do think Vance will get the nomination. I don't think Rubio, I used to think it would be Rubio. But I've watched Rubio recently more. And I don't think Rubio, he's too buffet. I can't take him seriously. I don't know why.
Trump again suggests a Vance-Rubio 2028 presidential ticket, or perhaps Rubio-Vance.
So it'll probably be those two.
Interesting. But do you think that people are going to want to buy into another Republican Party?
No, it'll be a Democrat. I think it'll be a Democrat.
Who do you think wins?
I don't know. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is yet. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is. I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from a red state, who's a Democrat governor, a purple state. We don't know who they are yet. They pop up. They're boring. I think we need boring. I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president.
Reasonable.
The show's over. Michelle Obama's a woman. And then you'll hear some of the country go, oh. because Trump's a drug, and you've got to detox from that. And this whole last decade has been a drug. It's been the craziest decade that I've been alive. I remember sitting with you at election night. I remember me, you, and Alex sitting down. I remember all these things where we're watching these crazy porn. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy, and now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past.
Gavin Newsom.
They like this guy John Ossoff.
Who's that guy?
I didn't know either. He's the youngest incumbent senator out of Georgia.
Yeah, he's having a moment.
He
He could be
nailed
him.
it. He just nailed it.
He could be him. Look at him. There he goes.
That looks like a president.
Just put him in.
Yes. Yeah. His neck is medium. It's not too thin.
He's got a
It's
medium
not too
neck.
thick.
He's got that face.
Like
that people
Talarico's
like.
neck is a little too small.
Yeah. That's
This
probably
guy-
true.
A little bit more square jawed. Conservative Georgia radio host endorses John Ossoff for U.S. Senate.
If they want to win, they just have to go, hey, everybody, remember healthcare? Don't you want that?
Is he Republican? He's a Democrat.
He's a Democrat, but he's going to LARP as a Republican. And the same with Spencer Pratt's like, I'm actually a Democrat. You know what I mean?
Worked as a national security staffer.
Yeah, he's a spook. Put him in. Who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need?
Jesus Christ, Tim Dillon.
Sorry.
Glad you're out there.
I'm glad you have me in here.
Your podcast rules.
Thank you,
so
brother.
good.
I really appreciate
It's such
it.
a great escape.
Thank you.
It's so beautiful because just the way you're able to just combine reality with humor. It's very rare.
Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
It's a very unusual thing you're doing. It's very insightful political commentary and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things that's very nihilist.
Well, I'll keep doing it until I'm put in a jail. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening? What's up, buddy? It's a hell of a fucking belt buckle. What is that? What is that? What's going on there?
So this one is for a horse I have called Maverick Buzz the Tower that won reserve at the Futurity.
And they give you a belt buckle if you win?
Belt buckle and money.
That's a dope belt buckle.
Expensive belt buckle.
So, guys like you that understand horses, if you saw someone with one of those, you would know exactly what that is right away.
Oh yeah, and the year, depending on the year, I'm going to know the horse. It's like you in
Wow.
fighters. It's like you in fighters.
I guess probably similar. Yeah.
It's like, oh, that guy won the thing in 2012. He fought so and so, and that's the same with me.
It's always so interesting to me how there's these different sort of categories of interests that people have that, one person might not know anything. I don't know anything about horses. But you're like fucking balls deep, fucking everything about horses. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting, like, pool of knowledge. The people that are really into horses. And they start explaining to you that, this is not as simple as, that's a horse and that's a horse too. Like, there's genetic lines and there's certain tendencies that certain horses will actually pass on to their offspring.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy stuff.
There's a stallion, and I really like it. I've got a number of horses by this stallion. His name's Spook's Got a Whiz, and they're just incredibly balanced, real feely, very very quick-footed, big stoppers. But they see dead people, they see ghosts. So like, what? Once every 3 months, for no reason, this thing's gonna fucking check out, and I mean check out. Just decide it's not safe here. We're going back to the barn. You can come with me, or I'm going to buck your ass off, or I'm going to flip over to him. He just loses his mind.
Whoa.
And you never know when it's going to happen.
And his children have this as well?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Just a little quirk.
And
But other than that, they're automatic.
that's a big quirk. That's like if you have a Corvette that decides to drive home.
Yeah, a little bit.
Most of the time, you can go to the store.
We all deal with it because they're worth it.
I guess, but that seems so crazy. That the horse see. Do you really think it sees ghosts?
I don't know what he sees. Some kind of boogeyman. A lot of them are deaf. So
Really?
yeah.
Why?
So, well, there's a gene. Typically, if you see a horse with a white face and the white goes above the eyes, typically that horse is deaf.
Wow.
And so they can't hear, but they can feel the vibrations. So like that could set one of those horses off.
Just anything pounding on the ground that might be something chasing it.
Yeah, I mean they're prey animals.
Right.
So
Wow. The deaf thing's crazy. I wonder if that has any sort of an advantage where they can sort of tune out distractions. You know, I would imagine if a horse is at a rodeo.
now, yes, 100%. Because this crowd's screaming and yelling. It's not going to bother them. Now, if they start stomping their feet, I was going to show this one horse of mine, and I'm about to run in the pen, and all these guys are cheering for this Italian rider, and they're all beating on the side of the arena.
Oh.
And my horse checked the fuck out. He checked the fuck
Like a whole herd of elephants.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I can imagine how weird that is for the horse.
Yeah.
Like it's being told to do something, but its instincts are like, no,
Yeah.
I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I can't hear anything. That's nuts.
Yeah.
The hearing thing, there's a famous pool player. His name is Shane Van Boening. He's like one of the greatest pool players of all time, if not the greatest. And he's deaf. And he has hearing aids. And when he plays, he shuts them off. He just goes and goes into this world, just balls and geometry, and just doesn't miss. Just is a horrifying person to play. And
Really?
because of the fact that he's got that extra sense shut off, like the hearing, he can shut it off. It's not just that. I mean, he's also obsessive. He practices 10 hours a day. I mean, he's an all-time wizard. Like, he's won the U.S. Open, which is the hardest tournament to win in all of pool. He's won it 5 times. Which is just not. There's only one other guy in history, Earl Strickland, that's won it 5 times.
Everybody plays pool, like everybody, a little.
Yeah.
But then the levels to the game, like you start getting a professional pool player,
Yeah.
and they're playing a totally different game.
It's a totally different. Just watching it, you realize, like, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm hitting the ball way too hard. I don't know what I'm doing. My angles are all fucked up. Like, this guy's playing that with English. I would just hit it straight. You
They're doing
watch
a spin, a backspin, it hits over here. And
Oh, yeah.
It's
the control of the ball. It's just like they're part of the stick is the part of their body. The stick and the ball, they're all connected in space and time, and they know where that ball's going within millimeters. It's nuts to watch. Some of these guys, they'll hit a ball and it'll travel. It's a 9-foot table. It'll travel all the fuck away around the table, like a 12-foot distance, and it'll go in a 2-inch spot. And you just go, fuck me. It's great. And then if you do that and you're deaf too, like you don't even hear the cheers. You're just still in the zone.
just hyper focused.
Yeah, just hyper focused. Autism probably helps too.
Yeah.
You have that.
Yeah.
A lot of little. Oh yeah, just a touch.
I got a little, I think.
Anybody's good at anything. Anybody's good at anything is either ADHD or autistic.
Yeah. They tried to give me medicine for the ADHD.
Did they?
Yeah. I'm like, but no.
How old were you when they tried to give it to you?
Oh, well, they did give it to me when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
What they give
And
it?
then you never even knows. But whatever, you're lobotomized, right? And then,
Fuck.
and so I stopped taking it just because I was not usually guys. So my parents were like, fuck it, just let him run around.
My neighbor's kid, they gave it to him when I lived in California. It was such a bummer. He was this wild little kid, and they gave it to him, and all of a sudden he was flat.
Yep.
And I was like, oh. And the lady was like, oh, he's on medication now because he's hyperactive. I'm like, oh my God. Not my kid, not my place.
Yeah.
I'm not saying nothing. I just go to work. I was single back then, and I was like 28 or 29. And I was just so confused how you could do that. And I kept thinking, like, if somebody did that to me when I was a kid, for sure I would have been on drugs.
Yeah.
If my parents knew about those options, they could shut me the fuck up. If I had the wrong parents, my parents wouldn't have done it, but if I had the wrong parents, 100% I had all the traits that would have allowed me to get
It's a
Ritalin or
fucking
whatever.
superpower. If you understand it,
Exactly.
it's a superpower.
Yeah. If you could find something you love.
People say, how in the world can you write a script? You can write all these things. It's not that hard. Like, once I know what it is, you can sit me in an airport around a 2,500 people. I won't hear them. And I can sit there for 12 hours straight.
Because you love it.
I just hyper focus.
But if somebody wants you to pay attention to the history of Pop-Tarts or something, it's not going in there.
Physically can't do it.
Yeah, it's not going in there. Yeah, that's the superpower. The superpower is you can find something you love and focus on it, but the way our education system is designed is so ass backwards. You take kids that are so energetic and they have so much life, and you just squeeze it out of them. Just sit still, stay put, listen to boring shit. And all day they're just fighting this desire to scream and just run out of the building and go do something fun.
Wasn't like essentially what we call the modern public education system founded by the Rockefellers?
Yep.
As a means to create workers.
Yep.
That's it.
Compliant workers and soldiers.
Conform.
Just one of the reasons why they decided to start school so early for kids is the earlier you can start them, the more you can get them to do whatever you want them to do. The more you can get them to pledge allegiance and get really excited about this, that, or the other thing, including all the trans stuff that you see in school, all the pride stuff, and teachers are working with preschool kids and they're talking about sexuality, and you're like, they're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can get them early and you can program those thoughts into their mind that this is a good cause. And it could be anything. It could be your religion. It could be your political ideology. It could be being a Christian, being a Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, you can talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide bombers. They don't try to get guys in their 40s with a family to strap a vest on. They try to get kids.
Yeah. And, what'll really bake a couple of noodles is if you look at, because all these things are funded, all these nonprofits and NGOs, they're all from, well, where's the money come from? And when you look at where the money comes from, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, and it's been coming for 40, 50 years from these places. Qatar, for example, obviously Russia, China, all these are enemies. Donating money to all of these various groups to divide, to just eat away from the inside.
Russia's been doing it since the 70s.
Yeah, 60s.
60s, yeah. That Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure you've seen that video.
Yeah.
Anybody who hasn't, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy is essentially describing what America is going to look like eventually, and he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind, push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, like all the division, all of it engineered. And it's wild.
Just look into it benefits. That's it. It's real simple.
Yeah.
Just look and see who it benefits.
Well, it benefits a lot of people in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that really love division, and they can profit off of it. And they can work an angle. We're with you. And this is a big part of the problem with the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like wealthy people who are doing well say, you know what, I think my money could be best suited helping out other people. It's beautiful. It's one of the most amazing notions about people, when they can be charitable when they don't have to be. They do it because they want to and they really want to help. Then you find out what's really going on, and that the majority of the money is going to overhead and in employees.
Well, think about this. If I create a nonprofit to go solve, LA's a perfect example. We can look at the homeless situation that they have there, and all of these NGOs that are getting all of this money. And the problem's getting worse. It's not getting better.
Right.
It's getting worse. But if I form an NGO, and that's my cause, and I solve the problem, what do I do with my NGO? Exactly. I got no money. There's no reason to give me money. So they don't create them to solve problems. The incentives are totally exacerbate the problem. Make the problem worse. Make it longer. Make it bigger. Look how big the problem is. We need more money.
Sometimes I was doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I say in air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spent $24 billion on the homeless problem, and no one can account for it. And they tried to get an accounting of it. They tried to do an audit of it, and Newsom vetoed it. Like, why would you want to know? Let's stop all that nonsense and
build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never going to get built.
Well, they have a mile of it. They have a mile of that train.
It only costs $100 billion. Relax. Things take time.
They have a fucking mile. Well, we're trying to choose the path. How about right beside the I-5? How about that? How about right next to the flat fucking highway?
Everything they do sucks. Yeah. How about that stupid fucking road over the highway to make sure the mountain lines are safe?
Yeah.
It's like over $100 million still not done.
And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West.
Yeah.
And they don't cost shit.
They don't cost much money at all. They fix them quick. They do it quick.
It's just,
yeah, they're done in a couple of months.
Yeah, pour some cement, put some sod down, plant some fucking grass, and away you go.
Away you go.
But we're applying logic to a state that doesn't use that.
It's like it is as goofy as it gets, and then you think it's as goofy as it gets, and then you hear that Portland so this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got enough votes to be on the ballot, and this is some law that's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Well, who doesn't want to stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty. Let's stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no hunting, no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture, no animals that get harmed in any way, no killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken, nothing. No animals died. And
this is a city ordinance?
Fucking vote. Oregon is voting on this in November. No fishing! No fishing! What are you saying? Are you fucking high?
And no
hunting, no ranching. Ranching, you can't ranch. You're gonna kill a cow? What are you, crazy? That's illegal in Oregon.
And that probably sounds like a good idea to one of those people. But here's my question. All right, so let's do it. Let's just outlaw ranching. Let's just say, fuck it. Well, there's 91 million cattle in the country. So what will we do with them?
You just leave them alone. Let nature take its course.
Yeah, but they're not. But there's no nature to take its course.
It's
91 million head of fucking cattle. And I can promise you this: if you outlaw me feeding them and taking care of them, I'm not gonna. Then they're wandering the highway.
Yeah. And then the bulls are out.
Yeah.
So you're gonna keep the bulls contained? No. So the bulls are gonna kill people.
Yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah. So now we have 900 million cattle in 3 decades.
Yeah, and fuck all your fences. Bulls are gonna smash them. Bulls are gonna eat your grass. Bulls are gonna stomp your dog. Like, what are you talking about?
I can't.
But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe, man. It's like, and it's not even a well thought out one. But the problem is, you don't have to be well thought out to get on the ballot. You just have to appeal to certain sensibilities, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, that would be good. Let's stop animal cruelty." Yeah. And they're probably on SSRIs anyway.
It'll probably pass.
Nah, I don't think it'll pass.
According to this New York Times article, it was one guy.
He
got 135,000 signatures and got it passed to that level.
I wonder how many of them are homeless people.
Moved to Portland from Denver, from Southern California, where I'm trying to figure out.
Do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see what this guy looks like.
Of course he's from Southern California.
Of course he is. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed.
Teacher.
Oh, substitute teacher.
He keeps getting
He's a
better.
winner. What else?
That's all I was saying. I didn't hear him very well.
Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea. Yeah.
Substitute teacher, vegan, and petitions organizer.
It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I love how I said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? You talking about nature? What are you talking about? Like, they're gonna kill each other. Stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it somehow or another less cruel when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart?
Yeah.
You figure the chance of meeting another gay vegan were better in Portland. He's probably
not wrong.
Yeah, it's probably a good bet. Solid bet.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He was sitting there going, Midland, Texas, Portland, Oregon, where am I?
You got
best chance to go vegan.
Go to Portland and take some medication. Just fucking have a good time. There he is.
There we go.
Hey, fella.
He's already gotten too much attention from us.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of silly people in the world, and like we were talking about with young people,
if you get young people indoctrinated early enough to think that these silly ideas make sense, which is one of the reasons why I love that Kevin Costner moment on your show when he had explained to that vegan lady.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a good moment.
How cute does an animal have to be before you care if it fucking lives?
Yeah. And what the actual, like, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food.
Plowing a field.
Yeah, just plowing a field. Or
go build a road. Right. You want to destroy some fucking organisms, go build a road.
Yeah. And if you're riding on those roads, you're in that system. And then there's the bees. Like, the amount of bees that die every year so we can have avocados is bananas.
Yeah. Bring them in from Brazil. By the billions.
By the billions.
By the bee.
And they die. Bees, and then on top of so it's avocados and almonds. Those are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, almonds, you know what's fascinating, and we can look it up. Almonds, the amount, it's something like 19 gallons of water is what you have to give to get one almond.
Is that real?
Yeah, we can plug. Yeah, it's fucking bananas.
My doctor told me almonds aren't even good for you.
Well, you know,
he said they're okay for you. He said, but, you know,
there was a time in the Mediterranean where they were poisoned. They were strychnine. And it's one of the first domesticated plants. And what people realized, whoever, Homo sapiens or Neanderthals, whoever's wandering around, they're like, the squirrels are eating those poisonous nuts from that tree. They're okay from this one, not okay from that one. So they started cutting down and uprooting all the ones where the squirrels wouldn't eat.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and so the almond originally.
This episode is brought to you by Wild Pastures. Here's the deal, folks. Wild Pastures delivers 100% grass-fed and finished beef, pasture-raised pork and chicken, even wild-caught seafood right to your door. I love their ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat. I had them last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised the way nature intended. Outdoors, on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feedlots. Wild Pastures only works with small, family-run, regenerative farms here in the USA. So you're supporting American farmers and the land itself because regenerative farming restores soil, improves ecosystems, and protects biodiversity. And what's more, Wild Pastures' nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. And right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15 off your first box at wildpastures.com/Rogan. That's wildpastures.com/Rogan. Relatively water-intensive crop, each
1,900 gallons of water per pound.
That's so crazy.
And then,
oh my God.
Here's my new, look, I'm a writer, right? So words matter to me, and when we misuse them in our society, it just bothers me, right? So all these things that we're calling milk, like almond milk,
right?
And I'm just determined to call it almond juice because that's what it fucking is. It's not even almond juice. It's not like we're extracting.
It's almond tea almost.
We're taking almonds, pulverizing them, and brining them in water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almond, and then adding a bunch of shit to it, and sugar and whatnot.
They added a lot of sugar. My friend Duncan was like, "Dude, almond milk is good for you." I go, "You're looking at how much sugar is in there?" And we were on the phone, and he goes, "Holy shit!" I go, "Yeah, man, that's why it tastes good." But my doctor told me I had oxalates in my diet, in my blood test. He said, your oxalates are kind of high. So are you eating almonds? And I said, yeah. I eat almonds all the time. He's like, yeah, cut back. Because that's where it's from.
Really?
Yeah. So you find out how much oxalates are in almonds. I just listened to them. And also it's a lot of that gluten-free flour stuff. Mm-hmm. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour a lot of the times.
Right.
Almonds are a high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys, and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds contain about 296 milligrams of oxalate per 100 grams, roughly 4 milligrams per nut, putting them in the high oxalate category. Yeah, he said they're not bad if you just have them every now and then. He goes, but don't do it on a regular basis. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that is high oxalates that people don't think about that can really fuck you up. Kale, for instance. Like I used to drink kale smoothies all the time until another doctor told me you really should cook the kale. Cook it and then filter out whatever the water's in it. I go, really? I go, why? He goes, oxalates. He goes, you want to cook the oxalates out of them? Really? Yeah, that's apparently what causes a lot of kidney stones. Some folks, they drink a lot of those green smoothies, which I used to do every day. I used to take a bunch of kale, throw in a bunch of apples and some ginger and some garlic and blend it all up and drink at the beginning of the day. I thought I was doing a good thing. And he was like, you're just blasting your system with oxalates. I was like, oh, why?
That's a fucking expert.
He said, have bacon. Have some bacon. I'm like, fucking bacon's better for you? Like, my journey of figuring out what to eat was a long one. It was a long one, and thank God I got this podcast, because if I hadn't had all those conversations with people where I realized, like, oh, so we're, like, and now the food pyramid's completely flipped, which is hilarious. Yeah. But it's like, I've had enough conversations where I realized, like, oh, all these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're giving advice. And it's weird. It's weird how much bad advice there is for food and for health and for fucking fill in the blank. Almost everything in our society.
The food pyramid was created by Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Or Kellogg's, which is Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, how do we get people to eat our shit in the morning and then again at lunch? And then, well, the one thing that we can't control, they talk about, the one thing that we do not have is this massive industrialized meat production, because there's no economical way to do it. They'd do it if they could. Harris Ranch, which you've probably seen off I-5 in California, is the closest version of that. But what it is a feed yard, right? Where you can get them together and feed cattle for 90 to 150 days before you go sit them off and slaughter them, right? That's the closest thing there is to an industrialized beef industry, because it's a very inefficient way. It's way better to farm, right? It's more efficient to farm than it is graze cattle. So you only want to graze cattle somewhere that you can't farm. At the end of the day, you want to graze cattle are great at taking protein from more protein sources and metabolizing, right? So you graze them in real rocky terrain with native grasses that you can't farm, you can't till it, you just can't. And it needs to be eaten by something, or weeds will overtake it, right? So
yeah.
Grass grows better when it's being grazed. And so there's no way to industrialize that or centralize it. The most centralized it is at the packing house, right? Where you've got 4 major packing houses that control 90-something% of the beef industry. And that's starting to change. COVID was extremely helpful for the smaller farmer and rancher to sit there and get their product out, right? And find they start popping up. People have opened these USDA facilities that don't process 800 head of cattle an hour. They maybe do 50 or 50 a day. And now people can go there because they're a USDA facility. They can buy beef directly from them, buy it from the rancher, right? And you can control where your food's coming from, as opposed to what was happening, where you get a bunch of, if you're going to go get a burger, you're eating some Australian killer bull, right, for the most part, or something from Brazil. You're not eating something that you want to eat, right? When you go to a nice steakhouse, the steaks there they're going to come from most likely Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, Montana. There's select areas where people are spending that kind of attention and time to raise that kind of quality of beef, right? And it's being done by smaller ranchers, and maybe a big ranch, but still operated by relatively few people. 4 6s is 300,000 acres, but there's 12 cowboys.
Wow, 12 cowboys for 300,000 acres is nuts. How do they keep track of everything?
I mean, we break it down into pastures, and then you have, and then the pastures fall under the terminology is this. Say, if you're in Guthrie, there's a camp, and we call it South Camp, because it's in the South. and it's responsible for 50,000 acres, right? Which is broken down into multiple pastures that are between 7 and 10,000 acres. There's one big pasture in that camp. It's like 14,000 acres. And so then you have North Camp, have what we call, then we have camps around the town, little town of Guthrie. So you break it down into the responsibility of each cowboy's somewhere between 35 and 50,000 acres.
Wow. That's a hell of a responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. What's really interesting about your shows, particularly Yellowstone, it got people like really attracted to the idea of brutal hard work as being romantic.
Yeah.
You know, people like really identified with those guys on Yellowstone that were just like so dedicated to that ranch, so dedicated to busting their ass and working all day long, hard fucking work, and they're just hanging out together afterwards. And there's something about that life that's so simplistic and romantic to people that it just really resonated with so many people. They didn't even know that they liked that.
Well, it's uniquely American, right? And the amount of freedom that is. So we move somebody out to South Camp, and we go, okay, so here you are. There's your house in South Camp. See you in a week or so. Go figure shit out. Keep track of the cattle. And you give them a string of horses, and they work their horses, and they ride that property. They know every inch of it, and we don't have weekly corporate meetings.
How do they get supplies? So there's like the house stocked in advance?
Yeah, they go to town. You know, towns, which is an endeavor, right? Town's 90 miles away. So you go to town once a week, right?
Stock up,
go back.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's
a crazy life.
And people not every, this isn't true of every cowboy. There's plenty of cowboys that typically they grow up on that ranch, and that's the life that they know, and that's what they want to do, right? But they still go off to college. Like almost every one of my cowboys has a ranch management degree. Like they went to school.
Wow.
To study.
What's a good school if you want to be a cowboy?
I mean, there's quite a few in Texas Tech. And that's a phenomenal ranch management program. A bunch of the guys on the Sixes went there. TCU has a ranch management program. A good one. Texas A&M. You know, we have vets that live on the ranch. Obviously, we breed a ton of horses. So our vets, Colorado State's an excellent veterinary school for large animal vets. Obviously, Texas A&M is a phenomenal school. Texas Tech as well. Those are.
Dude, how the fuck do you pay attention to everything? You're running a gigantic ranch and you have about 48 TV shows. How the fuck do you do it? I don't understand it. Every time a new Taylor Sheridan show pops up, I say to my wife, I go, how the fuck is he doing this? Like, where does he have this time?
Part of it is, if you think about it, so my core crew is the same crew I made Wind River with, but when we had no money. I remember one time, I'm on the top of a mountain. It was me and my first AD and my DP, Ben Richardson. There's not a producer. We haven't seen anybody in a week. And I looked at, we're freezing our asses off at 7 below zero in northern Utah. And I'm like, guys, you know, we could just fuck off to Hawaii. Nobody would know for a while. we have their money. They don't know. They don't actually know where we are. They're just trusting that we're going to make this movie, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over and did Yellowstone, which is then the same team that went up and did Mayor of Kingstown with me, and then 1883, 23, Lioness, Landman, all of them. And we've promoted from within. I've got PAs that are now first ADs. I've got camera operators that are now directors. So we've promoted from within, so everyone understands the way we do it, and it's so free and efficient. We don't ever have, and you know, because you've been in this industry forever, these people will have meetings upon meeting upon meeting. They'll have a tone meeting where a whole bunch of people are going to sit around and try and talk about the tone of the script. Why didn't you read the fucking thing? We have to have a meeting about it? How about we don't have a meeting about it? And then they'll have a, and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? Right. Middle management people. And they want to do a prop show and tell, where someone's going to come show them all of the props that we're going to use. Really? Well, we don't do that shit because I'm like, I need your permission to use which big lighter I'm going to use in this fucking thing. just make the decision. And how about we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again. How about that? So we just streamlined it and made it to where it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start up, and they'll prep for 12 weeks before they start filming. We do it in 4.
Wow. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense that it's streamlined because I've been on shows when they first start out and it's chaos and there's a lot of network involvement and there's a lot of bullshit. But then once it gets going, they go, "Oh, you guys know what you're doing. Yeah, so leave me alone." Yeah.
We're there from the beginning now.
That's beautiful.
We haven't missed. You don't miss.
Right. Well, it's like you don't miss. Like you don't miss with the writing. You don't miss with the storylines. Like you don't have any duds, man, which is incredible. It's just incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows and all of them be good and all of them be, like very addictive. And the Landman is so addictive.
it's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it.
Yeah.
Let's just take a bunch of old people to a strip club.
Billy Bob is fucking awesome.
He's a genius.
I love that guy. He's so good on that show. It's like it was made for him.
It was made for him.
I mean, he's done so many things.
I went to Billy Bob before I wrote a word, and I told him, I said, if you don't do this, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, well, what is it? I said, basically, I want to take your character from Bad Santa and put him in West Texas and run the whole company. He goes, you want the guy from Bad Santa to run the whole company? I said, that's what I want. He goes, that sounds fucking awesome.
Well, it's educational too. I mean, a lot of people have no idea how the oil business works, and you watch that show, you're like, Jesus Christ, what a crazy job!
It's an insane job, and the other thing about it is we're so completely dependent upon petroleum in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it, and we can debate how bad it is or isn't, and or not debate it. The reality is we don't have an alternative. Like, it does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. We can sit there and say, well, when did this? No. You sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion, and we're 30, 40 years from it being something that we can rely upon. And reduce little nuclear reactors, like itty-bitties, like the size of this coffee pot.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about individual reactors that people have in their homes. Like, how long does it take before there's disasters? That's how fucking... Having a really good nuclear power plant for a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy. How many assholes are going to cut into that thing?
Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, so
right.
I don't think we should
on
be
purpose.
I've done it. I'm like, well, how bad can it really be?
There's people that leave their fucking gas on so that someone could die in the house.
No, we don't.
People are nuts. Yeah. People are nuts. If you literally have consumer level nuclear power plants, not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have personal nuclear power plants in our house. Oh fuck.
Yeah. So we're dependent upon it.
That's why we're in Iran right now. Oh yeah. Also because of Israel. But I mean, we're in Iran. I mean, the whole thing about it is the oil. Strait of Hormuz. It's like I think it's 40% of the world's oil supply passes through there.
Yeah.
Christ.
No, that's and I think also China.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big play it's a chess piece against China.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
Yeah, all of it's fucking terrifying.
And I'm not saying we should have or we shouldn't have. I'm not commenting politically, but what those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster.
It's crazy.
Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, I'm just saying.
Right.
The team was sent, and then the team. I mean, can you imagine if I wrote it in a movie? People will go, "That's fucking ridiculous, Taylor."
Right. We don't have to attack yet.
Fly a bunch of SF dudes, drop them off on the roof of this high-rise, surrounded by the fucking Cuban Special Forces, and they're gonna kill all of them, and then they're gonna fucking snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. That's what they did.
And they're going to do it with sound. They're going to disable everyone with a sound weapon. What? Like, do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome?
Yeah.
We're dismissing it. This is horseshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. Like, no, they're talking about people that are in Havana, that they've been targeted, something zapped them.
Low-level frequencies that made them nauseous.
Yeah, and I think that is a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela.
Who knows?
The discombobulator, that's what it's called. Classified secret weapon system President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it's both. It disables the people and it disables their weapon system. What? That's amazing. What the fuck are we doing? Official silence would ask for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famously told New York Post, "I'm not allowed to talk about it." He says they press buttons. He claimed the defense forces pressed buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets and radar. Wow. The weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel. He also referred to a sonic weapon being used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A, man. I would love to see what that looks like. I bet they have video too.
These guys, sure.
Yeah.
All wearing GoPros.
I'd love to go into a skiff. Just show me the video. I won't say no. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. What does it look like when somebody gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled? Like, apparently they just fell to the ground in agony. They couldn't move.
Yeah.
And they just went in and shot everybody.
Some freaking SF snipers just freaking on top of that, just raining down on them.
That's crazy. Like, that guy thought he was safe. Crazy. And there's a famous video of him saying, "Come and get me."
Oh, yeah. Bro, you gotta be careful. What bear you poke.
Also, it's like, none of us know what the tip of the spear technology in weapon systems is available right now. We don't know. They don't tell us. Obviously, no one knew this fucking discombobulator thing existed. This is science fiction.
Yeah.
Right? If this was 20 years ago, you'd be like, that's not a real thing. Yeah. But now you're like, oh shit, they used it? So, and not just a concept, they fucking used it? What else? What are they cooking out in the desert in the middle of Nevada? Who knows?
Yeah, and think about this. For that to be used, there's something 4 generations past that.
100%.
They're playing with now.
Yeah, 100%. This whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. All of them. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things, you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades, and some super high level shit that involves some sort of novel propulsion system, and they have that stuff flying around in the sky. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people are saying. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is, but I think there's a giant chunk of the shit that people are seeing that's ours.
Yeah. Testing.
Yeah, testing, doing stuff with it.
If there was an intelligent life form that had stumbled upon our barbaric asses, why would they not go, "Hey guys, fire up that fucking missile. We found this blue planet. We got to get rid of this thing."
Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's tribal and territorial has to go through an adolescent period of their evolution. And if you look at human history, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus Christ, how many of the Ottoman Turks that got killed, and his famous methods of putting people on posts and separating them down the line on the road, so that as these poor guys are traveling to go and fight him, they just see the enemy stuck on skewers and in geometric patterns and shit. He would do them in like stars and stuff. He was a vicious motherfucker, and he's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind Dracula. And I was reading about that guy. I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. Yeah. They've always been awful. But they just, like, as time goes on, they get a little less awful. A little less. Like, we're a little less awful now than we were during Nazi Germany. Not totally great.
Not collectively.
Right. We're still willing to do genocide. Some of us are. But it's less approved. It's less... More people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting a little bit better. It's not as quick as we'd like. I think if I was an alien life form, I would say you have to wait this out. It's like if you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down and stumble. You gotta let him get hurt. You gotta let things happen. You gotta let him fuck up and figure it out himself. You gotta figure this out, make it right. You fucked this up. You gotta give him a chance to become better.
Right.
I think as a civilization, I would think the same thing would apply. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening and like grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't nuke each other and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoings and just let human beings slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was an intelligent life form observing people.
The interesting thing that we're, as a civilization, facing now, and it's always happened in some capacity when a society gets wealthy, really wealthy, people start to question wealth and how can we be more equitable, and it comes across like compassion, but it really comes down to a debate of what is more valuable to a society. Is self-determination more valuable, or is equity more valuable? And by equity, what I mean is everyone gets exactly the same shit. Everyone. So you take them off of, we're not on a monetary society anymore. Now you're working for the collective, and you're hearing that word thrown around a lot these days. The problem with working for the collective is who decides who picks up the trash, and who decides who gets to go represent your nation at the Olympics, who gets to decide who gets to, is someone going to let me go make TV shows? Which, by the way, I wouldn't do for free. It's too fucking hard.
Right.
So now I don't want to do it. Well, then you got to go do this. Well, I won't do that either. And that's the problem.
And then they force you to do things.
Yeah.
And that's how they do that. They do
So
that with
then,
guns.
yeah. So you either have self-determination, or in your attempts to be collective, you have to surrender that. And then you're surrendering it to who? And now you have a dictatorship, no matter what the fuck you thought you had.
Yeah.
It always comes back to that. It always, you can look at Marxism and Leninism and what Lenin was talking about, his hopes, whether they were his hopes or not. But it devolved into an authoritarian regime very, very quickly. And communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, they're all very, very similar. The differences are superficial. I think Ayn Rand said that they're just superficial variations between the exact same thing, which is the evil of the collective.
The evil of collective and human beings' desire to control their people.
Yeah.
They love to. And anytime you give them a chance where they can feel righteous about controlling people, they jump at it. And they have an opportunity to classify people. There's good people and bad people. The bad people, you can do whatever you want to them. They're the other. And that happens with every time groups get into power like that and tell you what you can and can't do. And you're seeing that being embraced shockingly more and more all over the world. People are embracing more government power and more government control. And it's really crazy. It's really crazy to see.
It's unique. I think that, number one, I think in 30 years when they look back, when we're still suffering from a society from COVID, like still, and not so much from the disease itself, but from our faith in the institutions around us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, and the way that it was manipulated to gain power for a political group, and it was effective. And so when something's effective, then people just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective, right? We did that in our military with the wins, hearts, and minds, right? So that all comes from Japan, right? We're going to win the hearts and minds of Japanese. Well, the Japanese surrendered. Like, their emperor, who they looked at as a god, he told the people of Japan after we dropped 2 freaking nuclear bombs on them, hey, we are going to endure the unendurable. We are going to surrender. It's the only way that we can salvage our nation. So they willfully surrender. And then our government goes, look how great this hearts and minds stuff's working. It's not working. It's not working at all. And then they tried it Vietnam, didn't work. Tried it everywhere else that we've had a conflict. We tried it, and it hasn't worked yet because what it was based on was flawed, right? Because they chose to be subjugated at that time, and making that choice kept them an independent nation. So our government, it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are going to like presidents and dislike presidents, but now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government, the repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man, you think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws, but that's the new normal now. So when a president gets in that you do support, then the other side, because we've established this precedent, they're just not going to follow his laws either. Right. And now we've eroded the rule of law. And then what happens?
The slippery slope is very dangerous. I was saying that when the ICE raids were going on, because I was like, okay, I am not in favor of illegal criminals being in this country. However, we're setting a very alarming precedent where you have masked, militarized police with no ID that are running around the cities snatching people up. Like this could set a precedent that could be used by the left if they get into power for something different than just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets, and that people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people. And a lot of American citizens are getting caught up in that trap too, unfortunately, and then they have to get released. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So if the Democrats get in next and they decide, like maybe there's a new COVID strain happens, some new pandemic happens, whatever the fuck.
If you don't get the vaccine, they're going to arrest you, and then they start the same.
Yes, we saw it in, I think it was Minnesota or whoever, they had the National Guard on the streets, but they had people enforcing lockdowns. And so they had people walking on the streets with fucking guns, yelling at people to get in your house over a cold. Like these kind of slippery slopes, you might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I'm with you. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, and I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying, you want to get them out all at once? Yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick? That's the way to do it. Because they got them in quick. You're right. They opened the fucking border. They helped people get in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get them out that way, you're setting a weird precedent. You're setting a precedent that could be used in other ways.
Yeah, that's the challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law. Right, or don't have them. Right, they've enacted no new laws. These are the same immigration laws that were on the books when Obama was president. Clinton was president. The same rules. It's the methodology, and you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons about, okay, the pros of trying to eradicate this issue. You can't give it a deadline. Yeah, right. It's slippery.
It is slippery,
and again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and these politicians right now who are doing all of us a tremendous disservice in Washington, I feel, our elected officials, because they're not thinking beyond this next election, and maybe they never have.
They never have,
right? But they were better at hiding it, maybe.
I think there was no internet.
But well, true.
I think that's what it is. There was no social media.
But I think we've reached a point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college, they talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating packing courts, all these things, because their side's not in power. And so we're just going to take the structure of the government and totally rework it to benefit us temporarily. But then those same benefits that you have now will be used against you. Yeah. They will 100% be used against you. I think the most important legislation that we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress, and I think probably 12 years in the Senate. 2 6-year terms in the Senate.
That's more than enough time.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fucking time.
That's enough. We don't need anyone else. I mean, I don't know how it's become How the fuck is Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million? How the fuck? Well, I know how. Yeah, she gets in on all these fucking IPOs.
Exactly.
Right. She's going to pass the legislation that allows Visa to go public, and then she's going to get a big chunk of it. And then when she's confronted about it, look a reporter dead in the eye and fucking lie to him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do that.
No
It's public. We know you did it. We can look at how much stock you own.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
They all do it.
Yes. They get
People are calling out Ro Khanna on Twitter
they get
today.
fucking rich. Everyone's getting rich.
Yeah.
They get paid $175 grand a year, and they're all fucking millionaires.
Super millionaires. They're all like she's intensely wealthy. That's almost $500 million. That's nuts. As a public servant, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's insanity.
And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad, and we just accept it. And people are busy. They have families and mortgages who shouldn't deal with, and so they complain and they keep on trucking.
Yeah, I mean, I have, as we discussed, I have other jobs. I don't have a pile of time to dedicate to. It's tough for me to talk politics because I don't have hours in my day to sift through what's real and not real on Instagram or social whatever. I'm on that shit, but I can't. It's hard to form an opinion because, man, I don't know it. I don't know where to go to get honest news. I'm not the news. I know that. You can't turn on the fucking news because they fucking been lying to us. They stopped being. I don't know if they were ever impartial, but I know that. I remember there was a guy. I was a kid. He was running for president. His name was Jack Kemp.
I remember Jack Kemp.
And I want to say it was Dan Rather. It may not have been. It may have been some other newscaster. And there's a debate amongst all these different potential candidates for president. And as he's introducing all of these various politicians, he's saying so-and-so Harvard graduate, law professor from here, and this former senator, and this and that and the other, this person here. And they get to Jack Kemp, and he goes, backup quarterback and born-again Christian Jack Kemp. And I'm like, wow, you just sunk that dude. Everyone else, you gave what their jobs were and talked about their accomplishments in this. You just said he didn't start at quarterback, and you call that his religion, dude. And that's the first time I ever remember. I'm like, I know your opinion. I'm not supposed to know your opinion. You're supposed to be giving me news. Right. You're supposed to be giving me honest, unbiased information so I can make a decision. And you're making a decision for me. We're trying to. Yeah. And they've gotten so, as news became entertainment, I mean, CNN's the worst thing that ever happened to news because it's 24 hours. And now all of a sudden, there's not 24 hours worth of news all the time, right? There is during a war, right? You can show us news, war footage the whole time and talk about the war and why no war. But when there's not, you got to make some shit up or push an opinion. And that's where we've gotten with news now. Now news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them.
Yeah.
That's how we keep them watching.
And that's the business model.
It is now.
And it's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them, but ignore certain things that your sponsors wouldn't like you to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
This is why, Tulsi Gabbard, in her final act as Director of National Intelligence, as she's leaving, she gave that press conference about Fauci. And she talked about how he lied in front of Congress and that he absolutely used American tax funds to fund gain-of-function research through EcoHealth Alliance, to the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China. And, no one's covering it. This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. With Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan, an exclusive offer for podcast listeners.
No. And by the way, didn't we all know that already?
Well, we knew it. but my parents didn't. People that just read the newspapers and watch TV, they don't know. I've never seen anything as flagrantly obvious as COVID coming from the Wuhan lab studying COVID. Right. I've never, and you've got fucking news anchors keeping a straight face saying it came from the wet market. Did you ever see Jon Stewart's bit on it that he did on the Colbert Show? No. You never saw it? No. Oh, we need to play it. Let's play it because it's so funny because Colbert tries to stop him from doing it and push back. And John, he's a great comic. He just gets up from his chair and gets louder and just plows through it. Really? Over Colbert's trying to cock block his bit. He's like, it's a funny bit. And he's getting in the way. Oh, I'd like to see if you have information on that. I'd like to see it. And he just keeps going. He keeps plowing away. It's very funny. And it's in the middle of it, right? This was a courageous step because he was doing this when calling it out or saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan, China was somehow or another conflated with racism. Remember that? If you said it came from Wuhan, China, from a lab, you're racist. Yeah. How did you pull that off? How did no one's saying anything? It's racist. It's from fucking China, and it seems like EcoHealth Alliance funded it, and it seems like we funded EcoHealth Alliance. Yes. That's a lot of fucking paperwork. And by the way, there's studies on the fucking disease that they've been doing that are posted on the CDC website. They're posted on the fucking. My favorite was you catch all this shit about ivermectin. Yeah. And literally when that happened, I went, look up ivermectin and studies with ivermectin. And a study pops up on the CDC website while people are telling us to not take that shit. And it talks about the efficacy of ivermectin and antiviral properties, specifically COVID-19. Yeah. So it's on the government website that the fucking drug works while they're telling everyone to not take it. And they're mocking me for taking Horstein wormer. Watch this. This is great. No, you stop because he still wants to put out that establishment position. I'd like to see evidence. If you've got any evidence. Yeah. Well, wild times in the news because I think from then on, that sort of sent a shockwave through the majority of the population where just whatever trust they had in the news just got severely eroded. Yeah. And if we don't have good news, if we don't have trust in the news, then we're kind of adrift. And then you get locked into fucking conspiracy theories and echo chambers online, and you can get trapped in them too, and that's not good either. Yeah, then there's nowhere to go get information. Has anybody in NBC, CBS, CNN, have any of those people picked up on that Tulsi Gabbard speech about Fauci and had any sort of a reaction to it? I'd like to know that. Because from what I was reading online, none of them had. But this was as of yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's changed. I don't know if they were preparing an article and they wanted to make sure they got all their ducks in a row. I would think pretty much any time the head of an institute is begging for a pardon when he hasn't been charged with any crime, there's a pretty good indicator you might want to look and see if there's been a crime committed. Was he begging for a pardon? I mean, Fauci was he had attorneys. This is part of that deal. He had attorneys reaching out to Biden's camp the last day when he got the pardon. Jeez. The very last day. Jeez. It's just a preemptive part that's nuts, especially when Rand Paul's questioning him and he's talking to him specifically about what defines gain of function research. And by all account, by every definition, it's gain of function research. And Fauci's still saying, you do not know what you are talking about. With all due respect. Even though he's a doctor. Yeah. Rand Paul's a fucking doctor. He's an actual doctor. And then they say, well, you're an eye doctor. Well, that's my specialty. But before I became an eye doctor, I became a general doctor, which means I studied all the same shit that Fauci studied. Yeah. You got to go through medical school before you go pick a specialty. So 4 years of studying the entire body before you specialize in whatever you can specialize in. Well, it's also, then if you read RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, you find out he ran this exact same playbook during the AIDS pandemic. It was the exact same playbook. That's what the Dallas Buyers Club is about. The Dallas Buyers Club, that McConaughey movie about AIDS, the fucking villain is Anthony Fauci. He's the guy that's stopping them from getting alternative medications. That's the guy that wanted everybody to take AZT. You know why? Because AZT had already been approved. They had already used it as a cancer medication. It was a chemotherapy medication that they stopped using because it was too deadly. It was killing people quicker than cancer was killing them. So the first medication they gave people when they had an immune system that was compromised was a chemotherapy medication that was killing people. And they were giving it to people that were asymptomatic. They were giving it to people that tested HIV positive. And then you know about the PCR testing. So the PCR testing, Kerry Mullis, the guy who invented PCR testing, said publicly about Fauci does not know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know if he said fuck, but he does not know what he's talking about. And that it's not supposed to be used to detect a disease in a person's body. And that if you ramp up the cycles long enough, just like they did with COVID, where we got by some estimations, 80% false positives because of the PCR method, because they were ramping them up so high. And so they cut it back quite significantly, and that reduced the amount of false positives they had. But there's a lot of people that got tested as HIV positive that probably weren't, and they put those fucking people on AZT, and AZT kills you. Wow. Yeah, nuts. Most mainstream outlets are treating it as a serious but unproven political bombshell. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges, stressing the documents are disputed and under review, and highlighting how polarized the reaction is. Mainstream print, Jerusalem Post, Money Control, Newsweek summarize her accusations, emphasize that COVID's origins remain unresolved, and note that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not yet legally validated. Many stories frame this as reigniting a long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Look, that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin, shut your fucking dirty whore mouth, because it's not. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. They say the new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Okay. Right-leaning media highlight her file dump as vindication for critics, focus on the cover-up narrative, and give prominent space to Republicans like Rand Paul. Why is it more centrist or mainstream outlets present it as a straighter news tone, often pairing Gabbard's and GOP's quotes with Fauci's past denials, and nothing there is so far, no judicial finding of perjury or criminal conduct.
What I've never understood is how this became a left or right issue.
So stupid.
When Fauci, who's a career bureaucrat, right? When all this started, there was a Republican president.
Yep.
Right? And then he served that Republican president. He served the Democratic president before that, and then he served a Republican. I mean, he's been there for fucking 50 years.
Yeah. It's been
this
forever.
dude. It's not political.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be political. There shouldn't be a right left side to this. It's, hey, a career bureaucrat fucking lied to us.
He used the exact same language when he was talking about AZT as a medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's the only medication is because it is both safe and effective. The guy's a monster. So he's one of those guys, like throughout history, where you're gonna look back over time and you go, holy shit, this one guy's lies, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career fucked so many people over.
Yeah. And I don't understand why Democrats would want to follow that sword. There's no reason to align.
Because people are stupid, and they just decide that because a Republican's a president and anything the Republicans are pushing has to be bad. And that stupid fucking division, that's so silly. It's so silly. It really is. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it. A bunch of Joy Reid said it. They all said it.
And then they bet their entire political livelihoods on it.
We deserve better. We really do, or we don't. Maybe we don't. We fucking think they're good. We're so silly. such a fucking silly group of human beings we are. That's fucking wild. Not all of us, though. You know, I think less of us now. I think it's going to be way harder to divide people the way they divided everybody in 2020. It'll be way harder now. I think most people are just not buying it. And as long as people wake up to this left versus right nonsense, it's really just a big fucking hustle to keep you fighting with each other. Oh, for sure. Most of it. Oh, for sure. Most of it. Even the ICE stuff that we were talking about. Hey, folks, do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? Did it occur to you that these organized, massive protests were all occurring in the same place where that Nick Shirley cat found fucking billions of dollars in fraud? Yeah. Shocker. Kind of crazy. Didn't California pass a law? The Nick Shirley law to prevent that specifically that guy from fucking poking around in California? Yes. I mean, they even refer to it as the Nick Shirley law. The idea is to keep people from investigating fraud, which is outlandish. That is outrageous. That is a crazy thing to emphasize. And they think, well, these people are showing up at daycares and looking in. Right, they shouldn't. You're right, 100%. But random people from the internet should not be showing up at daycares with cameras. I agree. However, when there's no one in that daycare for years and years and years, and they can prove that fucking millions of dollars being earned by that daycare, and there's no one in there, it's a little weird. It's not fully passed into law. Not yet. Isn't there a video of that kid like walking up to one of these and these dudes get out and like drive off in their fucking Bentleys? I don't know if those are real. There's a bunch of fake videos that were made by people afterwards that were just capitalizing on people wanting to click on something like that. So they were just engagement farming by pretending. Like the guy would show up and they'd go, what are you talking about? I have no idea what this bad acting. And they get in a Rolls Royce like, it's just bullshit. It seemed like bullshit to me. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of those guys made a bunch of money. And I'm sure there is a lot of fraud. It just, like, they're admitting it. Minnesota's admitting it. They knew it was going on forever. You know, and then how about the fact that there's certain politicians that voted against this idea? So one of those ladies that was killed, like there was a lady and her husband that were murdered in Minnesota. And she was one of the few people that voted against providing Medicare for illegals. They were trying to pass some bill involving Medicare and illegals. And she was one of the ones that voted against it. And she was killed. The guy who killed her said that Tim Walz sent him to kill them. Now, I don't know if he's full of shit. He easily could be. He's a fucking crazy person. He's a murderer. He showed up at their house with a mask on and fucking shot them dead. And shot a couple other people too. It's like he's, obviously he's fucking cracked out. But kind of weird that the lady who wants to vote against this obvious fraud, this money that's being somehow or another funneled around through Medicare, like one of the things that Elon said when he was on the podcast is that Medicaid and Medicare fraud is one of the biggest fucking problems. And he was looking into it, Doge. He goes, I almost don't want to talk about it because I don't want to get killed. Because it's that bad. And this was before all this Nick Shirley shit. And now you're seeing it. You're like, oh, now I get it. These hospices that they have, these fake hospices in California, and then all the Somali daycare centers and all the different things. Like these people just made autism. The autism diagnoses went through the fucking roof because now they can have these autism centers. So they just diagnose their kids as autistic, and then they're raking in all this money for treatment. It's crazy how much fraud there is. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And just what a shocker that that's the place where the big ICE protest broke out. Oh, people forget that when Obama was president, he made a big public statement about going after government fraud. They were aware of it then. I mean, they've been aware of it for it's always taken place. But on the scale, and he tried, and he caught resistance to the point that he wasn't able to do his version of a Doge, right? Which was his intention. He gave a big public speech about it, and tried to look into it. And if you're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars,
What wouldn't you do to protect that?
Exactly. And that was Elon's point.
Yeah.
And also, that money, for sure, makes its way into Democratic coffers. And probably Republican, too. And whoever the fuck is going to be.
Whoever's enabling
Yeah,
the fund.
who's ever gonna help out? Whoever wants a piece of this pie is a juicy ass pie. It's $100 billion pie. Come get some.
That'll almost build you a rail system in California. You get a mile of track.
Or a second Google Bridge.
Fucking car salesman. Have you had that guy on?
No, he wants to be on.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He talks a lot of shit about me. At first, he was
I'm
saying,
sure.
Joe Rogan's not a fan of me, but I'm a big fan of him. He was like saying all this.
Doesn't he have his own podcast?
Yeah.
Because that city,
Yeah.
that state is running so well. The
Well, he's
governor doesn't need
Got
to
a lot of free
govern.
time. It's so smooth. If you ask him, he'll tell you. He'll tell you how awesome
No, he'll give you stats.
The stats are incredible.
Statistically, people are moving there at record numbers.
Yeah, that's not true. It's not true. It's all the stats, the positive stats, they were already going on before he was the governor. It's California's an awesome place. The fucking weather's perfect. San Francisco has always been an incredible tech hub of geniuses. There's always been a bunch of super wizards up there that are creating some of the best technology in the world, and that has nothing to do with him. Has zero to do with him and all these problems that their inept government has caused. Because that's the real problem with him as a governor. It's a real problem with Karen Bass as a mayor. It's a real problem with whatever the fuck happened in San Francisco. It's bad government. It's not upholding the rule of the law, not keeping people safe, being empathetic to people that are shooting up on the street over people that are trying to walk their fucking kids to school.
Yeah.
Like, what you're doing is bad for society. It's bad.
And it seems to me that for the most part, if you are the mayor of the city, and when I was writing Yellowstone, the governor of Montana at the time, who was a Democrat, I called him and asked him, I said, hey guys, talk to you about what it's like to be a governor. What did you think it would be, and what did it turn out to be? And what he said was, Steve Bullock is his name. He said, well, I thought I was going to, make all these changes and do this and shepherd this, and I learned that I am the CEO of the state, and that my job as the CEO of the state is take care of the people who live in the state, the employees of the state, attract business here, attract tourism here, and try to make the state make more money and make lives better. That's my job. Infrastructure and city management and people management and tourism. That's my job. And even more acutely to a mayor, you're really the president of a city, you're the CEO of the city, and your job is keep the lights on, pick up the trash, put out the fires, deal with the sewage, keep it safe. Like, that's it. There's no social anything secondarily, possibly, but run the schools, like run the city. And you have in a lot of these big urban areas where they're so agenda driven, and they're pushing a social agenda. And they're not running the cities. They're not running them at all. And so they're running into the ground. And it's tragic to see, because San Francisco, like you said, it's a beautiful city. LA used to be a place where you could go and make your dreams come true.
San Francisco was awesome 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago. I filmed my special, Triggered, in the Fillmore in San Francisco in 2016. It was great. No problems. It wasn't homeless people everywhere. It was normal. It was normal San Francisco. Go to a cool restaurant. People are cool. Always been like a smart city. Interesting architecture. Always been a great city. I lived there from the time I was 7 to 11. Yeah, I loved San Francisco. It's unrecognizable now. 10 years. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, when you realize that it's an industry, when the homelessness is valuable, having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw on it. They don't have to fix it.
Well, there's no intention to fix it.
Right.
They're giving out free needles here. Yeah. Get high here. And I was just somewhere where my first experience seeing the homeless in this magnitude. And the one thing that's evident instantly is they're all so completely strung out on drugs. Like, this fentanyl thing is no fucking joke. like the zombies leaning against every corner, and to me it's cruel, right? Yeah, like if someone's to that point, and you want to help them, don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more needles. How about you pick them up off the street and you take them somewhere? Go, look, there's a curfew here, and you ain't doing no drugs. We're gonna clean you up. And some aren't gonna want that. They're gonna want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction and the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery. They had put me on fentanyl. I had neck surgery, and they put me on fentanyl. There's high, then there's that shit. And that was done by an anesthesiologist. I wasn't self-medicating in a fucking parking lot, right?
What'd you done? Your neck?
C67.
Fusion?
No. I had the
Discectomy?
disc, yeah.
Just cut some of it down?
Yeah.
It's okay now?
Yeah.
How long ago did you get that done?
Maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah. I wish I
2 years, yeah, 3 years ago.
If that ever happens again, don't do that.
Don't? No. Well, it'll happen again.
Because, yeah, I'm sure it will. There's other ways. There's PRP can help it. Regenikine helped mine. I had a pretty bad bulging disc in my neck.
What's Regenikine?
Regenikine is, they used to have to go to Germany to do it. I know Peyton Manning went there, Kobe Bryant went there, and Dana White actually flew to Germany to get it done. It's like an advanced form of platelet-rich plasma where they take your blood. There's a process to it. Pull it up, Jamie, because I can't remember what the process is. But they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day and they inject it, and it makes this very potent anti-inflammatory, and they inject it around wherever the injury is to the disc. And it provides, like, within weeks, amazing relief. And for me, it completely cured it. I had a point. My fingers were going numb.
Yeah, that's what.
The German, go back up. Yeah. So German physician, Dr. Peter Welling, the treatment focuses on blocking a specific inflammatory protein, interleukin-1. So they take the blood out, they draw your blood, and then the blood is heated to body temperature to trigger the production of a natural anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA. And then they spin it in a centrifuge, separating out the protein-rich serum. The serum is then injected directly into the painful joint or tissue. It was remarkable for me for knee injuries. I did it a bunch of times. I used to do it at, they moved it. You used to have to go to Germany and then Santa Monica. They opened up an office. It's lifestyle medicine. That's what it's called, right? And then that's where I had it done. And it's incredible. Like I had it done my entire back. Like there's a picture of me on Instagram with a bunch of these fucking tubes. That's me right there. A bunch of those tubes, my hairy ass back. And it was incredible. I mean, it really fixed so many problems that I had. It's really great for, specifically for back injuries, knee injuries, stuff like that. There's a lot of good biological options. There's also decompression is very important. I have a harness that I attach to a pull-up bar. It straps under my chin, and I just like let my weight drop down and decompress my weight on my neck. I do that every day. And I also have this thing called a Dex 3. Is it Dex 2 or Dex 3? You hang forward. It's like Teeter makes it. You know that company that makes those decompression tables? But this one's even better because you just hinge from the hip. So you're not supporting it at all with your legs. And it's just your back. It just goes like pop, pop, pop. Like you can feel it. One of those. I'll show it to you. We have one out here. We have 2 of them out here. So, right out, yeah, at the gym. They're the shit. I have one at home. I will not have one. I have to have one. It's so good for just decompressing your back. You need to decompress the neck too. Anytime you're doing anything, if you're deadlifting or squatting, obviously you're lifting a lot of heavy weights. If anytime you're lifting weight, you got to think of all that pressure's on your back, all that squashing down, and you got to do something to stretch it out, stretch it back out. But there's ways to heal it now without taking away the disc. So the problem is every time they cut away a piece of your disc,
You got less disc.
you got less disc. Yeah. So the good news is there's some treatments that they're doing now where they're actually injecting some sort of a hydrogel into the disc itself. So I asked Brigham from Ways to Well about that, and they're looking into it. And they're trying to. Apparently, this is not being done widely yet. This is just experimental, but they think they're going to be able to do that. There's also some places like CPI Cellular Performance Institute down in Tijuana, they've successfully been injecting stem cells into people's discs. And it causes the disc to regenerate tissue and get thicker and healthier.
Really?
Yeah. Shane Dorian, my friend, he's a pro surfer and big wave surfer and bow hunter. He went down there and he said it was remarkable. He said within a couple of months, it had like a 30 to 40% increase in range of motion,
Really?
decrease in pain. Yeah, you can feel it. It's kind of an annoying process because once you do it, you can't really do shit for like 6 weeks. Like once I think it's 6 weeks.
Well, that's what's the same with the surgery. You're not doing shit for 6 weeks after that.
But you can't lift weights. You can walk. You can walk. You know, it's a whole thing. It's like let everything take. Like let it take. Let it heal up. Don't do anything stupid. Don't re-injure it. Don't aggravate it. Like give it a chance to actually do its magic.
Yeah, I'll look into that for sure.
But any neck injury or back injury is such a motherfucker. Anytime your back goes out, you're like, everything you do is like, it's so hard to do anything. It's like you realize like how nice it is to be healthy when whenever you get hurt.
Yeah. No back pain. That's what killed my stepfather.
Back pain? Did he get on pills?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a friend in the family that did that.
Yeah, he was in. I remember one time we were fishing up in Wyoming, and he just like, I can't do it. Back hurts too bad. And he went in and had a surgery and made it worse, which is, it's also a real risk when you start messing around with the spine, right? And so, and then it was, those were serious pain. Now we're talking oxy.
Yeah, now you're just agony.
Now you're on the clock.
Yeah, and you can only do that shit for so long.
Yeah, now you're on the clock.
Oxys are fucking terrifying. They're so terrifying.
Yeah.
So terrifying how readily they were handing them out too forever.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Painkiller, the Peter Berg thing that he did for Netflix?
No, I didn't.
Fucking great, man. So Matthew Broderick plays such a great creep. Oh, he played the Sackler brother, the Sackler,
really?
Yeah, the head of the family that started this whole opiate problem that we have in this country. It's fucking terrifying because it's so real. And those fucking people never even went to jail. Who knows how many people are dead because of them?
Yeah.
They generated fucking billions and billions of dollars, killed a bunch of people, ruined countless lives. How many lives, people that were connected? Your dad gets hooked on that shit. It ruins your relationship with your family. You wind up being all fucked up because you grew up with a dad who was strung out on pills.
Yeah. No, generation.
Yeah.
Generational damage.
Oh, God, yeah.
And these guys put their feet up.
Yeah. They go to a fucking nice country club and have the lobster.
Yeah.
Cocksuckers. There's so many of them in this world. It's like, that's genuinely evil.
Yes.
There's real demons. That's a real demon. Like, people want to think demons live in hell, and, that's kind of may or may not be real. Well, no, they're on Earth.
Yeah.
There's demons.
They're right here.
Yeah. And they justify it. They figure out a way to justify it. And they're around a bunch of other people who justify it too, and they can just immediately dismiss any pain or suffering because they got a huge amount of profit from it.
Yeah. Yep. Those are the fuckers.
Those are the fuckers. Yeah, they're out there.
And it doesn't take many of them to create, like, real carnage. I mean, think about that. Think about the opiate issue in this. It's still going. It was the gateway to fentanyl, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it.
Yeah, it was the gateway to fentanyl, and it was also, it's like they were doing those pain management centers down in Florida where they just, all they prescribed was pills. So you would go and like, I'm in pain. They're like, oh, Taylor, we've got the solution. It's right next door. And you go right next door to their pharmacy, and all their pharmacy has, like, they don't have Bengay over there. They don't have toothbrushes.
Oxy.
Yeah, we got Oxy.
Here you go, buddy.
This is the solution.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yep. That's the real drug trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, the cartel is basically getting the scraps. They're making trillions of dollars off scraps.
Think about this. Did you even know what fentanyl was 15 years ago? I never heard of it.
No. I don't even remember when we first heard about it, but when we first heard about it on a podcast, we were talking about it, and we found the amount that's lethal. They showed it next to a penny. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
That can kill you? And people are taking that? And they're mixing that in cocaine? Holy fuck.
They are bent over zombies on the side of the road.
Yeah. Philadelphia's bad too. There's a bunch of cities that are just real bad with it. And it doesn't have to be that way. And what's interesting is this Ibogaine initiative that Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard are pushing in Texas, and that I went to the White House to get Trump to be involved in. And they're trying to make this so that it's you have a right to use, or right, I think they call it right to use or right to try for people that are addicted, and they're trying to make it more readily available and accessible to veterans. That's the thing that could help all these people.
What is it now?
Ibogaine? You don't know what that is?
No.
Ibogaine is it comes from the iboga tree in Africa, and it is this very potent psychedelic that has no recreational use at all. It's not fun. Nobody likes it. It's not like you trip, you see zombies, and you fucking hang out with aliens. You go into this very dark experience for like 24 hours where it like replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way, and also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever the fuck it is. But for 2 doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life, because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it, and he knows so many veterans who've done it. It's incredible for PTSD. Somehow or another, it has neuroregenerative properties, where he went there and they said, he went to his doctor before, and doctor did a whole scan of his body, and he said, look, you've got a certain amount of age-related brain atrophy. It's like, it's fine, but it's normal that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the Ibogaine, sees his doctor a short time afterwards, and the doctor says, it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole Ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which is bananas. So it's regenerating brain tissue. It's making his brain work better. And it's just...
Well, the pharmaceutical companies aren't going to let that shit out.
Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I bypassed them and went straight to Trump and told them about it. But Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? Are you looking for FDA approval? Like, let's do it. Like, that's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House and he was signing it. So it's incredible. But so many veterans have had to go over to mostly Mexico, but Costa Rica, there's a bunch of different places that they go where they can have these Ibogaine retreats. And these guys have had incredible results. Marcus Luttrell, he had an incredible result from it. He had a real problem drinking. Obviously he's the guy, Lone Survivor. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. Like, there's a long, Sean Ryan, long list of guys who have had this experience and it completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people that would maybe be more hesitant to accept something like this. Then on top of it, no recreational use. No one's like, boy, I can't wait to do that again. Everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. I had diarrhea. I threw up. I was horrified for fucking 12 hours. It apparently just takes you through every aspect of your life, review like a movie. All the times you've ever hurt people, you see it from their perspective. It's a very dark experience for a lot of people, especially a lot of people that have fucked up a lot of their life, Wow. Yeah. But if those people had access to Ibogaine, all these homeless people that you see strung out, if instead of just giving them needles and an iPhone and profiting off of it, if somehow or another these assholes can figure out a way to profit off of these centers where we could bring people in and give them Ibogaine retreats, maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for all these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long.
Yeah, but they're not trying to solve problems.
No, they're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about charities. That's the saddest thing that I've come to the realization that most nonprofits are fucking scams. Most of them. And this guy was reading off the average amount that these people that are in charge of the homeless program in LA are making. It's extraordinary. extraordinary amount of money. It's a great living. They're not doing it because it's like some sort of a very charitable thing that they really want to save the world and help people. No, they're making tons of money.
They're they're performative entrepreneurs. If you think about it, come up with a problem, then go pitch some version of Karen's solution to a government, and take the fucking money and never solve the problem. Because as soon as you solve the problem, and if you do somehow accidentally solve it, then go find another one.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why shows like Yellowstone in particular, that show like people that are proud to work hard and really get like deep satisfaction out of that life. And there's something about that it really like it resonates with people. Like there's a better way than just bullshitting people. There's a better way than fraud and nonsense and all this political horseshit that's pumped down your throat every day. No, how about a fucking just a sleeping bag and the stars? How about that? Just lying there with your horse tied to a tree. Isn't that really what everybody wants? Doesn't really everyone want to cook their dinner over a fire and laugh with all their friends? That's what they really want. That just really sounds good.
Simple.
Something real. Something that's like it's not that simple because it's hard to do all that shit. But there's something about it that's pure. It's pure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
You spend a lot of time outside, right? And the entire thing's an endeavor, right? You go bow hunting, you're gonna practice, prepare before you go. Then you're gonna hike your ass in somewhere. You have to set up a camp, and all of these are tasks before you even go out to do the thing you went there to do, which is going to be another task. But the completion of them is the reward.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're doing it yourself. Everything done yourself. I think that's why people are so attracted to the life. That's why I've got, third generation cowboys that went and got a degree in ranch management to come back and make, $3,000 a month and couldn't be happier.
It's wild, isn't it? It's really wild when you think about it. It's wild what people actually gravitate towards. Because they say that, have you ever seen that Werner Herzog documentary, Happy People?
No.
It's called Happy People, Life in the Taiga. And it's all about these trappers that live on the Taiga River in Siberia. And all these people do is trap and hunt and fish. They don't have any other way to make a living. That's all they do. And they're so fucking happy. And they're all laughing together and drinking together and hanging out with their dogs. And their dogs are sled dogs. And so they're on snowmobiles and the dogs are chasing behind them and the dogs hunt with them. And these fucking people have like zero mental illness. And when they're talking to them, they're talking in Russian, so it's all translated. But what they're talking about, like the way they talk, it's like this is how you're supposed to live. This is real life. And they're all happy.
There's a guy, I'm going to get his name wrong. It's like Preminger, something like that. And he, in the 60s.
Premikin,
that's it.
Yeah, the guy who lived in Alaska.
Yeah. Went up, said bucket.
Yeah.
Went up way into the wild and built by hand a cabin and lived there and documented it. Brought a little Super 8 camera or whatever, filmed the whole thing.
Yeah.
And filmed himself. I mean, he lived for 35 years. He was 80-some years old when he finally was too old to get through another winter when he came down. And he just built this cabin. Just lived, hunted, fished, grew potatoes. Had to
there
build,
he is. Prunicky. That's how you say his name. P-R-O.
If you haven't watched that documentary, it is fascinating.
It's amazing. Yeah. Look at the difference. What is it? Oh, this is the. Oh, but why did they show 2023? This guy, when he documented all of it, it's so attractive. There's something about the way he's living. He's by himself, which is also wild. Like, how do you not get lonely?
No, there's that.
I mean, I'd lose my fucking marbles. I need people. I need to talk to somebody. I don't think I'd be like that. But I don't know. But it's so attractive.
But the notion of that kind of self-reliance.
Yeah. No, there's something about it that's like deeply ingrained in our DNA. It's not just that. It's like it's a healthy interaction with the wild world. There he is. Look at that guy. made all that shit himself. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing. I mean, he made his own tools. He made it. It's really wild. I think he was wasn't he a lumberman or something like that? Look at fucking pretty that is. My God. This is right in front of his house. You just build a house out there. Alaska's amazing, man. I mean, the winters can suck a dick, but just the actual being there in the place, and the people they're clearly like extraordinary people. Like when you go, just even hanging out at the bar in Anchorage, like you guys are different. They're like more reliable. You know,
No matter where,
sturdier people.
no matter where you live in Alaska, you're gonna have to be tough.
Yeah, you have to be. They were laughing about some guy who got stomped to death by a moose because he was throwing snowballs out in town. Like, okay, that's something you guys have to think about. You might get stomped to death in front of the ATM machine.
Or maybe don't throw a fucking snowball at a 1,000-pound animal.
Yeah, well, you can catch a cow with her calves and she'll stop you no matter what. So it's a book. Prenicky says he turned his back on tedious 50-hour work weeks and moved to Alaska to do a thing to completion. He built the cabin when he was 51 and lived there for more than 30 years. Wow. Where's that area? The Twin Lakes and Lake Clark National Park? There's another guy that lives up there that lives near the Arctic Circle. Vice Guide to Travel did a piece on him years ago. It's the same kind of deal. He lives in a cabin, and he's been up in that cabin since the 1970s. He never saw 9/11. He saw a photograph of it years later. He's just been up there in the woods. All he does is he hunts caribou, and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. Like that's his outside is his cooler. And while they're there, a grizzly tries to steal his stash, and he has to shoot the grizzly. It's crazy.
Really? What's that called?
It's called Vice Guide to Travel, and it's Hindmo's Arctic Adventure is the video series. And what's interesting, this is like the early days of Vice, when Vice was really cool. And they get this fucking nerd with glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, who flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy. And the guy, they said like, these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids they knew they were doing something kind of crazy, and they would go to war zones. Like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to fucking war zones and get shot at. They had bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. He's like, what's so great about this? And he's a very intelligent guy. He's not the guy who's this guy Hindmo. See if you can find that. Did you find it?
They're still posting stuff. There's the Last Alaskan. Excuse me, Last Alaskans.
Oh, he's still posting
Yeah,
stuff?
they have a YouTube channel.
Oh, wow.
Himo and Edna.
Oh, wow. He looks older now.
It's talking about podcast here a second ago.
Oh, interesting. They're talking about podcasts?
Our podcast.
Oh, because we talk about it?
So as your picture popped up.
That's it. That's me talking about it. Yeah. See if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel, because that's where I found out about him. So this he's like one of the last people that's allowed to live up there. He has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you could build a cabin up there anymore. This is afterwards. Might be it. But I think it's called Hindmo's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Hindmo Court, Hindmo's Arctic Refuge. That's the article.
His website isn't really one of the most well-kept things on the internet these days.
Put in Arctic Adventure.
I'm guessing that the article was the first thing, and then they went and followed up to make a video, and that's what this is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, see, it's Himo's Arctic Refuge.
Right. That's probably it.
They could have just changed the name on YouTube.
I think they did, or maybe I remember it wrong. Either way, this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Yeah, that's the guy. So you see this nerdy cat is hanging out. He's
so out of place. Yep, this is it. And he's got this caribou that he shot, and they're hanging frozen, and he just saws off a piece and throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over wood, and this is how this guy lives, and that's all he eats. He's just eating caribou and salmon, and he lives up there all year round, man. And it's, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy people who live like this are. I think that's in our brain. That's how we're designed to exist with nature. We're designed to be hunter-gatherers. We still have the same DNA as people who lived tens of thousands of years ago.
And cities started, maybe 10,000 years ago in some form, right?
Yeah, depending on who you ask. I think we're a little wrong with that, too. I think they're starting to change their perspective of when the actual civilization emerged, because of stuff like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. They found these immense structures that are 11,800 years old that were buried. That this guy who was I think it was a sheep herder in the 90s, found it.
Really?
Yeah, he found a stone that was sticking out of the ground weird. He kicked it with his boots to knock some dirt off, and then he brought in some archaeologists, and then they discovered this massive complex. These huge circles of giant stone columns with 3D animals carved in them, and they carbon dated the ground, and it was intentionally covered up somewhere around 11,000 plus years ago. So they're
really?
Yeah, so what the fuck is this? They didn't even know what the civilization was, why did they build this? What's the purpose of it? There's a lot of people that debate whether or not what's depicted on it is a calendar. Is it a marking of an event? Does it show the flood? What is this? It's weird stuff, man. Really weird stuff. And I think there's more of that than you'd like, that makes people comfortable. And archaeologists are very hesitant to accept it.
Well, that whole deal, right? Your relevance being upon you discovered this thing.
Yeah.
When they found the Clovis Point. So then we're dating everything off of that. Anyone finding anything else is going to render that guy's discovery less important.
Yeah.
And there's at one point we thought there was this logical evolution of man from Homo erectus to Homo sapien, and now we know that there were at least 4, maybe 5 species of humanoid living at the same time. At least 5.
Not only that, it's really difficult to make a fossil. Most people are going to die and their bones are going to be gone within 100 years.
Yeah, it's just what we've been able to find, and we're basing an entire science upon incredibly incomplete discoveries.
We're basing entire science on a very limited number that can even possibly exist. I think if you take into account how many dinosaur bones they found, and then how many dinosaurs existed, and for how many hundreds of millions of years dinosaurs existed, and you realize most shit doesn't make a fossil. So we don't even know how many different dinosaurs that they just discovered a new one recently. We don't even know how many existed that we never found fossilized.
If they didn't run through some lava pit or tar pit or something, how would you know?
And every so often some new form of ancient human pops up, and we're what's this one? What the fuck is this one? There's weird ones. They're all over the place. There's a fucking ton of them. The Denisovans. There's the one in I believe it was in China. The pig-headed people. They're quite a bit larger.
These are in Texas.
Yeah, that's Glen Rose.
Dinosaur Valley State Park. Wow,
That's Glen Rose, Texas.
that's crazy. How crazy is that? Look at those footprints. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. The dinosaur left those. How long ago? 113 million year old dinosaur tracks. What the fuck, man? And we're just lucky.
So what is that thing, and how much did it fucking weigh to imprint into that, which is now granite, right? But at the time, it's probably some mixture of mud and ash from a volcano that came together.
Right, probably.
Some version of that.
Right, I wonder what the animal was. Do they know which dinosaur it was?
I just guess that's the one they assume is there.
God, those footprints are so dope. That's so wild. I wonder who the first guy who found that was.
It was discovered after a drought, so it would have been.
Oh,
that's even cooler. So it was underneath the water the whole time, and then they're like, "Holy, the river dried up completely in most locations, allowing for more tracks to be uncovered here in the park." Wow, that's sick. That's the animal.
Believed to be. I don't know. Yeah, they wouldn't know for sure.
Belong to two types of dinos, including Acrocanthosaurus.
Yeah, I don't think they found any fossils or anything to be the record.
That's even just crazier, right? All you find is the feet. Think about how many died there. Think about how many just got eaten by other animals and shit out. I mean, most stuff that lives, I mean, you know as well as anybody, you very rarely find skeletons in the woods.
No, the mice are going to eat them.
Yeah, something's going to eat most of what you find in the woods. Within a couple of years, everything's gone. But, like, when was the last time, like, if you're a hunter, good luck finding a dead mountain lion. They must die. They must die. I don't know anybody that's found a dead one.
I've never found one. I've never seen one.
There's thousands of them. They die. Where are they? Fucking nature takes care of everything. And that's what would happen to most fossils.
Yeah.
That's why most fossils don't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, when people die, they don't get fossilized.
This is 1908. A local schoolboy found some of these.
Wow. Look at the size of those next to that dude. That's crazy.
Imagine you ran home and tried to tell your parents about some dinosaur. They wouldn't even know what dinosaurs really were, I bet, back then. How would they have known?
Well, there's a lot of people today that don't even think dinosaurs are real, which is hilarious. There's so many knuckleheads online. But, I mean, we have a very limited amount of information that we're basing the entire history of Earth on the planet.
What do you describe that as in 1910? Three-toed giant lizard? I don't even know what you're saying.
How would you even be sure that was a footprint?
Come look at this, and then you gotta go tell everybody else in the town to come follow you out there to find it.
Right, in 1910, did they even have drawings of dinosaurs?
Well, I would think they would have found some of the bones.
I'm sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that. Didn't they first start finding them in the 1800s? Isn't that what it was? But yeah, it's not. I mean, if you think about how many different things died and just were absorbed by the earth, just gets eaten, shit out, swallowed up, just destroyed by time and erosion, and never became fossils. We're basing the entire history of the planet on a limited amount of information. And that information, it never gets younger. It always gets older. The more stuff they found, like they found a modern version of human beings that pushes the timeline of humans back another 300,000 or 400,000 years. And that keeps happening.
Well, they thought that people crossed the Bering Land Bridge 12,000, 14,000 years ago, and now they've pushed that back 10,000 years.
Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and those are 22,000 years old.
It took a giant flood to come wash away layers of sediment. Reveal that. That's why it's so muddy around it, I guess.
Wow.
And they started digging.
That's fucking cool. That is so cool. And this is in 1952 they did that?
No, 1908.
908.
The pictures are from 1952.
Oh, okay.
It must have just kept, maybe it flooded again 50 years later. Floods do happen here fast.
When did they first figure out dinosaurs? Like, what was the first year a dinosaur bone was discovered? On your ranch, do you find, like, a lot of, like, arrowheads and, like, Native American stuff?
The one I grew up on, everywhere.
Yeah.
Every time it rained, you find these points.
That shit enthralls me. It's so fascinating. You pick up some arrow. I found one in Nevada while I was on a mule deer hunt. I was in the high desert. We found this little tiny thing. I looked down. I go, oh my God, it's a fucking arrowhead. And you just think, some dude, who knows how many hundreds of years ago, shot that at a deer.
Thousands.
Yeah.
We found a bunch, and my mother took them to Fort Worth to the museum, and they dated them. And some of them, and they could look at them, and they know various styles, right? They go, oh, this is 2,200 years old. This is 4,000 years old. This is when they started doing this.
We have one here. So, it's a big one, too.
1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur bone was described. Although it says people have been digging them up for thousands of years, but
they didn't know what the fuck it was.
This one says he even thought it belonged to a giant human.
This is one from
here. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, a friend of mine got that off of his ranch. Remy Warren told me that's probably the one they used for fishing because it was so big.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess when you're dealing with old bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, you really wouldn't want a big wide cut because you wouldn't get enough penetration to get through the rib cage unless you're really close.
So this would be more on a spear.
No, it would be on an arrow. It would just be something that you shot at a fish because it's easier to penetrate than, like, say, a buffalo,
Right.
where they would use a smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration.
That's fascinating.
That's just an amazing thing. You're finding just this piece of ancient history where people had no internet, no books, no nothing, just flint knapping and using tendons and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bows and figure out how to do it while you're on horseback too. It's crazy.
Wild.
So where you grew up, on the ranch you grew up, you find them all the time?
All the time.
What was the oldest shit you found?
Man, I can't remember, but I remember it being thousands of years old, a few thousand years old. But we had my mother had this wicker basket that was like this big, and it was full
Of arrowheads.
Yeah. Wow. You find them just toss them in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds, thousands of years did people live on that land?
Yeah. And or pass through or have battles or who knows.
Yeah.
Or when you find them like we found them, I mean, every single time it rained, there was this stock tank behind our house. Maybe it's half a mile up to the stock tank. We walk that road, you could find 4 or 5. So was that a trading depot? Was that some place where people went to trade? And then I always think, how do you lose that?
Right.
As hard as they must be to make.
Right.
You'd think once you've shot that arrow, you're going to go look for the arrow.
Yeah.
Because you spent hours making this.
They must have shot so many for so long. They probably shoot them every day. They probably had somebody back at camp making them every day.
There's probably some guy that's his skill.
Yeah.
Maybe when people got